Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without JoyNews.
When we finished school, we'd go and sell bread. Sometimes it was sugar, okay. St. Louis sugar, and Tate and Lie.
I know St. Louis.
It was in a box.
Yes.
Yeah, I would go and sell and come home. And most children used to sell their mother's wares.
After school.
Yeah, after school.
How is life without public attention? You are in your corner, nobody is looking at what you're doing or not doing.
When he was vice president, I only used motorcade when I'm going out of Accra.
Okay.
Most times I used to drive myself.
Was there a time that you told him to actually pull out, resign?
Many times.
And let's have a
Many
peace.
times, many times.
Do you miss him sometimes?
Of course.
I just called to say I love you.
You used to sing to
I used to sing to Mr. Misata.
Oh my God.
9 p.m. on the JoyNews channel.
Really?
He wasn't writing me, but I was writing him love letters. Me, I'm very romantic.
The quest of building prosperity for Africans.
If you see what the SFTA Secretariat has managed to do to date, it's commendable job. It's tremendous improvement. And yes, delivering the vision is possible, and I think as Africa, as a continent, we are set for that.
And why are women being left behind?
You know, we did a study a few years ago that showed that Africa was losing close to $90 billion a year as a result of gender inequality, as a result of not empowering its women.
JoyNews goes head-to-head with international actors on the sidelines of AfriExim's annual meetings in Accra. Africa's prosperity, this week on Foreign Affairs.
Hello, good morning and welcome to News Desk here on the Joy News channel, live from our studio here in Kokomlemle, Accra. We're live on DSTV channel 421 and GoTV channel 125, around the world on myjoyonline.com. Coming up in this bulletin, Asen North MP-elect James Jachi Quayson says he feels vindicated. Also, as Ghana marks Eid al-Adha celebration, sheep and goat sellers in Techiman are lamenting low patronage. Now, also in this bulletin, Fitch says the 2024 elections could go for the NDC, but the government says it's not a done deal yet. These and more coming up here in this bulletin. Stay with us for details. James Jachi Quayson of the National Democratic Congress will be making a return to Parliament after his constituent kept faith and voted for him in the keenly contested Asen North constituency by-election on Tuesday. Quayson, who was ejected from Parliament last month following a Supreme Court decision annulling the 2020 constituency election, won the crucial by-election with 17,245 votes.
For candidate number 1, he secured a percentage of 42.15%. Candidate number 2 secured 0.29%. Candidate number 3 had 57.56%. By the power in me vested, now total turnout is 74%, 74.23%. Now please can the candidate come? By the power in me vested,
An excited James Jache Quayson says his people have vindicated him.
I've always been happy. Tonight is exceptional because Asen North people have vindicated every court and myself. And they still believe in me, so that makes me happy.
What does this victory mean to you personally? The lessons to be shared to the whole world.
Well, I mean, principles and values I work with. And I don't quit easily. So long as I know the cause I'm leading is genuine and it benefits other people. You see, you haven't been in a situation where you have to sacrifice your own life interest for the benefit of others. Until you are there, you will not understand it. Somehow you get an inspiration and you become fearless because you are standing for the truth, you are standing for justice, you're standing for almost everything that benefits other people other than yourself. That is why we have people like the Kwame Nkrumahs and we have people like the Mandelas. All right? Otherwise, somebody has to do it. Somebody has to be in that position sometimes. So I'm very...
What do you tell the people of Asen North for what they have done, the victory they have given you?
Well, the victory belongs to them. The victory belongs to Ghana. And the victory belongs to rule of law, justice.
Are you daunted by the fact that you'll be going to court very soon?
No. That's the least of my thought. I'm focused on how I can get Asen North developed. The court can take its own course. I mean, as I said earlier, I have not committed any wrong to worry about what is ahead of in legal terms. No.
So that's MP-elect for Asen North constituency, James Jache Quayson. Let's take you back to the constituency now because my colleague Richard Kojonyako is joining me with the latest from that side of the country. Richard, what's happening there now since the election were declared in favor of Mr. Quayson?
Well, Brace, the Asen North constituency is back to factory settings. Things are really calm. In fact, the calm nature of the place started last night. As of 7 p.m., a lot of the vehicles were seen leaving the constituency. In fact, the hotels that were hitherto occupied, people deserted the hotels, and then there were plenty of spaces for people to also be accommodated in. And so the constituency is back to normal. This morning, I've gone back to check if the bulldozers that were working yesterday because they had a very good weather, they were working today, but I've checked and the bulldozers were still there. People who are predominantly farmers, many of them have gone back to their farms, with other people still swimming in the victory that James Jache Quayson took. And if you heard the chant, the songs that they sang, that they collected the money of Charles Opoku, they spent the money of Charles Opoku, and then voted against him. This one resonates with a section of the people in this part of the central region, that is precisely the Asen North constituency. In fact, they are looking forward to more development as James Jache Quayson, they pray, should be given the peace of mind to concentrate on his legislation business.
Yesterday, when the election was declared in favor of Mr. Quayson, and he given his message, you say that some of the cars were leaving, but what was the atmosphere like after he had spoken to say that, yes, I'm grateful to the people of Asen North for giving me this vindication?
Could I tell you what, there was a tight atmosphere. A lot of people didn't sleep last night. It was fanfare, merrymaking, people that know how to drink. They besieged the drinking bars and the drinking pubs here at Asen North. And then they made merry in their own small ways. There were people that were sitting on motorbikes, tricycles, other vehicles, and then they would speed on the road. In fact, some of the roads that have just been completed, these were the roads that these activities went on. But the people, a section of the people that I've interacted with, they feel proud that they have been able to retain George Quayson, and they feel the man has been vindicated, and it's a kind of legitimacy, they say, that has brought to the entire thing, indicating that they side with him, they are with him through thick and thin. And so that is how the people received it. And then after George Quayson said that the victory was for them, and it was a gift that the people of Asen North have given him. In fact, they went wild on the street.
And very interesting. But this morning, everything is back to normal. But so when are we expecting you back in Accra? You are trying to enjoy in the mood there for a while.
Well, so I want to also, there is a fufu joint that I've seen there. I want to see and then have some interaction, whether the people will come to that particular joint, because it's a popular joint that people do come, so that we can have some interaction over some fufu and some drinks as well.
You cannot be doing this to us. Anyway, grateful to you, Richard Kojo Nyako, for joining us from the Asen North constituency. Well, let's take you now to the UPSC auditorium, where a financial event is underway to educate people on how to keep your finances and all of that. Let's take you there live now.
If the movement of goods and people are absent in a country, let's say there's no economy for that matter. And so that's the reason why this conversation this morning is extremely important, to also make some time and get to hear what our distinguished guests have to say. Royal Majesties, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, let me, on behalf of the organizers, welcome you to the second edition of the Financial Economics Seminar Ghana 2023. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. And this year the theme is on the impact of socio-economic policies on trade and industries and development economies. And for us as a country, we see ourselves classified as a developing economy, and rightly so. This conversation is placed within that context to make meaning for us as a country going forward. My name is Alfred Okanse, and I'm going to moderate this all-important conversation this morning. We're also live on JoyNews on your TV. We're live on GoTV 145, channel 145, also on JoyNews on TV, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And for the many of you who cannot join us in person, to connect with us across all the social media platforms, thank you very much. We'll start off with the chairman's introduction and get his remarks. As expected, because of the importance of this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, King Taki Taiko Churu II is a visionary leader with an impressive educational background, including a PhD in philosophy and leadership and an MBA in strategic management. As a paramount chief of the Ghana state, he actively promotes youth empowerment and makes valuable contributions to various institutions and many other things that he does to contribute to the development of not just the Ghana state, but the country as a whole. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, that's King Takitewia Churu II, is unable to be with us because of an emergency yesterday evening, which we're going to get details of. But the good thing is, he has delegated an equally competent person to be in his capacity this morning. And we have Ni Ahene Nunu III, the paramount chief of the Abola traditional area and the chief advisor to the Gamanche. His Royal Majesty King Takitewia Churu II. He's not here alone. He came with an entourage from the Ghana state. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put our hands together for Ni Ahene Nunu III. We should kindly have his remarks, the chairman. Please, let's put our hands together as he makes his way up here for the chairman's remarks. Thank you very much.
Professor Adibanji, Honorable Dr. Stephen Amoa, the Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, Mr. Kofi Adomako, Managing Director of the Ghana Commercial Bank, Mr. Clement Ose Amoako, President of Chamber and Commerce and Industry, Dr. Joseph Obin, the President of the GUTA, Nime, Name, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. I first of all apologize on behalf of His Royal Majesty King Takite Gochulu, who is unable to be present with us this morning to chair this very important function. He sends his regards. I thank the organization for the privilege given. As we all know, we are here concerning the Seminar for Financial Economics 2023. Financial economics is the branch of economics characterized by the concentration of monetary activities in which money of one type or another is likely to appear on both sides of the trade. When we hear financial economics, then we think of governance. Therefore, when there is no proper finance, there is no good economy. At this point, we leave it for the experts to deliver their various speeches. You are all welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a rather short one, but please put your hands together for our chairman. Short and straight to the point, and we definitely are here to also get a lot more from our keynote speakers who are graciously seated already. Thank you very much for making the time to be here. Let's acknowledge our keynote speakers, which will be encouraging as well for you to prepare your questions, and when the question time is available, then they would also answer them for you. Let's put our hands together for them, please. Thank you very much. There are a few people, distinguished guests, who have also joined us, which I'm going to acknowledge them in no particular order. We have Mr. Kofi Adomako, Managing Director, GCB Bank PLC. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much. Also, Damshila Sechi, also a legal practitioner. She's here with us. Thank you very much. And we have Elodie Manem, French Embassy Economic Department. Please. Thank you very much. Also here with us, we have agencies such as NITA, National Information Technology Agency, NITA, a rep from NITA. Okay, the Ministry of Transport. Ministry of Transport, thank you very much. Thank you. The Ministry of Trade and Industry, thank you very much. Zintex Portfolio Services, Zintex. Okay, there you are. Please, let's put our hands together for them. The Ghana Commercial Bank, GCB, obviously the MD is here. If their staff members are not here, you know what's going to happen, but there are a few representatives behind as well. The First National Bank, First National Bank, First National Bank. Okay, and Prudential Bank, Prudential Bank. There you are. Please, let's put our hands together for them as well. SIGA, State Interest Governance Authority, thank you very much. The Lands Commission, and District Integrity. Okay, thank you very much. And as we go on, I would acknowledge a few more who have also joined us. We're live on JoyNews TV, also across all the social media platforms. We go straight to our keynote speaker's speech and to hear from the woman who has committed herself to ensuring that we acknowledge and prioritize data in our economic planning. Professor Atinoke Olusola Adebanji is a professor of statistics at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology here in UST. She's recognized for her expertise in statistics and data science. She holds a PhD in statistics and MPH in reproductive and public health. Professor Atinoke Adebanji is actively involved in promoting STEM education and is affiliated with several prestigious organizations across the world, including the International Statistical Institute and the International Biometric Society. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put our hands together as we welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Atinoke Olusola Adebanji. Let's put our hands together for her. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm actually waiting for them to put my presentation. Please, while we wait for them, I'd like to say good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Royal Highness, all the speakers. May I stand on the existing protocol while I go through my presentation? It's not. I'm very sorry about this. I cannot control from here. So I have to give them a cue every time I want them to move to the next slide. So can you please stay on the first one? I wish I had it in front of me as well. That would have made it easier for me. All right. All protocol duly observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I am highly privileged to be here this morning as a keynote speaker. I also feel very humbled to be sharing the platform with this caliber of speakers that will also be coming up soon. So I look forward to a very interactive and informative session this morning. So with your kind permission, Your Royal Highness, I would like to share my thoughts on a topic that holds tremendous potential for shaping our society and improving the lives of individuals. Today I'll be sharing my thoughts on data-driven socioeconomic policies for enhanced trade and industry. And I'll be speaking from the perspective of a data scientist. So we have, will you please permit me to just go through my definition of socioeconomic policies in the context of my discourse for this morning. So for me, socioeconomic policies will refer to a set of measures. Slide 2, please. Thank you. To a set of measures, strategies and interventions that are implemented by governments and organizations to influence and shape the social and economic conditions within society. And these policies, they aim to address various aspects of social welfare, economic development, and the overall well-being of individuals and communities at large. And the objectives could vary. It could vary from education to employment to sustainability in environment, as well as public health, depending on the subject matter of interest. I would also like to mention here that socioeconomic growth or economic growth fluctuates, and it fluctuates with respect to the socioeconomic policies that are in place. So as a leader, it's very important to correctly diagnose the economic situation, and based on the information that you elicit from the diagnosis, to determine a treatment course and chart a path for future growth. It's just like a patient going to see a medical doctor. What treatment will be given to you is informed by the symptoms you present, as well as probably some diagnoses that are carried out on you. So I'd like to show a snapshot. Thank you. I'd like to show here a snapshot of the data analytics process. All economic diagnosis that you want to carry out rest on having the right data and a high level of analytical ability of your statisticians as well as your data scientists. And this rests on the ability to correctly read the data and to produce meaningful information from it. In doing this, they should be able to answer the following questions. Is this also working? No. So I can move over. It's okay. I'll just use this. Thank you. To be able to do this correctly, they have to be able to answer the question about what happened, what has happened. And by what has happened, we're talking about the descriptive analytics section. In doing this, they can also inquire about why this has happened. Whatever has happened in the economics, they can also inquire about why this has happened. And that would be when you're making an inquisitive analytic aspect. And from there, then you can then predict what is going to happen next or what is likely to happen next. And when you do this, you're doing this with some degree of probably certainty or probability or uncertainty, which can be quantified. And then when you're doing that aspect, that is the predictive analytics. And going from what you have predicted, you can also then answer the question of what do we do now and how do we do that? And that will be your prescribing possible actions that can be taken or that should be taken. And going forward from there, you can then simulate the different scenarios and what kind of consequences your actions can also bring to bear or bring forth. And when you do that, then you are in the preemptive analytical stage. These are the systematic and iterative steps involved in extracting insight patterns and meaningful information from data. And data analytics typically involves the key stages that I have shown here, but the objectives and the questions you want to answer should be the first thing. Because whatever you do should be informed by what questions you want to answer and what the objectives you want to achieve are. And availability of data, because we have data, does not mean we use the data. And to use data does not actually mean you're also using it correctly. So we must have it, we must use it, and we must use it correctly. For instance, you could have data, I can go to a doctor with probably a headache from stress, and that would probably require some analgesics or paracetamol, and then probably tell me to avoid the stressful situations. I would not be expected to go through a brain surgery. So in that instance, you have used the information, but you have not used it correctly. Oh, great. The instruments of diagnosis and effective treatment are rooted in data and data analytics. And these are all rooted in statistics. Once things are seen from this perspective, we can easily see how policy changes affect our economic alignment. So we can see the interplay of trade, industry, and data, how they inform policies, and we can also check the impact of the policies and how economic alignment is achieved. We could, for instance, be asking if the deregulation of petroleum products in June of 2015, I think it was 16 there, about middle June of 2015, if this has translated into improved standard of living for Ghanaians, because it was meant to have us the access to save some funds. We can look at this by looking at the middle class poverty profile of Ghana. When you look at this preview. If you have a preview to look at this profile of the middle-income persons in Ghana, and you can also juxtapose on this how many households in Ghana are actually spending more than 10% of their income on transportation. And this is the stipulated. Once you go beyond the 10%, then you're experiencing what is called the transport poverty. So when you ask this kind of question, then the question becomes, what was the objective for the deregulation? And is this objective being achieved? Of course, we can't blame declining standard of living and inflation on only fuel prices, but because transportation is a key component and is one of the major drivers of inflation. So we can then question the objective for introducing the deregulation in the first instance. Your Royal Highness and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is a bit awkward for me, please, but yeah. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, socioeconomic policies are either in response to what is happening or a guide to a futuristic plan of the country. So we can ensure that policies are data-driven if we institutionalize the data value chain. When economic policies are made without the concomitant data and analytics, it creates a discordance in the economy and gives the impression of guesswork policy, and that's what we don't want. When policies are also devoid of concomitant data, it also hinders the buy-in by the people. And I'll give you an example. People want to know what the diagnosis is. We want to know what the course of treatment you are proposing is. In Nigeria, next one, please. It's working?
Hello?
Hello? Okay, good. Thank you very much. So I'll give you an example of what happened in Nigeria. In January of 2012, the former president then, Jonathan Goodluck, actually introduced the removal of fuel subsidy. And this was met with riots. It lasted for about 2 weeks, nationwide riots. And why did this happen? Let's fast forward to 2023 now. Just last month, the new president in his first day in office introduced the same thing. And there were no riots. At least as of today, there are still no riots. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. So for now, there are no riots. So what happened? The question then is, what is the difference between what was done then and what this new president has done? Between 2012 and 2023, what you see is a proliferation of information. And then the data analytics are in the public domain about the unsustainability of continuing to subsidize the fuel in Nigeria. There was information about what we're losing to neighboring countries through the smuggling of the fuel, in the volume and in the value as well. And this was all in the public domain. So the information was there when this other move was made. And so far, we see that people have been able to buy into the removal. Actually, the general attitude for now in Nigeria is about time too. We can't continue to give to neighboring countries at our own expense. So we see this, one of the articles was by PwC. It was a very nice article that expounded on that. Now I show here that data has become the lifeblood of modern society, and its impact on policy making is very profound. And we can see that data is integrated into every aspect of policy making here. We see it in trade, you can see it in supply chain optimization, you also see it in innovation and research. Any sphere of socioeconomic development or economy and trade, we can see that data can be integrated into this. So data has become the lifeblood of modern society, and its impact on policy making is profound. It provides us with unprecedented insights into the challenges and opportunities that we face. It allows us to also make informed decisions and design effective policies. And one of the key benefits of policy making, of data in policy making, is its ability to enable evidence-based decision making. In the past, policy making was probably intuitive because we probably didn't even have sufficient data. But now we have data, we have it in high volume, in high velocity, and we have it from several platforms. And we cannot but make use of what we already have at our disposal now. Your Royal Highness and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to share, or it's already moved ahead of me. Great. Please permit me to share some information about our trade. This information is from the World Bank and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And I'm looking at a 10-year window, which is 2010 and 2021. And from here, I don't know if the pointer would show here, it's too far off. And from here, we can see our leading export products. These are the 5 leading export products. And the leading one is gold. And our gold has 5 main destinations. It's going to Switzerland, it's going to United Arab Emirates, going to United States, India, and also making its way to China. And here in this map, you can see where you have changes, increase in export. If you see the yellow color says there's an increase in our export to those countries. The blue means there is a decline in our export to those countries in that 10-year window. And if you see here, you see that within Africa, we're actually experiencing intra-Africa decline. There's a decline because most of them is blue. If it's green, that means there's no change there. So we can see that the changes are actually going to the US and going to India, and it's also going to China. And this is a general overview of our foreign trade when you're looking at our top imports. And when I was doing this research for this talk, I was shocked to see that in 2021, Ghana was the world's biggest importer of used clothing. In 2021, how many are we in Ghana? How many clothes per person for us to top the world in used clothes, not even new clothes? I was a bit worried about that. And now this is 2023. I hope the story is not still the same. So these are our top 5 import products, and these are where we actually import from. Next one. And in the same 10-year window that I'm considering for this session, you will see that our import, those are yellow. The yellow ones are where you have increases in importation. And you can see in that 10-year period, China and India is also going yellowish, but China is very yellow, you can see that. But every other place seems to be blue or green. So that means a lot of our imports are coming from 2 sources, India and China. And we can also look at this vis-a-vis our gross domestic product, where you have the red one, the orange one is the imports, and the blue one is the exports. This is expressed as a percentage of our gross domestic product. I'm not an economist, and I'm going to give the interpretation to the economic gurus. I'm just a statistician, but normally when you're looking at this kind of plot, it should be going upwards, not downwards. So I hope that they would help me explain what this is showing in their sessions. Next one. But to tell you that this kind of data that I've just shown you, these are highly aggregated data. And we cannot make informed decisions using this kind of aggregated data. What we need are disaggregated data. And for us to have the kind of disaggregated data, we must first recognize that data is a strategic asset for us to possess. When we have that mindset, then we can recognize the potential of data for providing or driving economic growth when we use it in our policy making. When we appreciate that, then we can put the right infrastructure in place and make sure that there's security for our data use. And that should give us our competitive advantage that we all seek. When we're able to do this, I want to show some of the areas in which I think we might accrue some dividends. By dividends, I'm sure the bankers know what I mean. So we will have some benefits accruing to us as a nation and for the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Then we can see that when we do this and appreciate that data is an essential asset for us, we will see the dividend in the opportunities that it can create for us in export. We will see that it can also give us competitiveness in our global trade. And furthermore, when we develop our evidence-based policies, we can also use this to leverage and protect our national industries. We can also use it to enhance the overall trade environment within our country. And furthermore, when we see it as a strategic asset, you can use data on research. We can use data on our patents. We can use data to create and stimulate an environment that promotes growth. And this is knowledge-intensive industries that I'm talking about. Growth in knowledge-intensive industries. When we are able to fully digitize our customs process, it will accrue efficiency. We can see faster clearance and more transparent duties being charged and all of that. And this is one of the benefits that we can derive if we see data as a strategic asset. Next one. When we also have the right kind of data, we can actually have a tailor-made trade and industrial strategies. These are very essential. These are essential because it helps you to develop products that are demand-driven, and it allows us to meet specific market demands. And using this, we can then develop export-oriented sectors within our economy. These are some of the advantages that we can derive when we do this. Yes. And finally, data can also be an alternative source of revenue because you can create data and you can sell it. We can actually sell data to third parties. If we create businesses that are data-based, and services that are data-based, we can actually sell this to third parties and make additional revenue. When I looked at where we are now, and where I would desire, well, I think my deputy minister would also want Ghana to be in relation to how we use data in policy making for trade and industry. I observed some challenges. And some of the challenges I saw are here listed. I have tried to also identify what I think will be the root cause of those challenges and preferred some recommendations for same. For instance, if we don't have enough data, the root cause will be that we don't have enough data to make the right insights or to elicit the right insights. The root cause will be probably we lack the data. If we lack the data, what is my recommendation? Then we should run a data audit. Do we have the data to elicit the insights that we desire for trade and industry? If we don't have it, then we have to put in place a proper data collection system. The other challenge I also observed is, do we generate poor insight from our data because our data that we have is porous or because it's erroneous? If you have that kind of problem, I'm suggesting that it might just be that the source of the data is also of poor quality. We definitely cannot harvest mangoes from orange tree. So if the source of the data is bad or is poor, then the quality of the data you will be getting from there would also be equally poor. So in that instance, I'm suggesting that we should institutionalize data quality management as well as having a validation process that will run through the entire data value chain. If the problem is because we don't have the sufficient talents and we don't have the adequate policies or management practices in place, then we might want to look at what infrastructure we have in place and what policies we have and the security and how we have resourced our data collection system. And those are some of my suggestions for addressing that problem. And one of the key things is you need to employ the right talents to manage your data for you. And if we have data, and they're from different platforms, and they're from different domains, but we cannot merge them, and they don't share information, which is one of the things we have in developing countries, duplication. Different agencies are collecting the same data, they don't share information. When we have this kind of problem, you will see that we need to have a merger. We need to merge. We need to have a common platform where our data is collected, like a national statistical system. I think Ghana Statistical Services is proposing something like that. That is what we should be looking at, because that is exactly what Singapore did in 2014. Yeah. That is exactly what Singapore did in 2014 when they introduced the Smart Nation Initiative. And what was their Smart Nation Initiative? They wanted to leverage on the national database that they have They wanted to use technology and data-driven solutions to enhance the quality of life of their citizens. And they looked at some key sectors in Singapore. They looked at urban planning, they looked at public safety, they looked at healthcare as well as transportation. And today, they have a national hub for data that is open, and they have it on their site. That is not showing here. It says completely free forever. So whether you're using the data for commercial or for personal use, the data, you can have it completely free. And all their platforms share information. The next one I want to share is the story of China. China, I don't know of any other country that deploys data on its citizens and use artificial intelligence as much as the nation of China does. And they have actually also vowed that the present ruling Communist Party, they have vowed to intensify efforts to unleash the potential of artificial intelligence using the data that they collect on their nation, on their citizens. And we can see that some 40 years ago, China was a closed country. It did not really have international diplomatic relationships with many countries. But today, it is one of our success stories that the world celebrates as a world superpower. So in conclusion, I hope I have not been a boring teacher. So in conclusion, I hope in my presentation that I've been able to show you the importance of making data-driven policies in trade and industry, and how we can leverage our data that we can collect to gain insights, to also assess our risk, to be able to improve our performance. In doing this, I believe that we would have enhanced our operational efficiency. So, in short and in summary, we know that data enables organizations to raise their level of efficiency, which is the same for the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Data can also help us to strategize, and we can also use our data to identify insights into the increasing world demands for goods and services. And then finally, we should foster collaboration between government and private agencies so that we have a common data platform where information is readily exchanged across partners. Yes, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Stephen Amwa. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you, Nana. And thank you, everyone who has made time to be here this morning to be part of this seminar. I also want to acknowledge my colleague in the office. She also helped in getting some of the materials that I have used in preparing my talk. I'm an academic person, so we always have to declare our source of information so that we're not accused of plagiarizing. So these are some of the sites that I have visited to prepare my talk. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Round of applause again for our keynote speaker, Professor Atunuke Olusola Adebanji. Data has become indeed the lifeblood of modern society, and rightly so. The enablements we've seen, the evidence-based decision-making, and also data for research and development, etc. And here in this country, we've seen the impact of data in trade facilitation and customs efficiency with the deployment of the integrated customs management system. That's the icons at the ports, and we see the evidence of it as well, and how that has impacted on our trade and development, and also the custom duties in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder, this is the second edition of the Financial Economics Seminar, Ghana. We're live from the UPSA Auditorium, also live on the JoyNews channel. We're live across all social media platforms, JoyNews TV. Our first speaker is the Managing Director of the GCB Bank PLC. He has nearly 30 years of experience in leading strategic teams within international and domestic financial institutions. His executive management roles spans over 16 years, including his previous position as Director and Global Head of Afrexim Bank. With expertise in various banking sectors, he has successfully managed transactions exceeding $10 billion across Africa. Our speaker today holds an executive MBA and bachelor's degree in agriculture from the University of Ghana, Legon. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Kofi Adomako, Managing Director, GCB Bank PLC. Let's put our hands together for him.
The representative of His Royal Majesty in Taki Eko Sekimikamachi, permit me stand on existing protocol. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you today with a deep sense of gratitude and excitement as we gather here at the Financial Economic Seminar. This esteemed gathering serves as a platform for insightful discussion and the exchange of ideas on a subject that holds immense significance for shaping thought leadership as we navigate our country through the current economic challenges. The chosen theme is directly aligned with the well-being of our economy, employment creation, and the overall sustained development of our nation. Mr. Chairman, when I was asked to make this speech, I did a very brief research, but as I was progressing with the research, I realized that this topic has been debated very robustly and aggressively by all stakeholders, even before I was born. This topic is on the agenda of all emerging and developing countries' government. It's discussed at various cabinets. It's even on the agenda of our AU socio-economic impacts, economic impacts on trade and industry. Africa has been grappling with that challenge. So I looked at it and I said, I will still do justice to the topic, but I will give it a banker's view. I will look at things from the perspective of a banker. So what I intend to present today has been organized as follows. I'll review and comment on the role of effective policy in promoting industrialization and trade in African countries, especially using Ghana as an example. I will also spend some time discussing Ghana's 3 major industrialization episodes. I have looked at Ghana's socio-economic policies and how they have affected trade and industry, and I have put them in 3 buckets. And I'll go through that. We'll also review the challenges of import reliance and mixed results in export expansion programs. Better. In export expansion programs, we shall also assess the impact of import substitution policies versus export development. Finally, I plan to share a few emerging ideas on how private sector-led businesses can sustain the growth agenda through trade and industrialization. So, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, effective socioeconomic policies play a pivotal role in promoting industrialization and providing a conducive environment for businesses to thrive. This includes measures such as promoting innovation research and development, providing infrastructure, utilities, facilitating access to finance, and fostering a skilled workforce. By implementing targeted industrial policies, governments can encourage the growth of strategic industries, attract investments in manufacturing and production sectors, and promote value addition to raw materials. Additionally, supporting the development of the private sector and entrepreneurship can further enhance industrial growth, as these enterprises often serve as the backbone of developing economies, creating employment opportunities and driving innovation. Mr. Chairman, the real development challenge today for Africa, for developing countries today, in this new millennium, is a transition that African countries must make in their socio-economic structure and human capital to achieve sustainable development. For example, 2 African countries, Ghana being one of them, dominate in the production of cocoa beans since the early 1940s. They jointly control 10%. However, they produce 65 to 70% of cocoa beans, but they jointly control only 10% of a 120 billion cocoa industry. Okay? This example runs through Africa in the extraction and exports of primary raw materials, such as cocoa, gold, and you can go on and on and on. We produce commodities in large quantities. We export them in raw, at best, primary processing, but mostly in raw form, and we import back again in finished. We don't determine prices because we don't have the capacity to do so because of the way the trade is carried out. And we import back this. And then we ourselves complain about non-availability of jobs. The real issue is that those jobs are all being exported. And until we take the right type of policies and implement those policies, and the first speaker spoke, one of the challenges in implementing those policies is that we never have the right data. And so a lot of decisions that are made are not founded on facts. But therein lies our jobs. And therefore, that is the challenge Africa is grappling with. It is therefore imperative that we take the necessary steps to elevate the role of trade and industrialization, anchored with sound financial systems to drive the growth agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, since independence, Ghana has undergone 3 major industrialization episodes, namely the inward overprotected import substitution strategy, which I put in the 1960 to the 1983 bucket, the outward liberalized strategy during the period of 1984 to 2000, and since 2001, the private sector-led accelerated industrial development strategy. The inward overprotected import strategy from 1960 to 1983 relied on import substitution, industrialization, through high levels of effective protection. It involved a reliance on large-scale public sector investment as the leading edge of industrial development, the application of import restrictions and tariffs to protect and support the import substitution strategy, and extensive use of administrative controls to determine incentives and allocate resources for industrialization. The outward liberalized industrialization strategy from 1984 to 2000, however, focused on industrial restructuring under the Structural Adjustment Program, and you recall the Economic Recovery Program. The goal was to create an internationally competitive industrial sector based on highly efficient import substitution and increased export approach. This strategy involved the removal of price and distribution controls, abolishing import licensing, privatization of state-owned enterprises, and the implementation of industrial policies to assist distressed but potentially viable state-owned enterprises. Since 2001, Ghana has pursued a private sector-led accelerated industrial development strategy. The industrial architecture is based on value-added processing of Ghana's natural resource endowments through the private sector. Mr. Chairman, Ghana has implemented import substitution policies to reduce reliance on imported goods and promote domestic industries. Successive governments have taken measures to support the growth of domestic industries and reduce imports in sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, and services. However, it is surprising to note that Ghana continues to be heavily import reliant. We spoke about importation of, I think it was used clothing, Ghana being the number one. This matter came up before, and in discussions, I was made to understand Ghana is used as a conduit, and so a lot of these second-hand clothing come, and then they feed into other neighboring countries. So Ghanaians are not wearing the world's largest clothing. But the facts of the matter and the statistics represent so it is a matter that must be dealt with. However, it is surprising to know that Ghana continues to be heavily import reliant. In 2021, Ghana was the world's largest, as was said, importer of used clothing, valued at $214 million, while local textile companies such as ATL, Akosombo Textile, GTP, I think that stood for Ghana Textile Printing Company, continue to struggle to remain profitable. Drapon Textiles and GTMC, established in the 1960s with over 3,000 employees, are virtually non-operative today. The total value of rice importation in 2021 alone was a staggering $500 million. Despite the large arable land for rice cultivation in Ghana. Furthermore, Ghana was the second largest importer of tomatoes and tomato paste in 2022, with an estimated 700 million, only after our biggest brother, Nigeria. Ghana has also placed significant emphasis on export expansion policies to increase its share in international trade and boost economic growth. However, the total value of exports, which was in a slide I saw, the total value of exports, largely dominated by commodities, has declined over the last 5 years from 16.2 billion to about 14 billion in 2021. I quote from the OEC, Observatory of Economic Complexity document. This can also be attributed to some of the challenges that we were encountered with or we faced during the COVID era. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is evidently clear that trade liberalization, market deregulation, and the adoption of export-oriented development and import substitution models primarily based on commodities have not delivered the expected results. This calls for a delicate balance between the two policy regimes underpinned by value addition models. Therefore, the policy direction should aim for continuity, coherence, and mutually beneficial partnerships. Mutually beneficial partnerships with the private sector to drive the industrialization agenda. Mr. Chairman, I advocate for a comprehensive and unified national industrial development agenda where political choices revolve around competing approaches to executing the agenda. Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when examining the policy perspectives, three critical questions arise concerning the core developmental objectives that will propel our economy's transformation through trade and industrialization. And the three questions that I pose to all of us are how to empower the private sector, especially the small and medium-sized enterprises, to expand productive employment and technological capacity within a very highly competitive and manufacturing sector. My second question is how to promote agro-based industrial development to ensure value addition. And the third is how do we leverage industrialization for sustainable poverty reduction and reduce income inequalities across Ghana. Answering these questions will enable us shape policies, those socio-economic policies that will enhance and promote industrialization. Mr. Chairman, permit me to share a few ideas in responding to these critical questions. For the first question, addressing the issue of how to empower the private sector to expand productive employment and technological capacity within a highly competitive and challenging manufacturing sector, there are a few issues I would like to bring to your attention. One is access to finance. The banking sector in Ghana has witnessed significant credit growth in recent years. According to Bank of Ghana, total outstanding loans reached approximately 70 billion cedis in 2022, representing a growth of 23% compared to the previous year of 2021. This expansion in lending has been driven by enhanced focus on various sectors, including manufacturing, agribusiness. However, more needs to be done urgently to provide reasonably priced and patient capital to support industry. Mr. Chairman, the creation of the Development Bank of Ghana to provide affordable long-term funding to businesses is a great step in the right direction. However, the current business model of providing funding for on-lending by commercial banks alone should evolve into an ECA or export credit agency type model to finance the exports of merchandise and other value-added goods out of Ghana. In achieving this, our development banks must mitigate some of the risks commercial banks bear in financing manufacturing and industrial merchandise, particularly to promote intra-Africa trade. Strengthening market access is another area we need to pay attention to. Facilitating market access for private sector by establishing robust trade facilitation mechanisms, reducing non-tariff trade barriers, and promoting international cooperation will enable the private sector to expand their customer base. Domestically and internationally, this will lead to increased employment and technological capacity. The African Continental Free Trade Area provides a perfect opportunity and catalyst for expanding and accelerating market access. The use of the Pan-African Payment Settlement System, PAPS, today enables companies trading among African countries in their respective domestic currencies. Capacity building is another area. A comprehensive capacity building support framework, including mentorship programs, training initiatives, and networking opportunities, must be established to position the private sector to compete internationally. Partnerships with organizations such as the USA, GIZ, UNDP, and NGOs can help decentralize access and equip SMEs with the necessary skills and knowledge to navigate the challenges of a competitive manufacturing sector and optimize their technological capacity. For instance, the role of Council of Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, needs to be upscaled and aligned with industry objectives. Access to information and technology. Improving access to market information and technological advancements for SMEs through platforms for knowledge sharing, market intelligence, and technology transfer will foster competitiveness and productivity. For instance, Afrasian Bank developed a digital platform that allows for due diligence checks of individuals and businesses across Africa. This enhances trade among African countries at low costs, and the platform is referred to as MANSA. The second question is on how to promote agro-based industrial development to ensure value addition. In addressing this, Mr. Chairman, we may consider investment in infrastructure, developing modern infrastructure as used for industrial parks, irrigation system, storage facilities, transportation networks, and processing plants will support commercial agribusiness activities. This will facilitate production, processing, and distribution of agricultural products, enabling value addition and market competitiveness for both exports and local consumption. Standardization is a very also key in terms of benchmarking for the export sector. And finally, Mr. Chairman, how we leverage industrialization for sustainable poverty reduction to reduce income inequalities across Ghana. Inclusive industrialization is one area that we should spend some time on. By prioritizing inclusivity in industrialization activities, by implementing policies that promote equitable access to employment, training, and entrepreneurial opportunities will benefit all segments of society, particularly marginalized groups and regions. Initiatives like the 1D1F seek to redistribute industrialization across the country, but must be given a more and very focused national approach in terms of where resources are, capacity to assess those resources, and make sure that they work within a very feasible framework. The enhancing skills and development and education, investing in education and skills development programs that will align with the needs of the industrial sector, especially in science and technology, engineering and mathematics, the STEM fields, will enhance productivity, foster innovation, and increase employment and reduce income inequalities. Also, sustainability of inclusive value chains is a very important aspect that we should pay attention to. Mr. Chairman, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, the impact of socioeconomic policies on trade and industry in developing countries cannot be underestimated. It is crucial for governments, private sector entities, and stakeholders to collaborate effectively in shaping a conducive environment for industrial growth and economic development. By implementing targeted industrial policies, supporting SMEs and entrepreneurship, promoting value addition, and prioritizing inclusive and sustainable industrialization, developing economies like Ghana can overcome the challenges they face and achieve sustained growth and poverty reduction. Let us seize the opportunities presented us by trade, industrialization, and strategic partnerships to unlock the full potential of our nation and create a prosperous future for us all. Thank you once again to Honorable Dr. Stephen Amoah and his team for organizing this important seminar and for the invitation to share my thoughts on this vital topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kofi Adumako. Please, round of applause for him once again. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is the second edition of the Financial Economic Seminar Ghana 2023. And we're live on the JoyNews channel on TV and across all social media platforms. Our next speaker is one who defends his ideals with passion. He's a member of parliament for the Nshiaesu constituency and the Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry. He's a renowned finance and investment expert, holding a PhD in actuarial science with a focus on finance and investment. He is also a holder of MSc in Strategic Financial Management from the University of Derby. Dr. Amoah's extensive work experience includes serving as CEO of Maslock and CFO of Ken City Group. He is the CEO of Syntech Portfolio Services Limited and a member of the various committees and boards in this country, including the board of directors of GCB Bank PLC. Our next speaker has participated in international programs, sharing his insights on investment and opportunities and challenges on the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Dr. Stephen Amoah is Member of Parliament for Nshiaesu Constituency, Deputy Trade and Industry Minister. Please, as our next speaker, let's put our hands together for him.
Chairman of the occasion, Nana Taki, forgive me, I can't mention all the names, forgive me. All protocols observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Because of time factor, I think I have to go straight so that I can communicate the salient extract that I deem very important to the cause of what we are actually advocating. When we were trying to choose this topic, it actually appeared or sounded a little bit broad. But we all like, okay, let's find the data aspect, and then from the banking sector, and from the practitioners, that's the greater Chamber of Commerce and Co., and then the academia. So I am particularly very happy about the fact that we've been able to educate the public from all these critical dimensions of our economy. I wouldn't waste much time because definitions of economy, most people know, and it's easy to find different definitions. But one of them that I will try to actually
situate in this context is definition made by Lipsy and Crystal, 2015. And that is the amount of activity in the economy as a whole and the responsibility of government to influence that activity. There are others that talks about the fact that it is a science of making decision. And of course, we know decision-making processes, the key issues are goals or objectives and alternatives. And that is where most leaders and decision makers and authorities, most managers and even directors, in my opinion, do not get it right. Because once you get it wrong, you get bad results. So I'll move straight. And of course, financial economics is very important, which is my field. And of course, it is an aspect of economics that deals with the policy, use, and distribution of resources in markets, usually concentrating on the market itself, trade, portfolios, and industries. And we all understand what policies are. Principle of action, a cause, controls, adopted and validated by governments in governing states. And trade and industry also actually concerned with the entire value chain or system of manufacturing business activities from inbound to outbound with its potential risk management. I would like to put this piece across. I'm not going to do a lot of numbers today, as I normally do. The industrial or market economy of most developing economies, including Ghana, is predominantly the defensive type. Ladies and gentlemen, when I say defensive type, their systematic risk index is less than 1. And what it means is that when the economy of our country moves, say 10% or 10 steps, the market generally in our country does not move along with it, maybe 1% or doesn't move at all. And it's one of the major reasons most of the times when policymakers tout themselves with the fact that, the economic indicators are good. Ghanaians normally say we don't feel in our pocket. And this is the meaning, the technical meaning or reason underpinning all these feelings you have. And it also underpins the fact that SMEs occupies about 90% of our market establishment and employs about 80% as against even the global average of 67%. And we all know the factors that do impact industries and trades. Some of them are our ecosystem, how relevant stakeholders interact, and also the energy sector. We all know energy is very critical when it comes to the performance of our industries, our factories and even the trading activities. Infrastructure is very key. What is happening between the rural areas where they grow raw materials or natural resources, and then the urban areas that we have most of the factories to process these things, manufacture them, and also trade them. What happens if the roads are bad, if the infrastructure is not there, if the lighting system or the energy, whatever, is not good, if water provision is inadequate, what happens? And then we also talk about credit availability in our country, which also impacts that, and its cost, and government policies, and exchange rate, transportation, they are all factors. But my concentration will be on 2 key areas because of time factor. One is the management in terms of government policies of our monetary and then fiscal policies. I normally talk about them and I'll keep on emphasizing them till I see the needed change. Of course, when we talk about monetary policy, we deal with money circulation, which I'm not going there, and then interest rate, basically the policy rate. There has been a debate. Thanks be to God, I was in UK last week or so, and the same dispute or debate or argument or controversy had been given rise to by the relevant stakeholders there, whilst others were supporting my case, that we keep on increasing policy rate, and for that matter, interest rate, with the aim of reducing inflation. It's been happening in Ghana for a long time. And I have this one argument, that it's sometimes unduly affecting trade and industry. Why? If the inflationary rate is being caused as is rising, as a result of cost push, you should be careful the way you adjust interest rate or policy rate up. Assuming our cost of doing business is going up, and we know that one of the major cost variables is interest rate in Ghana, because hardly you see a lot of people entering into equity businesses. Normally, it's that finance you borrow from the banks. And then you increase interest rate again. What happens? And we call something strategic drift. And I think that's the description I normally give. That you have a strategy, but the strategy is rather worsening your how do I put it? Your goal, or no, your challenge, or your difficulty, your setback. It's not rather solving the problem, but it's worsening it because the strategy does not really fit the actual program that you're actually trying to work on. And it's happening in Ghana. When policy rate was around 12.5, interest rate was 15.7. We started increasing interest rate. I mean, we call it inflationary rate target monetary policy. And it went as far as policy rate went to almost 30%. And inflation went to about over 40%. So it wasn't addressing it. So when we are trying to deal with some of these issues, that governments and other policymakers and decision-making bodies such as Central Bank of Ghana, although to me they are doing so much well, they should sometimes they shouldn't depend so much on the global application of some of these models, but we should do specifics, because it's very important that tailor-made application of policies rather bring the expected resource of a society or specific community, and it's very, very important. Another area I would like to also concentrate on is also the fact that you just realize that there's something also being done within the same financial institutions. I don't know whether Bank of Ghana has to control it or is their fault, the banking industry. My boss is here. It's also the issue of, in this country, governments competing with private sector on our market at a higher interest rate. To be honest, I've never seen any country that does that, at least not with the developed economies. It defeats the simple principles of the higher the cost, the higher the risk, the higher expected returns. All over the world where the economy is properly developed and managed, risk-free assets or securities give you less returns. They give you less returns. But if you look at our country today, and for the past 30 years, even up to now, not only under one regime, you realize that most of the times, interest rates or the returns investors get from even private securities such as the banks and others are rather less than the risk-free. Just look at this. I said this last year, but because it's not getting the needed attention, I just brought it in this time. The blue thing is the returns. That if I have money and I invest in government securities, that's the blue line. The rest are the banks to save time. And if you look at all the formulas in the world, all the formulas in the world, or the models we use to calculate even returns from some of these securities, they don't fit Ghana here. They are not applicable. So there is a fundamental challenge when it comes to some of the policies that we as a country we are going through. And trust me, practically, if anybody or any bank has money to invest, and the government source, which is classified as risk-free, is giving you more returns, will the bank give the money to my company? No. The bank will invest in government securities. And because of that, a lot of the companies in our countries cannot grow organically because there's inadequate of funds. And even the Russian funds that they will get from the banks will always have double-digit interest rate. And that's why our economy, I describe it as double-digit interest rate economy. It is very serious. And just listen to the consequences. One, what it means is that the companies cannot expand enough to employ the labor force. Two, the companies cannot produce enough to meet demand. So we'll be forced to import. And once we import, we will demand more dollars. and our currency will be weak. So it is a serious technical or fundamental anomaly that I wonder why I've made this statement in Parliament. I got support from minority, majority. I've been saying this on radio. I am sure major stakeholders have heard this. But I find it very difficult that we have a society or a country that we can identify our challenges and problems for years. But whether we coming together as stakeholder bodies or groups or individuals to solve it, I don't know. Sometimes I find it very difficult. So these are the key emphasis that I think authorities and those whose jurisdiction handle some of these things should listen and find a way to dealing with it, because it can never ever work anywhere in the world that governments can compete with private sector, not only one government, all government, and gives higher returns. You are destroying private sector. And of course, private sector, contemporary development or socio-economic framework, it's the engine of growth. So it's something that we need to take it extremely serious. It is very, very important. Other areas, it's also the fiscal policies. We talk about the fact that government needs to always cut down expenditure. It is true. But let's also accept the fact that this country's economy, or our country, runs what I also describe as negative effective tax rate economy. What I mean is that monies outlaid to households, monies from all government to households, are always less than monies government gets from Ghana internally, domestically, without loans. So what is happening? And this is what government used to finance. And so far as we don't pay realistic taxes, so far as we don't work on the leakages in our tax systems, so far as we don't include other stakeholders in paying taxes in Ghana, we will continue to borrow. That's a fact. Let's be very practical. And that's why sometimes I find it too difficult understanding professors and doctors who are claiming they are not politicians, not telling us the truth. About 2 million out of about 31 million Ghanaians pay direct tax. Talking about leakages, you weep. So if you have a country that the only or the main financing sources are either you generate revenue internally or you borrow, and internally you are not getting what you are supposed to get, what happens? You borrow. And if you have issues such as COVID and the Russian war, where you had impaired productivity, where you were asked to stay home, but you'll be paid and fed, what happens? And you have revenue shortfall of about 12 billion. You'll be forced to borrow because you won't let your case die. So these are some of the policies that the government and other authorities and the Ghanaian community and stakeholders should look at with all sincerity, or in all sincerity. And I think one of the things authority must do is to look at which of the expenditure items can we even take away from our expenditure budget or whatever, or reduce. You just don't decide, I want to reduce by 10, 4, 5%. You need to do proper correlation analysis, regression analysis, to find out which of the items do not impact your GDP. So when you cut them, it will not impact them, and you can sustain, appreciable level of poverty. It's done. I wonder, you cannot run economy qualitatively, profoundly, and you get results. It's about numbers. So it is time we introduce new paradigm shift in dealing with quantitative policies more than qualitative. So we know our numbers. And also I'm very particular and happy about the data issue. Without correct data with integrity, there is nowhere, anywhere in the world, any country can succeed. Because they say garbage in, garbage out. If you say that everybody here is 3 feet, you make decisions for 3 feet people, which is not true. So it is extremely important that talking about even cutting down expenditures, we should know areas we can cut and still grow optimally, and still also make sure we deal with poverty levels. And then the Ghanaian community should also help governments, whether NDC or MPP, help the government when it comes to decisions on tax payment. Because it's like asking your father to fly you to the moon, and your father is not a pilot. We will keep on complaining and recycling our problems. So it is extremely important that we look at these things. Also, it is also important that we are able to design the needed equilibrium or harmonize the relationship between our fiscal policies and monetary policies. Increment and stroke or introduction of new taxes, expanding government programs and projects, adjusting the policy rate upward, increasing lending rate. All these things, in my opinion, in the short term or medium term, will have impact negatively on industries. I'm also not saying it's not good to do them. So we should be able to manage the two sets that when you are increasing each of them, we see how others will not be increasing at the same time to bring an untoward burden on the industry players. It is very, very important. Because of my time, I have to run away. I have to jump. I have these relevant issues. Ghana runs negative. I've said that tax leakages, involvement of key stakeholders in perpetuating tax leakages. I think this is a very serious issue. The GRA, the customs, the politicians, the media, the general public. We have a country that, in the name of goods in transit, they'll put it in Burkina Faso cars, Ivory Coast cars, and they are not paying the needed tax. They get to somewhere between Ashanti and Northern, they offload into another and go and sell. And the same people will come and blame Mahama and Anato. The same people. And we have a cartel doing that. It is time some of these things are addressed in a way that nobody will be favored. It's very important. I think we need strategic and tactical management of our fiscal space. It's extremely important that we review this exercise. And by doing that, we should have even a body that will include the technocrats, especially the bankers, the academians, the government, to always sit down and plan, even before another year begins, with all the projections, so that that particular government will have input, proper input, in planning how we adjust some of these important independent variables. And I also think, I've talked about monetary policy, data has been dealt with, and then over-reliance on a few but expensive energy options. Go to the Caribbeans today. I met them fantastically, the way they are using solar to even do almost everything about water that runs in their country. And it's not very expensive according to them. And a skill component of our labor force, meritocracy. One of the things that is destroying our economy, our society, is lack of meritocracy. We find it difficult talking about it. In strategic manner, they say configuration of key resources and core competencies. My illiterate, over 90-year-old mother can do something I can't do. If you put me in her position, I'll fail. And Ghana here, it is so predominant, so profound, so profound. Respectfully, what Nana can do, I can't do. It's not possible. The cameraman there, in spite of the fact that I have PhD, it doesn't mean I can do his work. So it is time we honestly moved away from this lack of meritocracy management of our society. That people are allowed to do what they can't do. Defenders striking, defending, midfielders on the bench. I'm not talking about one particular regime. That is how the society and most African countries are. And we need to move away from these things. And then, government do not create the needed value chains. I said that and I've explained that. Because of my time factor, I've jumped a lot anyway. My proposition or recommendation, especially at times that have low correlation GDP, I've said that we need to make sure we do proper mathematics and cut them and know our figures. That if it is 30%, we are cutting A, B, C, D. They don't impact our economy. We know them by this number and we are monitoring. Because tax management is calibrated in nature. Depending on what is prevailing, it has to go up or down. But we have a country, when NDC is passing, NPP say, hey. NPP is passing, NDC say, hey. They influence the public and you say, hey. Then we also want everything free. We cannot run a country such as this. In United Kingdom, base rate, which of course affects interest rate, post-COVID has been increased as of now, as of last week, 1,800%, from 0.25 to 4.75. I even heard they've increased it to now 5%. 46-year all-time high price of goods and services. Almost all essential services in the country are on strike. I am not comparing Ghana to them, but I'm saying that they that are even better than us, we depend on economically. We import almost everything from them. It is extremely important that as a country, we need to revolutionize our minds and begin to appreciate the right thing. Other than that, we will suffer and suffer and suffer and we'll listen to politicians all the time because somebody wants to come to power. I always say that African countries are countries that have seen that people will do everything on earth to become leaders, but they won't do everything on earth to know how to lead. They will pay to social media, pictures, the fans, media will put them front pages, but they can't do the work. But elsewhere, along that chain or critical activity path, they will learn how to lead. They will find out. You think we really know the size of land we can grow maize, onion, ginger, pineapple, apple? Do we know? Have we done all the soil tests? We know we have the data against what we demand. We understand the value chains. No wonder we had Commander Sugar Factory for 2 different regimes for so many years. The problem is sugarcane. Have you heard this thing before? How could we set up a factory? And the problem is the raw material we need. So without availability of land and knowing where you get it to feed the capacity of machine, why do you even think of setting it up? These are serious issues. Sometimes difficult to talk about. But I think we can no longer stay aloof, sit aloof. We should be ready to face the criticisms and the confrontations and speak the truth. And work on our mindset, especially the young ones, and build the society that we need. A country that we have forest, semi-forest, savanna, semi-savanna, coastal belt. We have almost every kind of fruit, every kind of minerals. We have almost everything. Yet, somebody finishes school after 5 years, no job. Why? Simply creating the connection between raw materials and production. Meanwhile, in terms of labor force, in terms of skill component of the labor force, good doctors, good engineers, good this, we have all of them. So what is it? A mindset. And I think leadership should work on something. We need to begin to think and say that it's not about somebody's interest, it's about this country. Without that, even no matter the policy any government will implement, it will not work out. And then our entrepreneurs, I'll end with this. You can give them all the monies in the world. I'm sure my boss will say it. They will come and say, we need more. The company is collapsed. Because our entrepreneurs need capacity. They need orientation. Most billionaires in Ghana is as a result of contracts and big connections. Not bad anyway, I don't have evidence. But building businesses from scratch and understanding value chains, no. So I think we need to have policies that will handle our entrepreneurs to become globally competitive. It's very unfortunate I have to stop, but without paying realistic taxes, without stopping the leakages, without embarking on economy of meritocracy, without dealing properly with monetary policy management, without government stopping borrowing on our market at a higher rate than the private sector, trust me, and without you, me, everybody, changing his mindset towards national development and ensure that we can draw that equation between productive working hours and actual working hours, we should forget. We can cry the whole world. And the media to be honest enough to report the truth and be serious with things that are educative, we should forget. And the pastors preaching the right Bible message. Because when we were kids, I'm not perfect. I always say that I'm not perfect. I sin, I make mistakes. But there are things I can never do because of Sunday school. Are we having the same thing today? Building a country, it calls for collective effort from all stakeholder groups. Tradition, religion, politicians, media, security, judiciary. Once these institutions are really working properly, honestly, towards building a society for the betterment of everyone, the interest of society, and not individual and parochial interests, within 10, 15, 20 years, nobody will leave Ghana and go anywhere, and will have a very befitting, strong, stable, viable, and growing economy. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The sermon according to Dr. Stephen Amoah, and the saints shall say amen. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. A reminder, we're live on your JoyNews channel as well as across the social media platforms. And this is the second edition of the Financial Economics Seminar, Ghana 2023. A number of things that our second speaker touched on: double-digit interest rate economy with all its attendant consequences, and the approach of policy formulation with all the sincerity that is needed as well to ensure that we gain the most from it as a country. Our next speaker is a policy officer for trade and economic affairs at the Netherlands Embassy in Ghana. Thank you. Possesses expertise in trade, macroeconomic analysis, and private sector development, with a background in international trade law, commercial transactions, and international relations. She has worked in various roles, including training and business development, director of operations, project manager. Our next speaker has also been a guest lecturer, resource person, and written a number of issues on topics such as trade, economic policy, and empowerment. Experience with United Nations organizations have provided insights into development trends and humanitarian intervention. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest, Mame Ajua Awinado. Can you regate, please? Let's put our hands together. Thank you very much.
So standing on all existing protocol, Your Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me here today. When I was coming, I had so many things going on in my head. Sometimes when you do these things a few times, you begin to understand when you get a platform, you have a responsibility to make sure that you do not come to impress, but you want to impact. So I said to myself that if I leave here today and you don't hear anything, I hope that I would say something that will make you go back and want to do something better in this country as a Ghanaian and as an African. I want to start with a little story. Honorable Stephen Amoah, as he spoke, I thought about what really drives me every day. And I grew up in Zimbabwe. So because of my father's work, we got to move around a lot. And I was around the age of 6 when I started to discover who I was. So we're talking about socioeconomic policies, right? And we think it's something abstract. But when you look at socio, and the root word that comes from Latin that says socios, it talks about the fact that it means people, ally. So you cannot talk about socio without the individual. And you cannot talk about societies without looking at you and I. So I was 6 when I discovered who I was. Right? But you would think, oh, what did I discover? Well, I was living in Zimbabwe at a very crucial time where race was a very big deal. And my identity was defined for me before I found it for myself. Someone told me, you're black. Why are you so black? Is your blood green? And being asked that at the age of 6, you're wondering, you're being asked about one thing that you cannot change about yourself. So every day I went home and I didn't like how I looked. I didn't understand why I was black. Most of the black people in school, usually parents would come, they were either garden boys or house helps picking up their kids. And you would go out and you see all the nice white families with their children and think, wow, I wish my parents were also white. And so I realized that growing up with this mindset, we moved around a lot. And one day I came back to Ghana in primary school. Somebody asked me, why are you so tall? Your name sounds funny. Where is it from? My father's from the upper east of Ghana. My mother is a Fanti. So at that time, being from the north was somewhat inferior. We're a minority group. So I was ashamed of that too. Ashamed of how I looked, my race. Ashamed that my father was from a minority group because it was associated with a lot of poverty. So as I moved around, you're going to school, trying to achieve. You don't know that you are sick somewhat in the head. I carried a disease that many people didn't see because that disease was internal, it wasn't my mind. The disease that associated anything that is development and civilization to another race, to another people. I didn't learn how to speak my own language. Even today, I'm working on that because I was ashamed of how it sounded. So I wanted to sound more English. I didn't like my name. I don't have an English name. So when I mentioned my name, Dakwa, they'll ask me, don't you have a Christian name? And I said, well, that's a name I have. And it wasn't good enough. Today we talk about socioeconomic policies and we're looking at trade and economics. I did an MPhil in international trade law. So sometimes we know all the numbers, we read. And I think nobody sitting here needs to be told how tough things are in Ghana. But whenever we look at these things, we don't go back to the human being. That at the crux and at the core of everything that you look at, whether it's money, whether it's science, is people. And people shape these things. How people think, how they see the world. So today I want you to just have a look at yourself and ask, do you really think that you know who you are and how do you see yourself as a Ghanaian? You are asking for change, but what kind of change do you want? Is change for you only the idea that you have a nicer house, nicer car, that you can now look better than other people look? That you can now, show off or flaunt that, hey, I've made it? Because if we're able to answer those questions, we can design policies that really make sense. And why do I say that? Identity is so important because it's linked to trade and industry. If you look at history, so look at, let's say, the story of the Vikings. So the Vikings were known as, there's a word for this, but heathens, right? Because they were not Christian or anything. And if you look at trade that happened in Europe, a lot of ideals and beliefs were shaped by the exchange of goods and services. When you are young and you have a storybook and you open it and it talks about snow, your country is so hot, or Santa Claus, right? Or you are playing with dolls with blue eyes and blonde hair. These are all products that come onto your market. There are people who have never ever stepped in the US, but they just believe that it's heaven because of what? Eating a hamburger, drinking a milkshake. That is trade. So when we look at socioeconomic policies, we need to look at what kind of identity are we designing for ourselves as people? How do we really see ourselves as Ghanaians? The other thing I want to talk about is the fact that we have the power to shape society so that we can design economic policies that make sense. Our society must be shaped on things like family values, about oneness, about respect, about integrity, honesty. We look at China, for example. Xi Jinping was talking about the fact that they follow socialism with Chinese characteristics. What are Ghanaian characteristics? Have you ever thought about that? If you look at the Japanese theory, they have something called the Quayson model of how they even do business, all shaped in culture and identity. The Indians, for example, family is so big. I did my undergrad in India, and family unit is so big, it shapes everything that they do. You look at Ghana, even look at the number of companies that are here. Melcom, for example, is somewhat of a family business. Most of the Lebanese companies that operate here are family-owned companies. But how many family-owned companies do we have here in Ghana? So we need to begin to look at our society and how we see family, how we see trust, integrity, and honesty. Because even with that, when we are shaping or coming up with ideas to shape our society and for economic policy, we are able to design policies that really look at the other, about helping others. We look at GDP, we get excited. When people stand on the platform, talk about economic growth and the numbers, you're like, wow, our economic growth rate. It sounds very intelligent, right? But economic growth, economic development are two separate things. Growth will occur even if government is spending loans. The numbers will go up. Development looks at HDI, the quality of life. There was data recently that showed that when it comes to multi-dimensional poverty, in Ghana, close to 50% are multi-dimensionally poor. Multi-dimensional poverty looks at your health, like health insurance, education. It covers a wide range. People who have good education in your family, your income levels, right? But nobody wants to think that they are poor. Because Ghana, as long as you can eat in some nice restaurant and take a nice picture, you're not poor, you've arrived, right? Or have a car with AC, right? We've arrived. But this is what the data shows. So we need to be able to see that development and growth is not just nice buildings. Our development trajectory has always looked at having attractive investment. So the work I do with the embassy, we look at how one of the key things I have to do is to develop a strategy to bring in foreign investors. So actually about a week ago, I was in the Netherlands, and I had to work with a seed company for a few days. I was doing a course on trade and investment promotion. And I worked with a company that was started by, they call it a 6th generation seeds man. He's called Simon Groot. The company East West Seeds is worth billions of dollars. You know what struck me? On my way to meet him, I went to a place called Eckhuizen, but we went by road and we passed through a province that didn't exist 60 years ago. It was only water. The Dutch have spent years, because the Netherlands is below sea level. They spent years fighting water. And so they actually had to create a province that didn't exist. And I was like, human beings did this? Wait a second. So that's not it. We meet this man. Simple looking man. First of all, I was so embarrassed because I didn't even think that was him. When his daughter came, I thought she was a secretary. And this is a family-owned business. They've been in this business for 6 generations. That town has multiple family-owned businesses. So for that reason, even in the Netherlands, they have banks, organizations that support family-owned businesses. So you see that the policies are growing with the people. On our way, we stopped by a research institute where you would see, so Netherlands is very flat. So you see like huge farmland, right? And they are growing what they call sugar beet to develop, for sugar and everything. And we started at this research institute, and I asked the man, so how do you come up with your ideas to help farmers? He said, we don't tell the farmers what to do. The farmers, while farming, they come up with questions. They bring to us, and then we now do research. So for them as scientists, they don't think they know more than the farmer. So that means that the society policy is being shaped with the people, knowing that everybody has a role to play. When Honorable was speaking, he spoke about his mother, and I was thinking of the fact that when you are designing socioeconomic policies, the anthropologist is also important. We have something we call neuromarketing. That looks like how the mind works when it comes to marketing strategy, right? Because we have something called the subconscious. There are things you buy today not because you want, but because you went out and saw somebody wearing the same thing, and because maybe society says it's nice, and you don't even know, because I did psychology for my undergrad, they call Pavlov's theory. There are different stimuli that affect how we buy. In Ghana, prestige is a big thing. There are many things that we own now. This 4-wheel drive, people will tell you it's not economical, but everybody wants one on the road. You ask somebody why, you'll say, hey, when you have a 4-wheel drive, nobody will bully you. So you realize that even the buying of vehicles, you're talking about trade and industry, you can have all the factories. People will not purchase what is produced because their minds are tailored towards one thing. So in shaping policy, we need to re-engineer the human mind or the Ghanaian mind to ask ourselves, what are Ghanaian characteristics? What are we trying to do in the next 10 years, 20 years? Looking back, so we don't get up and design a policy. You have the anthropologist, the farmer, talk about trade. Market women, who knows trade more than them? Those who really move goods at the border, they are not there with any digital looking at the stock market and stuff. Those carrying onions and tomatoes to Burkina Faso, they don't know that. But they have something to bring to the table. I think that we need to come down to reality as a people, because there is so much more that we can do if we realize that the real asset in Ghana is not under the earth. It is not in the sky, it's you and me. And Singapore, for example, you think about it, what did Singapore develop out of? In fact, it was a dumping site for trash for a long time. But if you read Lee Kuan Yew's book, you realize that it just took determination and passion of the people. And whether you believe in God or not, there is something about the human being that has been designed to be able to thrive and shape the world. Human beings, look at how, I was saying in the Netherlands, how they've designed a whole province that didn't exist before. So what is our excuse with the weather we have? That means we know all our problems, but we just don't know how to solve them. And maybe it's because of the way we are approaching it. Because our educational system says if you go to school and you go and you do all of these things, which is really good, your life will be better. But there are many people who are going to school today and they don't have jobs. Also because your educational system doesn't have the social concept in it, saying that what is the Ghanaian trying to achieve? We are a coastal state. We have agriculture. We have a lot of our weather patterns. How are we designing an educational curriculum that matches that to make young people more, employable, to be more effective? We are not trying to build another Europe, another United States, another China. We want to have a better Ghana. And that means that it may not be skyscrapers and luxury homes, but maybe the person who could only eat once a day can now eat twice or 3 times. That's development. So I think that as we sit here today looking at what is social, we should ask ourselves these questions. At one of the things that I get to do with my job is that we have a lot of things to support young entrepreneurs. And as Honorable was talking, trust me, a lot of money is being pumped by investors, by development partners to support private sector. But why are we not seeing results? It's ridiculous. When you hear the monies that are allocated, that means that your problem, money is not what takes people to the next level. In fact, what is money? Money is pretty much value. If you really go to the history of how money came out, you'll be surprised. But the idea is that the money is never the paper. The real asset is the mind. That means that's why they always say that you don't need money to start, you need money to grow. But in our part of the world, we are so obsessed with money. So you see $1 million, you start shaking. And then you're like, hey, 1 million, oh my God. And somebody will flaunt it on social media, a bundle of money, and we are panicking. Money is only follows value. That means, and what is value, right? Being able to solve problems. I don't think talking too much would make this, what I'm saying, any more valuable. But I think I just want us to leave with important things, that we need to open up the conversation for change. We need to look at collaboration. When we say socio also means partnership, is friendship, allies. We talk about tomato industry in Ghana. I was telling someone, why should we compete with Burkina Faso? We are talking about the African Continental Free Trade Area. Africa is not seeking to compete with itself. It's seeking to collaborate, to compete with other regions. How can Ghana compete with China? It doesn't make sense. So if there are tomatoes in Burkina Faso, why are we saying we will also produce our own and compete? No. Why don't we have a factory that takes in those tomatoes to compete with brands like Salsa? Italian tomato brands that exist. Why are we all struggling? The Ghanaian market is too small. I also lived in Nigeria, so I was like, look at what Nigeria is doing with soft power today. It's something called soft power international relations through music. Nobody thought Afro beats, what they call Amapiano. I used to be in South Africa too, right? That it's going on, it's changing the world so much that people in Stockholm who speak a completely different language are singing Yoruba songs. We don't understand that actually the world is paving a way for Africa. But it is Africa that has to get ready for what the world is doing. No longer are we sitting there waiting for handouts. And I want to end with 2 quick things. We can speak all the numbers we want, but if we do not look and see that maybe we have something to offer the world. As Ghanaians, we are very society driven. We are losing it gradually. But when someone's car is spoiled, somebody will come and help. Hey, maybe your mother's car breaks down. Hey, let's go and help her. We have that. People say they come to Ghana. I was talking to one Dutch guy. He said, when I come to Ghana, Ghana feels like home. I don't know why. That means there's something about Ghana that we have to take advantage of. So I really believe that 2 key things, and I want to just leave the stage. The number 1 thing is, there's a little story about these insects in this container, and they're talking about how the insects, how high they can actually jump. But the level they were jumping to was much lower than what their inherent nature could do. Why? Because of the kind of container they were put in. Today we need to break the container we have placed over ourselves. All these so-called, because some other country is doing it and we are so tight, it has to be this way. Maybe the change we need to see is bottom up with the young people, not telling the young people this is what you need. Ask them, what do you think? You also have something to offer to the farmer, to the ordinary man and woman. Let's break that glass that limits us to see how far we can jump. And second thing I'll end with is a little story of a hike I had last Friday. We're hiking with my colleagues up this mountain in the eastern region. I don't know what the mountain is called. And the hike got tough. Like, see, I'm a Ghanaian, hike, like, you know, I'm like, this is not for me. But we had to do it. And as we began to climb, there were people behind me who were crying, saying, let us go back. There were people in front who had left us behind. Then, as we were going, a colleague of mine, he's Dutch, he went behind us and said, don't listen to those who are saying go back. Climbing a mountain is strategy. It's baby steps. First thing is that our change and the development we want to see will take baby steps. We cannot rush development or growth. We will grow at our own pace as a continent. So as you are in school, to the young people, whoever you are, understand that every single day, as long as you are better than you were yesterday, you've developed or you move forward. Our industries, looking at baby steps. Maybe before you're only producing fabric. Now maybe we can start making t-shirts. We can collaborate. That's why we have the African Continental Free Trade Area. The idea of being African is I am because you are. We need to have more cross collaborate. We don't have to do what Uganda is doing. What they call a comparative advantage. Some regions have what we don't have. How do we look at that to work together? The second thing I want to say is that there were people who left us behind. You may say, oh, the West has gone ahead. But now my colleague behind me said, you know, the last shall be the first. And the interesting story is, as I was going, I got tired of climbing this mountain because I was in pain. And many of us may be in pain today, and we are thinking, there's no hope in this country. We've told the story so many times, what a waste. But I said, I've come too far to go back. If we go back, what will happen to those who are coming after us? There's a story you have to tell your children and children's children, that you didn't give up on this country, that you were willing to pay the price through the discomfort. As you got closer to the top of the mountain, the pain got intense. And people were angry and they wanted to give up. And the guy said, the closer you are to the top, the more painful it gets. So pushing to the top, I had to tell myself, no matter what, I can't go back. But as I was going, I had a friend. And every time he would say, let me hold your hand and help you a bit. That's what sometimes investment does. Investment is not the way Ghana will develop. It's only one of the options. So we should stop always sitting there waiting and begging. Come and help us. As you are helping yourself, help will come. So even on the way to the mountain, we are climbing a mountain to change. I'm telling you, whether we like it or not, Africa is not going to remain the same. The world is shifting so much, whether we see it. And the real hope is even with the young people. Don't give up on this country. Don't let anyone tell you, don't speak bad about your country. Ghana is all we have. And they say until you find something worth dying for, you haven't lived. Dying doesn't mean going to the grave. It means that every single day you wake up, you say, I choose integrity. I choose hard work. I work in a space where people don't expect that Africans will, or as a Ghanaian, you may do something. So I tell myself, I will go the extra mile. So that if another Ghanaian woman comes, they get that respect because you left a mark. Don't be the reason why the door is closed to the next generation. So as I get off the stage, when you go home and you lie there and you look at your bank account and you think that, what has this country done for me? You have to understand that Ghana is not a place, it's a people. And the people and what this nation is lies in who we are and how we think. And our industries and trade will be shaped by what we want to be and where we see ourselves going. Ghanaians are resilient. Ghanaians are strong. Ghanaians are smart. No longer will we look at our weakness. Let's look at our strength. And together, we can go further. We don't have to go too fast. Baby steps, and we'll get to where we need to get to. Thank you.
Wonderful. Please, put your hands together, do it better. Mame Adwa Awenado Kanyerege. Thank you. Thank you very much. And this is a message especially for the young people. I mean, we, the young people in here. When you say this thing, it makes me feel so old. But thank you. Extremely important. Connecting, in fact, the nexus between this topic, this trade industry, and then also the young people aspiring to uphold the Ghanaian dream, for that matter, and pursue our aspirations, and eloquently done by you. Thank you very much, Mami Adwa Awenado Kanyerege. Our next speaker, before we go for the panel discussion, is a management and political risk professional specializing in sub-Saharan Africa. As Deputy CEO of GIPC, he contributes to strategic direction, finance, and business development with experience in governance and also issues of affairs and consultancy, advisory roles, and research analysis. He holds postgraduate qualifications from the University of Oxford and the King's College, University of London, along with a bachelor's degree from the University of Kent. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is the Deputy CEO of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. So Yao Amating every year, please. Let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, Your Royal Highness. After that inspiring message, I think I should perhaps leave the auditorium because everything has been said. To the organizers of this very important seminar, the second edition, thank you very much for inviting GIPC to contribute our perspective. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure for GIPC to be a part of this important seminar, which allows all of us to speak about the opportunities in Ghana and how we as a country continue to broaden our appeal as a premier investment destination in the continent through innovative policies and reforms. This seminar is essential, especially against the current global context that has amplified protectionism and created a number of distortions to supply chains, which has had ramifications for economies like Ghana. We in Ghana, and for that matter GIPC, are also addressing some of our macroeconomic headwinds, but we see growth as the silver lining for us here in Ghana and indeed the continent. The world is rebounding, albeit sluggishly, and we are no different. Still, the cost of living crisis, the inflationary pressures on food, fuel, and finance are stark reminders that policymakers must hasten, I beg your pardon. The world is rebounding, albeit sluggishly, and we are no different. Still, the cost of living crisis and inflationary pressures on food, fuel, and finance are stark reminders that policymakers must leverage the benefits of the IMF program to restore, reform, and recalibrate Ghana's economic fortunes. We must also remind ourselves that the situation was not that bleak a few years ago. A few years ago, ladies and gentlemen, in an immediate post-IMF setting in 2017, Ghana grew averagely at about 7% from that year to 2019 and was touted for sound financial management and policy innovation. Nonetheless, we at GIPC view our current state of affairs with some optimism and maintain that there is no better place to do business than here in Ghana because we see prospects for nearshoring and making a case for global and local companies to operate from Ghana and export into the vibrant African market, AGOA, and the European market, all of whom we have a preferential trade agreement with. We see partnerships in ICT, sustainable finance, agriculture, industry, forestry, renewables, energy, education and the knowledge economy, healthcare, tourism, that we believe will spur the growth required to improve the balance of payments, provide stability to the currency, restore more substantial external buffers, and importantly, reap the dividends of that which has a multiplier effect on jobs and livelihood. Ladies and gentlemen, this is GIPC's mission in the near term for companies to essentially grow in Ghana and to grow with Ghana. And as has been stated, we are building the much important linkages, local as well as international linkages, to catalyze the collective green shoots of that recovery we all yearn for. And this must be underpinned by opportunity, openness, and optimism. So you essentially ask yourself, why Ghana? We cannot overestimate the importance of our enviable political environment, safety, and peace. The peace dividend, as international policymakers often say, has meant that Ghana has been ranked continuously as the most peaceful country in mainland Africa and the second most peaceful within the continent. Mauritius, incidentally, is the most peaceful country in the continent. Ghana possesses a strong constitutional democratic culture underpinned by separation of powers, freedom of expression, robustness in the rule and application of the law that importantly safeguards company and individual interests. We have a plural media environment, and these constitute the cornerstone for us, the Ghana story. And indeed, Ghana is a desirable investment destination in a volatile West African region because we remain a beacon of hope and stability. And that, ladies and gentlemen, must be emphasized. In Ghana, today, the headline political risk is not about overthrowing of a system or government instability. We here are consensus-driven, and we prefer to debate policy and impact to its people, which is reflected in our approach to trade and investment. Ghana, geographically, is blessed. We are well positioned with excellent proximity and connectivity to key markets in Africa, Europe, the Middle East, the Indian subcontinent, Asia, North and Latin America, as well as the Caribbean. The world-class Kotoka International Airport, recently winning for the third successive year the award for the best airport in the 2 to 5 million passenger category in Africa, is noteworthy and worth celebrating. It opens up the world of opportunity for trade and investment with the rest of the world. The Kumasi and Tamale international airports will also expand our global reach and open exciting new markets in the region, providing further impetus to the accessibility problem within the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Ghana is also home to one of West Africa's most prominent and efficient ports. The Tema port on the eastern coastline serves as the feedstock for landlocked ECOWAS countries, ensuring that Ghana remains pivotal to the affairs of the ECOWAS region. The Takoradi port on the western coast also serves as a prominent logistics, oil and gas and allied industrial zone for our transformational agenda. Takoradi is undergoing a significant transformation and requires substantial investment to help decongest Tema and establish commercial case for more vessels berthing there. Ladies and gentlemen, these access points are pertinent. It means that companies have an easy route to the ECOWAS market, and for the AFCFTA with 1.4 billion people with a combined and growing GDP of 3.4 trillion. Railway development is also vital as Ghana's infrastructural plan accelerates into the near term. And as I speak this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, 3 major railway projects are at various stages of completion with a combined track length of approximately 1,300 kilometers. Vastly improved road networks across the 16 regions of the country and neighboring border towns are providing the transport diversification that we yearn for as a country. And as has been spoken about, the importance of a competitive and an educated labor force should not go remiss. These policies that I am speaking about are people-centered. And in Ghana, we possess our single most important commodity, and I share the sentiments of the previous speaker. And this important commodity is, of course, our people. There is the availability of skills, and we have a trainable workforce. The government curricula, which is now tilted towards STEM and technical vocational education, for us is indeed a game changer, and it reflects the changing education requirements and is a symptom of what the future of work requires. And that policy is accelerated with STEM and is being rolled out across the length and breadth of the country. Thankfully, because of this base that we have, our numeracy and literacy rates in Africa remain competitive, and we possess a dynamic and youthful population. Now, all of this essentially makes Ghana one of the investment bright spots within West Africa. Consistently, the nation has been blessed and ranked within the upper percentile of foreign direct investment destinations within the continent. In West Africa, over the last decade, Ghana either ranks number 1, 2, or 3 as a desirable destination for capital, and collectively we must work to keep that position. Now, despite our near-term headwinds, Ghana today offers a good return on all investment categories. And suffice it to say that government is also not discriminatory or punitive against foreign and local-owned businesses or capital as a matter of policy. However, we always advise that new entrants and established companies register with institutions like the Ghana Investment Promotion Center and work with the Ministry of Trade and Industry to be secured under the ambit of the law. Now, Ghana also possesses vast natural resources. At any given time, we are the leading gold-producing country in Africa. We are the second largest cocoa producer in the world, the third largest bauxite reserves in Africa with over 180 million tons, oil and gas and substantial natural gas reserves, exciting new lithium prospects and transition minerals which will catapult future industries, 60 million tons of manganese, diamonds, 150 million tons of iron ore deposits, 13.5 million hectares of arable land, 6.4 million hectares of cultivable land, which is instructive, 230,000 hectares of irrigable land, and importantly, for those of you who are interested in tourism, 560 kilometers of pristine shoreline. These all present vast investment opportunities. The government has been actively diversifying the economy, nonetheless, through industrialization initiatives such as the famous and working One District, One Factory, where industry will be sparsely populated across the length and breadth of the country. Government is also building the knowledge economy through flagship policies such as the free senior high school education and TVET, which, according to the IMF, is a transformational policy and one of the most creative in Africa, as well as accelerating the digitalization of the economy, particularly in hard and soft infrastructure, to help Ghana leapfrog into the fourth industrial revolution and in the process ensure efficacy in government, in e-governance for national development. Now, GIPC's strategy to attract investment and to ensure that Ghana continues to remain at the top of this investment and trade conversation essentially seeks three types of capital. Firstly, we seek greenfield, brownfield, and portfolio investments. And we are simplifying the processes for the investor, both local and foreign, to comply with at the GIPC and also benefit from the raft of incentives that government are putting across. Effectively, ladies and gentlemen, we recognize that greenfield foreign direct investment is very difficult to attract and come by, which is why we are also looking at domestic reinvestment. Domestic reinvestment for us remains the lifeblood of the economy. For the economies that you have, the companies you have in your economy present the best prospects. And lastly, I've been warned to sum it up. Ghana is also accelerating a number of business reforms, which is led by the Ministry of Trade and Industry. And GIPC is building consensus on the need to create a new investment code for Ghana in the near term to address the near-term bottlenecks and harmonize investment laws to ensure that we can compete in a post-COVID and post-IMF setting. Now, in rounding up, ladies and gentlemen, we see Ghana favorably. The near-term outlook for us is not too bleak. We have good prospects in the near term. Growth is rebounding. We just recently saw the Q1 figures at 4.2%, which should give us some encouragement. And we see that the average growth is pegged at 5% averagely between now and 2026. We spoke about resilient. Indeed, Ghana is resilient, not because of our short-term impediments. These do not hold us back. We have a dynamic market. We have enormous opportunity and return on investment. We are open and optimistic about the future because despite these near-term impediments, we are forging new relationships externally and locally and establishing linkages through shared values, interest, and pragmatism. And thankfully, because of our geographical proximity, resource and market prospects, reforms agenda, sustainability and innovation driving a change narrative, compliance to the rule of law that protects investment, guarantees against expropriation, and our enviable political stability and youthful dynamism, we unquestionably believe that this country remains desirable and hope should be the anchor, and that together we can galvanize capital for Ghana and indeed the rest of the continent. And I thank you very much for your attention.
So you've been watching the Financial Economics Seminar live from the UPSA Conference Center there. Now it's time for us to bring you Joy News today. And coming up in this bulletin, Asen North MP-elect James Jachi Quayson says he feels vindicated by the people of Asen. Also in this bulletin, it is day 3 of Tanker Drivers Association embarking on a sit-down strike demanding that their roads are fixed. And as Ghana marks Eid al-Adha celebration, sheep and goat sellers in Techiman are lamenting low patronage. And later, social media blows up as to two former old lovebirds, actor Yvonne Nelson and rapper Sarkodie, take their 13-year-old feud a notch higher, trading blame for Yvonne's abortion of their pregnancy, as reviewed in a book, I'm Not Yvonne Nelson. All of these coming up next year in this bulletin. Stay with us. Now, scores of passengers were left stranded when 2 buses and an articulated truck were involved in an accident on the Joaso section of the Kumasi-Accra Road. A Metro mass transit bus and the articulated truck collided head-on. Some passengers sustained minor injuries. Eyewitnesses say the Metro mass bus was trying to avoid a stationary vehicle on the side of the road.
VIP. Into here, Bano. Let us see a deep before bus. The who as I say was slowed down to say, breaking at once. Said I think of you on a chair. No a safe Muslims need. I'm the pick up of which thing be blue. Into Kofobas news or qua, be careful, to slow down. There's a sweet next. The boat me grab on a boat, bring it to rubber in your first seat. Boat break, pay, you know, and yaguma. Let us say, ball, Kofobas niche, and a local ball. Nipper or can't be a prepper. Your sister be only the last person of a full car. Now would be betting and not see the bargaining common. The bargaining common now. There's a bargain inside night, my dear. Say, we see from you see now. Sister be free or not before it's only cry.
So this accident happened at Jaso on the Accra-Kumasi Highway there. Now to Asen North, where James Quayson of the National Democratic Congress will be making a return to Parliament after his constituents kept faith and voted for him in the keenly contested Asen North constituency by-election on Tuesday. Quayson, who was ejected from Parliament last month following a Supreme Court decision annulling the 2020 constituency election, won the crucial by-election with 17,245 votes.
I've always been happy. Tonight is exceptional because Asen North people have vindicated every court and myself. And they still believe in me, so that makes me happy.
What does this victory mean to you personally? Are there lessons to be shared to the whole world?
Well, I mean, principles and values I work with. And I don't quit easily. So long as I know the cause I'm leading is genuine and it benefits other people. You see, you haven't been in a situation where you have to sacrifice your own life interest for the benefit of others. Until you are there, you will not understand it. Somehow you get an inspiration and you become fearless because you are standing for the truth, you are standing for justice, you're standing for almost everything that benefits other people other than yourself. That is why we have people like the Kwame Nkrumahs and we have people like the Mandelas. All right? Otherwise, somebody has to do it. Somebody has to be in that position sometimes. So I'm very...
What do you tell the people of Asen North for what they have done, the victory they have given you?
Well, the victory belongs to them. The victory belongs to Ghana. And the victory belongs to rule of law, justice.
Are you daunted by the fact that you'll be going to court very soon?
No. That's the least of my thought. I'm focused on how I can get Asen North developed. The court can take its own course. I mean, as I said earlier, I have not committed any wrong to worry about what is ahead of in legal terms. No.
Well, a few hours after the coalition of results began, the New Patriotic Party's director of IT, Eric Ntori, admitted that the party had lost the election. He said things did not go as planned.
All good. Look at our preparation and everything. It's been good. This is elections, and it didn't go well for us, but it doesn't matter that we lost it all.
Meanwhile, the former national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Peter McMenu, is asking politicians not to take the people for granted. He advised politicians not to wait for elections before embarking on developmental projects.
Major towns and lost in the hinterland. So we need to do an assessment of what went wrong there. Because we looked at the previous figures in the previous elections, and those were key areas that we lost. So we tried to send a different message to those areas. I mean, basically, they are farmers, they are occupation, cocoa farmers, rice farmers, and foodstuff farmers. So what must have affected their level of production, their level of occupation, that our message did not send across properly. We need to interrogate that, and we are going to do that. What has been the general infrastructure? And mind you, Asen North is a new district that was created very recently. Their capital, Breku. What kind of infrastructure has the government been able to put out there? High school, hospitals, roads, etc. All these are things that voters will look at and then will be emotionally satisfied before they cast their vote. And it will be our duty to also protect the votes that they cast for us. So we look at our strong areas, try to consolidate our gains and protect our votes, and then try and send a strong message that will touch the hearts of the voters in our opponents' strongholds so that we can win them or break it in those areas. That was the strategy.
Mr. Mahmenu, don't you find it rather insulting that the build-up to a by-election is what prompts the grading of roads in the area and the quick fixes to some infrastructure there? I say this because on the national scale, we have seen it, where the year in an election year or the months preceding an election see a lot of fast-paced development and commissioning here and there. And now, at the constituency level, we are replicating that. Haven't we gotten to the point where politicians like yourself must begin to place some respect on the voters?
I think that you should not take the voters for granted if you ask this question. You should never underestimate the intelligence of the voter. Let the voter decide, and that's what they have decided. Okay? But as a government, you owe it a duty to develop your country. Okay? And I think I started by saying that Asen North is a new system which was carved out recently. Okay? So as to whether it's an insult or not, leave that to the voters. But don't be insulting the voters as well, because they want development.
So in all of this, what factors contributed to James Gyakye Quayson's triumph? Dr. Kwame Asante is a political science lecturer at the University of Ghana.
If you look at the issue of popularity, it came in. There's no doubt that from 2020 up to date, Gyakye Quayson is still popular amongst his people. And we saw also something that also was brought to the fore, the issue that the electorate wanted to know that he has really served his tenure, and so that they can really gauge his conduct or otherwise. That came in. We saw another thing of the Kumawood, group also coming to lend their support, telling you that yes, it's not only the people of Asen, but there are others who believe in the cause of those who think along the lines of NDC, and that also increased the popularity or the support for Gyakye Quayson. Issue of framing was an important one which we have talked about. The way they frame messages, and that made MPP reactionary. All right, instead of concentrating on their own messages, they were reacting to the messages of the NDC. And when you do that, you lose focus, you lose trust, because you are not able to come out with your own policies and programs or messages, so to speak. But you are reacting to issues. It doesn't allow you to settle down properly.
Well, the opposition National Democratic Congress is most likely to win the 2024 presidential elections. That's according to Fitch. Fitch Solutions, in its analysis titled Positive Shift in Ghana's Political Risk Profile Following IMF Program Approval. According to a UK-based firm, the rapid deterioration of economic conditions in 2022 and the slow progress in the fight against perceived corruption will exacerbate anti-incumbency sentiment among the electorate. But Dr. Stephen Amoah, Deputy Minister for Trade, is arguing the conditions are global in nature, so this won't be a done deal for the NDC. He also touched on corruption and free SHS.
In the first place, globally, I'm not comparing country to country, but even the giant economies, if I'm telling you that interest rate or base rate in UK post-COVID has been increased about 1,800%. From 0.25 is now 4.75. Prices of goods and services, 46 years now, they've never seen inflationary rate the way they are seeing it. So all over the world, we all know any incumbent will not be in the good books of its electorate of people. It's a fact. I mean, the goodwill of every incumbent, in my opinion, is dwindling. Not specifically because that government is doing A or B, but the global crisis as a result of the COVID, as a result of the Russian-Ukrainian war, it's really affecting us. It had impact on our fiscal space. I mean, when in the history of this country, were we asked to stay home but will be paid? Let's be honest with ourselves. We have revenue shortfalls of about 12 billion. So, truly speaking, domestically generated revenue has become a big issue to us. And it has affected this country. Let's be honest. And definitely, people will not be happy with the hardship we are going through. It's a fact. But then, a lot of other people are also realizing that it is a global issue. So let's see what can happen if we can provide some sort of mitigation when it comes to the hardship that these global challenges are bringing or confronting us with. Of course, we are import-driven economy. When the global supply chain gets disturbed, it will affect us. Of course, we have internal issues too. Specific issues as a country. Not today, not yesterday, not only one regime. So once we import almost everything, and where we import our things from, they're having challenges, it will affect us. So I think based on the hardship that we are going through as a country, as a result of the global challenges, and because of the government will have to take hard decisions, such as probably tax increment, or even the interest rate that is going up, see the policy rate, and other factors, which are probably not, not favorable, not really getting on well with the people. Of course, anybody will have the observation that the election is going to be difficult for the sitting government. But I can assure you, we are working around the clock.
It is day 3 of the Tanker Drivers Association embarking on a sit-down strike, demanding that their roads are fixed. A delegation from the Roads Ministry met the executives of the association yesterday, but the drivers maintained that nothing will compel them to resume work until they see visible work being done. Vice Chairman of the association, Sunday Alabi, joins us via Zoom now. Grateful that you could join us. So, during this meeting, what sort of assurances were you given? Ms. Alabi, kindly unmute for us so we can follow what you're telling us. Ms. Alabi, so I'm trying to find out.
Assurance given to us.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Yeah, there's no concrete assurance given to us pertaining the fixing of the road. A delegate came yesterday.
So, what you can see is one of the routes, or the sort of routes that the tanker drivers are asking for then to be fixed. So, okay. So, when you met them, didn't they tell you specific date and time that contractors could possibly be on this road to get them fixed for you?
The minister will be meeting us tomorrow, and then we'll sit down and see how best, what they will bring on board for us to know whether they are fixing it now or they are fixing it next week. So the delegate that came assured us that they came to see the bad state of the road. So they assured us that they will take the message to the minister, and they confessed that it indeed is in a bad shape. So the minister will be meeting with us tomorrow, and he will meet with us.
Well, so Mr. Rabi, so if you meet the minister tomorrow and he is not able to give you the exact date the contractor will come on site, will we see a continuation of this exercise, or possibly you reconsider looking at the fact that your strike has already begun biting? We're hearing that some stations don't have run out of gas.
Yes, it's true. Some filling stations and gas stations are running out, but it's in the good interest of the nation, because we are looking at safety aspect of what is happening. Because as we speak, the tanker drivers are using the shoulder of the road to go and load, not the main road.
So that is Sunday Alabi. He is vice chair for the National Tanker Drivers Association. Today is day 3 of their sit-down strike. Well, you're still watching Joy News today on the Joy News channel. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more. Stay with us.
Bold, credible, and fearless journalism. That is what we stand for. Duty bearers and citizens know that they'll be asked the hard questions to bring out the truth. That is what we expect of us. It is this commitment to tell truth to power that sets us apart, because we will hold the feet of leadership to the heat of accountability. My name is Evans Mensah, and this is Joy News. Fearless, independent, and credible.
That's on the 11th to the 18th of September. We are expecting 100 people and already 48 is gone.
The team at Adansi Travels Limited are planning a tour of Europe as part of the travel agency's 10th anniversary. Gideon Asari started the business. He had come to like traveling himself, so when he returned to Ghana,
in love's gentle embrace, we find solace untold.
I'm yours, and you are mine.
A promise to have and to hold, two souls entwined.
You look like you're going out.
To have.
This is not your house, gold digger. How dare you call me a gold?
To hold.
You know you're very disrespectful, Kujo.
Why? Is it because I picked up my wife's call in front of you?
To have and to hold season 3.
I want him to go get some ice cream.
Eh?
Yeah. Like banana or banana.
Watch the unraveling of emotions, love, trust, and egos.
Everything has to be at your time. So be it.
Huh? Oh, good morning, sir.
Hey, maybe I bear my own.
Hey.
Forever or never a choice to make.
I don't want to be tamed.
I want more than just a play date.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Emma, what are you watching? Football is over. So, I bumped into our boy Jimmy yesterday.
And he tells me that he went over to Kenny's place. So he goes, what's this? Kenny goes, only the best sports money can buy. Now he got the scoop from Isaac, who says WWE is the business. And his girlfriend Amari, she can't stop saying that ESPN is so lit. But she got the juice from her friend Sandra. So I had to stay connected, because sports lives on GoTV.
Even the builders of his house and sellers of his cars give him a percentage for every contract he brings. My opponent sits here and turns against the motion for 170 for making money legally. Wrong! Hey.
The biggest debate competition in Ghana is back. Which side do you represent? For or against the motion? Stay glued to your superstation Love 99.5 FM, Joy Learning and Joy Prime as we bring to you the biggest stage where schools in Ashanti show their prowess through debate. Rally behind your alma mater to glory as gallant young men and women from the various senior high schools in Ashanti elucidate their stance on matters of national interest.
Venue is the Christian Service University College.
Catch us live on Love 99.5 FM, on Facebook at Love 99.5 FM, Joy Learning and Joy Prime, 2 p.m. each day. The Love FM High Schools debate, trumpeting the voice of young ones on issues of national interest. This event is brought to you by your superstation Love 99.5 FM, the Ashanti Regional SRC, and the Regional Directorate of Ghana Education Service Ashanti and CHAS.
This program is in partnership with Pepsodent, Rasta Chocomold from Twillium Industries, Christian Service University College, Jackson Educational Complex, Cowbell, Madam Catherine, Fritol and Fortune Rice from Wilma, and sponsored by Zest Consult, Pidato Company Limited, CBS Industries, Top Choco, Ultimate Fashions, Flora Tissues. Supported by
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Welcome back. Now, as Ghana marks Eid al-Adha celebration, sheep and goat sellers in Techiman are lamenting low patronage. According to these traders, the situation is largely due to the nation's current economic recession, as most prospective customers only inquire about the cost, while only a few turn up as genuine buyers. Correspondent Anna Sabet has been speaking with some of them and has come through with this report.
We are here at the Techiman sheep and goat markets to interact with buyers and sellers of these animals that are used for sacrificial purposes by Muslims across the world. We want to gauge the prices and the situation, whether these sellers are able to rake in, profits once the festivities is here. Let's get interactive with them, asking whether the animals are being bought or not.
I am what on it, dear, and what on it, dear, and what on it, dear, and quay. I would say last year Abu Tono.
The market is terrible this year because the animals we used to sell at 1,000 cedis is now 2,000.
5,000.
This is because the farmers say the high cost of chemicals used by farmers is largely to blame for this.
Last year, boy, Tomo,
the animals we sold for 1,000 cedis a year ago is today 3,500 cedis or 4,000. They are very expensive and that's making life difficult for us. Take a look at the animals here. The buyers are not coming because they don't have money. Even what to eat is a challenge. So we are hoping that the situation will change by next year.
A year ago, most of these sellers here at the Techiman sheep and goat market, attributed the high cost of animals to the rise in the prices of safer. This time around, the prices of safer is normal. However, the price of these animals is still on the rise. These sellers are alleging that farmers who are into, these animals are saying that the high cost of, medicines for these animals is largely to blame for the high.
That's another subject today, and that's how we wrap up today's bulletin. There's more news on myjoyonline.com. Up next is Daryl Call with Marketplace. Do have a great afternoon.
EcoBank salary account, bro. See, with the EcoBank salary account, you will enjoy free life insurance, free debit card, save while you spend, and an amazing chance to double your salary, and even more consolation rewards in the EcoBank double salary promo reloaded.
Guy, this EcoBank salary account sounds interesting. What do you think?
Yara, but maybe next time, Charlie. You know what? I'll go shine my shoe.
Yo. Myself, I had to go check my BP.
We going up, never go down, and we stay flat.
Chairman, you see the white sign it here.
Open an EcoBank salary account today for a lifetime of benefits. You also stand a chance to win more than double your salary in the EcoBank Double Salary Promo Reloaded from now till July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
And a job life regardless.
This promo is under the supervision of the National Lotteries Authority under the Caritas Lottery Platform. The Pan-African.
You only cough, never cough, syrup, class away, class away. Otoko, oye wintia, keto, akuko besa, namibia, minyara womo. Honey and ginger, licorice and basil, long pepper and violet. You only cough, never cough, syrup, class away, class away.
Effective for relief from cough, sore throat, and throat irritation. New Honey Cough, class away. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to the Marketplace. Coming up, Association of Oil Marketing Companies raising alarm of more than 4,000 outlets across the country running out of fuel. Meantime, the clock is ticking towards a shortage in supplies, especially to gas stations. Also coming up, Automobile Assemblers Association of Ghana retrace calls for a ban on sale of used and salvaged vehicles.
We call on government and ask the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Trade and Industry to assist and accelerate the implementation of these provisions as soon as possible.
Also coming up, Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, Dr. Stephen Amwa, urges small and medium-sized enterprises to incorporate proper financial and managerial practices to grow their businesses as World SME Day is marked.
The business money is not your money. Once you understand that, you move. But if the smallest challenge, you go and take money from your business money, you're collapsing the business.
My name is Darryl Carl. Thanks for joining us. Details coming up. In our first story, the Association of Oil Marketing Companies is raising alarm of more than 4,000 outlets across the country running out of fuel. The pump stations since Monday have not refilled their stock after tanker drivers declared a nationwide strike over terrible roads leading to its depots. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking towards shortage in supplies to gas stations. We're already hearing of shortages in some parts of the country. Vice President of the Liquefied Petroleum Gas Marketers Association, Gabriel Kumi, joins me on Zoom to discuss this. What is the situation on the ground as you monitor across the country?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Darryl.
Yes, I was asking about the situation on the ground as you monitor across the country.
Darryl, I did indicate on Monday that if this strike is not averted within 48 hours, we'll start seeing queues at LPG outlets. And that's exactly what is happening now. At the moment, some stations have run out, and that has put a lot of pressure on the ones that have stock. But looking at the stock situation, within 24 hours, if they don't get any refill, by Friday we are going to have serious crisis of hand. And you know, Friday will be leading into the weekend, and that will be very, very, very difficult for the country. So far, we haven't had any firm response from government as regards to what they are going to do with this strike. But I think now the by-election is over. A lot more attention should be shifted to solving this potentially dangerous problem that we're having on hand.
You say that there has not been any firm response from the government, but so far, are you satisfied with the way they are handling the issues? I know a team from the Ministry of Roads went to meet the tanker drivers yesterday to tour the roads. Is that satisfactory enough to begin with?
Not at all. If you listen to the drivers, their demand is to get the road fixed. It's not about touring the place and giving speeches and statements. They want practical solution to the problem, not words, not rhetoric. So we are urging government to divert all attention and all resources towards resolving this issue. If we are to divert, even if we are to divert just about one tenth of the resources that we use at Asen North, I think we should be able to fix this potentially dangerous problem that we are having on hand. The oil marketing companies are having a bite of what is happening. We are having some challenges with supply, obviously. This is really going to affect our operations, but we think that the legitimacy of the drivers' demand cannot be contested. This is something that we need to fix. We should not wait till we have another October 7th, 2017 disaster before we rush in to fix this problem. We have to fix it as immediately as possible. The rains are in, and look at what happened at Circle. Do we want similar thing to occur before we tackle the problem? I think the Minister for Roads and the Ministry of Finance should find the money and fix this problem as immediately as possible. You know, this problem has been long running. It's been over 7 years. In 2017, a contractor was made to go to mobilize and go and fix the roads. But I think along the line, he wasn't getting the necessary funding that he needed. So he pulled out. And these boys every year threaten to strike, but we stepped in and appealed to them, looking at the sensitive nature of what they do and the fact that we need to be very considerate when we are doing something like this because it's going to hurt our country and hurt our economy. But they've had enough. They've had enough. They can't take it any longer. Over the weekend, we tried very, very, very hard to avoid this situation, but they will take none of what we're saying. And if you listen to them, they are taking nowhere. They want practical solutions. So the earlier government stop this, we'll go and meet them. The clock is ticking. Look, the stocks at the stations are running out. I don't know if you can appreciate the magnitude of the problem that we are facing. But if this thing is not solved by tomorrow and we enter into Friday, you know, there will be Saturday, there will be Sunday. We will have a serious crisis on hand by the weekend.
Just 30 seconds, what would you tell the government? What quick steps should they take right now?
Government should order all contrasted. I know government can marshal resources if they want to. We saw what they have been able to do at Asen North. It's remarkable. And we think if they divert half of that attention, half of those resources towards fixing this road, towards fixing roads that give government enormous amount of money in terms of taxes. We need, government can do that, and we want government to do that immediately. It's not about we are going to meet the drivers, we are going to dialogue. They are taking nothing apart from fixing the roads. Our stocks are running out, and somebody must listen to us. We have to fix this problem immediately. Our economy is not doing too well. We don't want this to come and add and deepen the woes of our economy. Please, government, fix this problem ASAP, immediately. It's something that needs immediate solution, not talks, not meetings. Practical solutions. Organize the contractors. Let's find the money for them. Let's get to the site, and let's fix this road for the drivers to go back to work.
All right. Gabriel Kumi, Vice President, LPG Marketers Association. Like he indicates, we have just till Friday and would see a real crisis at hand at LPG stations. We don't want that to happen. Now, the Automobile Assemblers Association of Ghana has reiterated calls on government to ban the sale of used and salvaged vehicles in the country. According to the president of the association, Jeffrey Opompepra, this is necessary to cushion the automotive sector into becoming a major contributor to Ghana's economic growth. He was speaking at the maiden edition of the Ghana Automotive Summit.
The maiden Ghana Automotive Summit gave experts in the industry the opportunity to discuss challenges and opportunities present in the assembling of cars. The summit was held under the theme, Creating a New Economic Backbone for Ghana and the Sub-Region. Delivering his address, President of the Automobile Assemblers Association of Ghana, Jeffrey Opompepra, said, the sale of used and salvaged vehicles in the country is a major challenge hindering the growth of the automotive industry.
There are, however, a few provisions of the GADP still outstanding, and we call on government and ask the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Trade and Industry to assist and accelerate the implementation of these provisions as soon as possible to help and ensure the sustainable growth of our feeding industry. This includes binding of the sale of used cars older than 10 years, as well as stopping the sale of salvage vehicles, and then implementing the provision of the 35% duty on vehicles imported in the same category as those assembled locally.
Minister of Trade and Industry Katie Hammond said government is committed to creating an enabling environment for the industry to thrive.
We recognize the need to make new and affordable vehicles widely available. As the rest of the world is confronted with economic developmental headwinds, Africa must reposition itself in readiness to welcome car manufacturers to bolster our own supply and boost our prospects for intra-regional trade. Besides Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and Rwanda are other African countries which are emerging as new automotive manufacturing hubs, in addition, of course, to the traditional hubs of Morocco, South Africa, and Egypt. In order to attract further investment for the development of an integrated automotive industry and to harness the multiplier effect in developing the industry, we in Ghana have developed a components and parts manufacturing policy to enhance our local content and the localization of spare parts for the aftermarket and ultimately component supplies for vehicle assemblies.
Ghana's automotive industry was valued at $4.6 billion in 2021.
To mark the 2023 World Micro, Small and Medium-Sized Businesses Day, the Ghana Enterprises Agency has held a forum to improve partnerships and enhance engagements with MSMEs. Speaking at the ceremony, which was dubbed A Day with the CEO, Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, Dr. Stephen Amwa, called on MSMEs to ensure proper financial and managerial practices. There is more in this report.
The United Nations designated June 27th as Micro, Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises Day in 2017 to honor the crucial role played by MSMEs to the contribution of the global economy. In Ghana, over 90% of business enterprises are SMEs, which contribute up to 60% of the country's GDP. To celebrate the day, the Ghana Enterprises Agency held a forum which saw business owners share their success stories and network with other players in the industry to foster partnerships which will boost growth. Speaking at the program, the Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, Dr. Stephen Amwa, explained the need for business owners to ensure proper managerial practices.
The business money is not your money. Once you understand that, you move. But if the smallest challenge, you go and take money from your business money, you're collapsing the business. You can only spend from your profit. That is where you separate ownership from control. That is, if you have an accountant, you listen to your accountant. If you have a manager, human resource, whatever it is, you need to make sure that you are entirely different from the business you have set up yourself. That the business can grow out of well-defined systems. But if you think it's your business and even your capital, you dip your hand into it, withdraw money from your capital, you're collapsing the business.
The Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Enterprises Agency, Kosi Yankee Aye, said her outfit is committed to supporting the growth of Ghana's MSME sector to achieve the vision of creating 1 million jobs.
We have equipped MSMEs with the right tools that have put them on a trajectory of growth, and we will continue to do so to help them succeed in the long term. That is our promise on this day. And we need to make this promise, and we need to do more. Yes, we have done a lot, but more must be done. So we will not rest. Because in order to build a resilient and a sustainable MSME, and to create that 1 million jobs that the government has pushed us to do, we need to work with you, and we need to create the opportunity for you to succeed.
Some of the business owners who spoke to Joy Business commended the Ghana Enterprises Agency for their support.
From the past 4 years, I've benefited so much from Ghana Enterprises Agency, most especially like the training. We first had JICA through Ghana Enterprises Agency, and they took us through the 5S, how we can organize our facility in case we have export or other companies they wanted to visit us. They will see that our facility is in place that can also meet the ISO standard.
Running a business is not always the money, the money that you need, but how you manage it through bookkeeping, through consistent quality, through standardization, digitalization, supply chain, how you even relate to even your suppliers, how to even communicate to your customers. Now I can boast and say that a lot of my customers, they are like, we are friends or family.
With the MSME sector forming about 80% of the country's employment base, the Ghana Enterprises Agency promises to deliver on its mandate of empowering small and medium businesses to upskill and create over 1 million jobs.
Now, the Bank of Ghana is advocating strong collaboration among financial services players to support small-scale and women-led businesses with favorable lending rates. According to the bank, this will be another effective way to revive the economy through micro-enterprises. Deputy Head of Payments at the Central Bank, Clarissa Kudowu, made the call in a speech to launch the Pan-African Savings and Loans Mama project aimed at supporting women-led SMEs. She spoke on behalf of the Second Deputy Governor, Elsie Ado-Awaji. Here's more.
Financial support program by Pan-African Savings and Loans and other partners is aimed at empowering women at various workplaces. According to the Bank of Ghana, there is the need for Ghanaian women to take advantage of other innovative private sector-led programs to scale up their businesses and to make the society a better place. Speaking on behalf of the Second Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Assistant Head of Payment Systems at the Central Bank, Clarissa Kudowu, called for more partnerships to support women-led SMEs.
I'd like to encourage MSMEs, particularly women-owned or women-led businesses, to take advantage of these opportunities and also to participate, also to encourage other financial institutions to join the First Plus project in a bid to increase access to finance for women, as we expect interest rate on the market to trend downwards. I call for more partnership with MasterCard Foundation, Capital Plus, and the likes to increase the support for the MSME subsector.
Managing Director for Pan-African Savings and Loans, Emilia Atafin, expects that the project will transform more women-led businesses as well as drive financial inclusion among women.
Women are less financially included than men are. So we wanted to support to financially include the women. And so we came up with this program to support them. We know that normally people would look at programs and come up with a certain products that is specifically geared towards the women. But we thought we'd come up with a bundle that would include financial services and non-financial services to support the women.
So just give us brief highlights of this whole bundle. Does it have to do with loan? Does it have to do with training? Does it have to do with support service? Whatever it is, just a highlight of it.
Okay, so every bundle is geared towards a certain segment of women. We segmented the women so that whatever products that we have will be specifically geared towards them. So you wouldn't bunch together the person who's just started selling to the person who's been selling already. You know, we try to bunch them together. And so we have in every basket or in every bundle, we have savings products, we have loan products, and then we have non-financial services.
The Ghana Microfinance Institution Network is also supporting this initiative as part of its advocacy.
All right, you're watching The Marketplace. Now, governments are taking steps to regulate artificial intelligence, and Ghana is not left out of this too. Communications Minister Eslo Kufu a few weeks ago assured legislators of plans by the government to regulate the proper use of artificial intelligence in Ghana. According to her, plans are far advanced to enact a legal framework to regulate the use of AI in the country. Well, joining me is Joy Business Tech Analyst Isaac Atasenyako to discuss this further. Great to have you in the studio. So, first of all, let's talk about how AI is taking shape in Ghana. Well, how are we going with adopting the use of artificial intelligence?
Well, Daryl, thanks for having me. I must say that it's growing, and when we look at it individually, take it on the individual basis, a lot of people are now beginning to employ a lot of AI tools in their daily activities. We look at students using some AI tools in completing their assignments, workers now relying on AI. For instance, those in the social media space like this can use some AI tools to model content and also to help them in their SEM analysis as well. So it's gradually taking shape. With regards to creating and modeling the tools as well, a lot of people, so Dr. Stephen Moore comes to mind, a lecturer at the University of Cape Coast, who received a 30,000 grant from the Google Artificial Intelligence Research Center here in Accra to be able to model an AI language tool which can essentially bridge the language gap. So if we take a look at health, for instance, now it will become easy for a doctor or a specialist in Russia to be able to communicate to someone in Swahili, Kiswahili, or here, let's say, Mampusi. Then they can be able to communicate. The person in the northern region can't speak their language. The person or the doctor in Russia will be able to easily translate and understand. And likewise, in the area of agric as well, a lot of tools, a lot of people are creating tools that can aid in the development.
Yeah, and I've heard of so many innovative stuff, and it's going to make our lives easier. But tell us about the risks that we are exposed to, for which reason governments around the world, and now as you're here in Ghana, are taking steps to regulate the use of AI.
Well, I think the call to regulation began sometime 2 months ago or so in the U.S. Senate when the likes of Elon Musk and all of that began calling for regulation. As a matter of fact, the CEO of OpenAI, Sam Altman, who is the creator of ChatGPT, which broke the whole AI scene, actually is calling for regulation. And the bit about regulation is important because, now, first off, innovation is always ahead of regulation. It's difficult. Even if you look at the industrial revolutions, it all breaks up, or innovation breaks up before we are able to find a way to regulate the space. Now, I'll give you an example. Now, in that Senate meeting, a voice of one of the senators was played, a doctored voice actually, with a doctored face.
I remember that.
Great. Now, that's some of the risks it poses. I remember some time ago as well, rapper, musician Drake, a song of his broke on the internet, which apparently was created by an AI. Now, these are some of the risks it creates. Not only that, in the areas of personification,
right,
but also in businesses. Job losses is one of the greatest risks that people are beginning to talk about, that it could lay people
I know
off.
initially there was a conversation about whether we even have jobs to do once AI takes over. But what would regulation mean for usage of AI? Wouldn't this stifle innovation?
Well, yes, to some extent it will, because AI is in its growth process. And to be able to fully, actualize its potential, we need to allow it to grow, to explore all the various sectors, to be able to create, some innovations. However, there's this bit, especially about the ethical use of AI. Now, we look at cybersecurity breaches and the fact that AI is able to crack some codes and break into some, security software, and even the bit about the, AI mimicking people and all of that. This can be a huge threat. And so this is the part of the argument where people say we need to be able to regulate this, to control this sector, so we don't fall in, such dangerous situations in the near future, or we don't fall in a situation where it gets out of hand and we are not able to control it.
Welcome to the Euromax Anniversary Show. Today we're looking back at the best recipes, travel reports, and architecture. And we'll include some highlights from the past 2 decades. So take a walk down memory lane with us. Plus, we'll see which Euromax report has triggered the most views on social media. All this and more coming up on the 20th anniversary of Euromax.
Conversation. I'll give you an example again. Now, when we look at Twitter's layoffs, there's this bit about regulating this space about remote working, which forms part of the tech space. Concerns are that if Ghana had a proper regulation concerning remote work and employment, Ghanaian workers of Twitter who were laid off would have had better severance packages. So the whole question about regulation of this whole tech space is important. However, it's also because innovation is way ahead and it's difficult to control some of these things, especially when Ghanaians are not the one, building the big AI tools. We are only copying models that exist, and that's how come we are growing. It's difficult if we introduce regulation. What are we regulating? What exactly do we want to regulate? How do we allow the sector grows, because it's the future?
And those are really important questions. Thank you so much, Isaac Atasenyako, joining us with a look at AI in Ghana and steps to regulate it. And that's the marketplace, everyone. Thanks for watching. There is more news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. You can catch up on all the day's stories. Thanks for watching. Enjoy your holiday.
Every young woman in Ghana is going to be empowered enough to be the light and the heart of our society.
I am committed to ensuring that these NGOs are supporting government efforts and not the opposite.
We have developed a very effective cycle of admitting and rehabilitating young women in need.
I want to be your soldier. I don't just want to be in the program. I want to be by your side.
Get her ready.
You're saved and you're brought here to make something of yourself. Only rule is that you stay as good girls.
Our investigations will focus on organizations with a seemingly clean sheet.
You will fail. You know why? Because I never lose.
The builders of his house and sellers of his cars give him a percentage for every contract he brings. My opponent sits here and turns against the motion for 170 for making money legally. Wrong! Hey.
The biggest debate competition in Ghana is back. Which side do you represent? For or against the motion? Stay glued to your superstation Love 99.5 FM, Joy Learning and Joy Prime as we bring to you the biggest stage where schools in Ashanti show their prowess through debate. Rally behind your alma mater to glory as gallant young men and women from the various senior high schools in Ashanti elucidate their stance on matters of national interest.
Venue is the Christian Service University College.
Catch us live on Love 99.5 FM, on Facebook at Love 99.5 FM, Joy Learning and Joy Prime, 2 p.m. each day. The Love FM High Schools debate, trumpeting the voice of young ones on issues of national interest. This event is brought to you by your superstation Love 99.5 FM, the Ashanti Regional SRC, and the Regional Directorate of Ghana Education Service Ashanti and CHAS.
This program is in partnership with Pepsodent, Rasta Chocomold from Twillium Industries, Christian Service University College, Jackson Educational Complex, Cowbell, Madam Catherine, Frytol and Fortune Rice from Wilma, and sponsored by Zest Consult, Pidato Company Limited, CBS Industries, Top Choco, Ultimate Fashions, Flora Tissues. Supported by
Welcome to the Euromax anniversary show. Today we're looking back at the best recipes, travel reports, and architecture. And we'll include some highlights from the past 2 decades. So take a walk down memory lane with us. Plus, we'll see which Euromax report has triggered the most views on social media. All this and more coming up on the 20th anniversary of Euromax. We start off with a culinary tour of Europe. Over the past 20 years, we've featured some of the best restaurants, best chefs, and their specialties. Today, we're going to take a look at the top recommendations from Euromax, as well as the secrets behind the recipes.
We're on the streets of Berlin on the hunt for a currywurst. Sausage and sauce. Nothing complicated here. The big question, though, with or without the skin?
I like currywurst with or without. The currywurst with skin should be nice and crispy, but not too dry. The one without should still be juicy, but nicely seared on the outside to a golden yellow color.
So much for the secret of the sausage. But what about the sauce?
So the secret to our sauce is, well, honestly, there is no secret. It's a tomato ketchup made with 87% tomatoes, a little bit of sugar, some vinegar, and spices. That's it. I wouldn't say that we make the classic Berlin currywurst, or even that someone else makes the classic Berlin currywurst. Everyone does their own thing.
Everything goes.
The currywurst is as diverse as Berlin itself. The secret is that there is no secret. Every shop has their own take. That puts it at number 5 on our list. Next up, paella. And while it might look like you just grabbed some leftovers from the freezer and put them over rice, there's a lot more to Spain's national dish than you might think.
To make an authentic Valencian paella, you first need a paella pan.
We start with oil, chicken, and rabbit. Green beans, tomatoes, or garrafon beans are a perfect topping. If you want, you can add snails or garlic. And to make the color pop, saffron. And finally, rice. The bomba variety is used for fluffiness.
There is no one authentic paella. There are lots of them. What it really needs is a kind of coherence. A Valencian never mixes ingredients from the sea with ingredients from the land. Meat and fish in the same paella doesn't exist in Valencia.
However it's made, Spanish paella is not to be missed on a trip to Europe. Now we're off to France, where you can find the best baguettes in the world. Supposedly, every French person eats about half a baguette a day. But what is it that makes the baguette so popular?
You only need a few ingredients for a baguette: flour, water, salt, and yeast. That's why it looks so simple, but to make a really good one, you need real know-how.
The most important ingredient is the sourdough, which is often many years old, developing its flavor over time. And the scoring on top isn't just a design.
It's important to score the dough with a small blade. This allows the carbon dioxide created by the yeast and sourdough to escape.
Looks easy enough, but good luck trying this at home. That's why it's best to try our number 3 directly in France. Bon appétit! Next, we're off to Austria to try the legendary Wiener Schnitzel. It might look simple, but the original follows a strict recipe that might surprise you.
A Wiener Schnitzel is always made from veal, not pork, not turkey, and not vegetables.
The schnitzel is pounded until it's 3 to 4 millimeters thin. That keeps it nice and tender. On to the breading. First, the veal goes into the flour, then into the eggs, and is finally pressed lightly into the breadcrumbs. Then the breading can rise nicely later.
We use lard, which is the classic. Then we have clarified butter, which gives a finer buttery taste. And then there's vegetable fat, which is more neutral. It's up to you, but my tip is clarified butter. That's perfect.
Fry the schnitzel briefly, taking care to keep it moving in the pan. Then onto a paper towel to blot any excess fat. And you're done with this crispy classic coming in at number 2. Our top recommendation is actually a side dish for some, but not for the Belgians. For them, it's hard to beat a bunch of golden fries.
It's like a song. Sounds like that. When you have a party, you eat fries. When you have a new girlfriend, you take her out for fries. And when you don't have her anymore, you go out for fries. They always taste good.
The secret to good fries is using the right potato. In Belgium, bintje potatoes are most common. They're a particularly aromatic and crispy variety, fried twice in beef fat.
For me, fries are symbolic for the Belgian attitude. They're simple, but I still discover something new here every day.
For some, a side dish. For others, a meal. But it's the love of fries that unites everyone. A must-try when visiting Belgium, and our top recommendation.
Over the past 20 years, our reporters have traveled to destinations all over Europe, many of which have made a lasting impression. We take a look now at 5 destinations that have remained particularly memorable for the Euromax team.
Europe's best island. Readers of Travel and Leisure magazine have awarded this title to the Greek island of Paros twice. We set out to discover why.
They say this is the best island in Europe, but there are so many. What does it have what others don't have? Let's find out.
Paros is one of the Cyclades island group in the Aegean Sea. It's reachable by ferry or plane. First, our reporter makes sure the leisure time activities live up to the high expectations. Diving in crystal clear water. Then, a romantic ride on horseback along the beach. Everything's here for an active vacation, but what do the towns and villages have to offer? Lefkis is one of the prettiest on Paros. Its narrow streets are just steeping in holiday feeling. What could top that? Only the sunset. Then Paros gives it that extra shine. In the evening, Micah finds out why this island is so popular.
It simply offers the whole package. And I have to admit, I had an amazing time with extremely friendly locals. So, hope to see you again.
At the opposite end of Europe, Euromax reporter Megan Lee visited Iceland. She explored Reykjavik, the northernmost capital city on Earth.
Here's another major landmark of Reykjavik, the Hallgrímskirkja. Built over a 40-year period, finished in 1986 with a very important explorer, Leifur Eriksson, standing right out front. Let's go check it out.
As beautiful as this church is, even more interesting than Reykjavik is the countryside. Megan's first stop is Gutfus, or the Golden Waterfall. Here, the water tumbles into a canyon up to 70 meters deep. Her next stop is the Strokur geyser, which erupts every few minutes. But careful, the water is boiling hot, unlike most of Iceland. Even in summer, truly warm days are few and far between here. The third best trip on our list is to the Black Forest in southwestern Germany, to the world's biggest cuckoo clock. Not this one, and not this one, but that one. This clock in the town of Triberg takes up an entire house. It was completed in 1994. DW reporter Hendrik Welling brought back a truckload of trivia about the Black Forest cuckoo clocks from this trip. For instance, that they were invented by clockmaker Franz Anton Ketterer in the 1700s. Anton Ketterer actually wanted to make an alarm clock with these clocks, aiming for a cock-a-doodle-doo sound. But he wasn't able to recreate this cock-crow mechanically. He happened to use bellows that made whistling noises, and then it became cuckoo. So the cuckoo clock, as it's known today worldwide, actually came about by chance. So this is the cuckoo. The road to the world's biggest cuckoo clock is a journey to the heart of the German clockmaker's art. For the fourth trip, once again we join Megan Lee, this time in the European country with the highest beer consumption per capita. Hint, it's not Germany. This is Czechia. After a stroll around Prague, Megan attends a beer tasting at the Umed Vidku restaurant. Cheers! Afterwards, sightseeing is all the more fun. The Prague Castle is the largest of its kind in the world. Today it serves as the office of the President of the Czech Republic. For the evening, a special kind of relaxation program is planned. A beer bath.
We put the beer oil inside of the water, and I'm also gonna put inside this mixture. What's this? You can smell it if you want to. It's a combination of hop, yeast, sugar, and a little bit of herbs, which is basically the same mixture that we use for brewing the beer.
The alcohol isn't in the tub, it's in the mug, as usual. In 2022, Czechs drank about 135 liters of beer per capita, more than any other nation in Europe. Is this a castle on a mountaintop or a monastery at dizzying heights? No, something even more special.
I'm taking the train to the highest train station in Europe.
The fifth and final travel destination is Switzerland's Jungfraujoch. In a half-hour's journey, the train climbs some 1,400 meters in altitude. The Jungfrau Railway was a sensation when it opened in 1912. The line took 16 years to build instead of the planned 7. The last stop sits at 3,454 meters altitude.
Jungfraujoch, top of Europe, terminal station, Jungfraujoch, Bahnhof. Auf Wiedersehen, Dankeschön, goodbye, thank you.
Not only is this Europe's highest train station, but also the most spectacular in terms of the view. Over 1 million travelers take the train up here annually. The station itself houses a mix of museum and curiosity shop. It gives visitors some idea of the dangers involved in building the rail line in the late 19th century. Topping the top of Europe is a Swiss classic, cheese fondue. Pieces of bread and vegetables dipped in melted cheese.
It's really breathtaking up here, but without the train, I would have never been able to come up here.
Europe's highest train station is the last stop on our tour of our top 5 European spots.
Euromax first went on the air worldwide 20 years ago. A lot has happened since then. We start the 5,688th broadcast with a short review of some of the highlights so far.
For 20 years, Euromax has been bringing Europe's most exciting stories to your screen, from travel, art, dining, fashion, architecture, traditions, and the stars. Even for the very first shows, our reporters were scouring the entire continent for interesting stories. They've jumped right into the thick of things. They've had new experiences and discovered their own hidden talents. They've taken the plunge. And they've tested their own limits. Our presenters have traveled across Europe for you.
Bonjour from Paris.
Hasta luego and adios.
Au revoir.
In summer 2011, Euromax reported from Berlin Fashion Week.
And Guido, why have you chosen this one?
I think this is a perfect dress for you.
This is the fabulous dress.
On the 30th anniversary of Germany's reunification, we came to you from the Brandenburg Gate.
Until we meet again, goodbye, stay safe, and thanks for watching.
In 2018, we saw another Euromax highlight.
Hi everyone, and welcome to this very special edition of Euromax, where we have a very special guest co-hosting the program with us. And today it is Maestro André Rieu, conductor and musician. Thank you so much for having us today and welcoming us in your beautiful home.
It's fantastic to have you here.
Celebrity architect Sir David Chipperfield also co-hosted an edition of Euromax. And fashion designer Lavinia Bijotti invited us along to Rome.
For me and the rest of the crew here, and from Lavinia Bijotti, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you again soon.
Euromax branched out from television long ago. Fans can now sample our offerings on social media, such as on Instagram, from beautiful to bizarre. The most exciting stories are also on YouTube, as well as on Facebook. 20 years of Euromax, a success story on all channels.
We now take a look at a top Euromax report that has amassed close to 8 million clicks on YouTube. In terms of superlatives, it takes the cake as reporter Axel Primavesi dares to go 700 meters above sea level on Austria's stairway to heaven.
Oh my gosh. My legs are shaking and I'm really nervous. Whew. I've never done this before. The higher I come, the shakier it gets. And I really shouldn't fall because that would really hurt. My day begins early in the morning at the Donnerkogel in Upper Austria. You take the cable car to reach the Klettersteig. At an altitude of around 1,500 meters, it is just a 20-minute hike. Mountain guide Heli Putz shows me how to use the safety gear to secure myself. It'll be connected to my harness with a simple knot. The big object near the harness should help cushion my fall if I take a tumble. I attach myself to the steel cable on the rock face using carabiner hooks.
The carabiner will slide all the way down to the next fixed position where the anchor is. You have a lot of speed and then they break you immediately. It's a very hard impact before that one goes to absorb.
So you get hurt quite severely?
Yeah, I'm sure you get hurt badly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we reach the stairway to heaven. Okay, so this is where you want me to walk up?
Exactly. This is a part of the Klettersteig. I think the main part. That's why we are here for.
Okay. Any tips, hints, tricks?
Stay focused on the footsteps.
Okay.
Normally, your eyes going to the danger. Always, your eyes will follow, hey, it's super high. You have to switch a little on your brain. Say, okay, stay focused just on the handlebar and on the step.
Everything easy. Hopefully. Up the ladder. It's quite shaky. Down there, the gorge is 700 meters deep. I really shouldn't fall. Looking far up is not a good idea. Looking down is not a good idea either, so I don't know where to look. Yes, I've done it. Whew. But the hardest part is yet to come. This really steep part over a pretty narrow ridge. I never imagined it would be this tough. The final stretch to the summit, however, is a bit more relaxed, and for my efforts, I'm rewarded with a stunning view over the Alps.
So perfect. Good job, man.
Yes! I'm here! Okay, but one simple question. The way down is the same way we went up?
It's a good point to ask here in the summit.
Yes!
Yeah. Of course we can go down the same way, but here's a nice walking trail.
But first, I need a break. Exhausted but exhilarated, I enjoy the peace and quiet 2,000 meters up.
Architecture is one of the main pillars of Euromax, and so our anniversary show wouldn't be complete without it. We take a look now at 5 structures that will amaze you, especially when you see how the walls in one house are simply movable.
Is it a fairy tale castle? No, this is an artist's vision. Hard to believe that it's located in the middle of Switzerland. For nearly 50 years, Bruno Weber worked on this ambience. He lived here with his wife Maria Anna until his passing in 2011.
Myths and fairy tales definitely had some influence. We always used to read to each other before going to sleep.
Come on in and take a seat on the winged chairs in the dining room.
There are halls and passages everywhere to be explored.
The upstairs bathroom recalls a cave with stalactites and colored mosaics. The Weber's twin daughters had lots of fun in the spacious bathtub. The bedrooms are equally playful. And on the top floor, the Room of Stars is a place for quiet contemplation. Bruno Weber's home and park encourages visitors to free their imagination. A fantasy house, our number 5. At first glance, this looks like a construction site. In fact, it's a modern-day mansion. 360 concrete tubes give protection from the sun while funneling in the light. The movable walls of glass are essential to the concept of this house in Paphos, Cyprus.
For us, this space is very important. The connection between in and out is like in the summer period, which is 8 months. It's going to be a place where you entertain, a place where you have exhibitions, a place that you dine, a place that you... It's like the living room. It's like you move the living room from inside to outside.
A stream flows just outside the building's walls. In summer, it cools the air and the house itself through the open windows. The interplay of light and shade works optimally. Perched on a slope in the Polish Carpathians is what Robert Konieczny calls the Ark. His house does look a bit like a ship, and it also offers him refuge.
If I were to lay out a garden or a terrace here, or even put up a fence of some kind, not to mention plant something, it'd look odd and totally out of place. My living concept gives you the feeling of owning the entire mountain. It's as if the house were floating on the mountain. There are no boundaries here.
The main entrance can be tipped up by remote control, so the house may be entered by means of a landing stage. It almost looks as if the Ark were merely calling at a port on the mountain slope. It's our number 3. This building may not come across as anything special at first, but a closer look at the Mjøsa Tower, about 100 kilometers north of Oslo, Norway, shows that it's made entirely of wood. At 85 meters tall, it's a milestone of architecture and the world's tallest wooden building.
It's a symbol of what is possible to make in wood. Complicated buildings and also the high-rise buildings. And we have to reduce CO2. And this is 60% lower CO2 than in steel and concrete.
Surprisingly, fire protection did not present any major problem. The thick wooden beams could withstand a blaze even longer than steel. Who would have thought? This XXL wooden skyscraper is in second place. And that brings us to first place, a house with elements of fun in Edinburgh, Scotland. Every room in it can be altered using movable wall panels. Architect Richard Murphy designed it for himself. On each of the 5 levels, hatches, sliding doors and other surprises are installed.
I mean, one does things for different reasons. Sometimes you do them for functional reasons and sometimes you do them for a piece of fun. And this is more of a piece of fun so that when you're in the bedroom, you can talk to people down in the living room if you want to.
Running up and down the stairs might get a bit exhausting for some, but no doubt it's a quirky, good-looking home. In 2016, the Royal Institute of British Architects even voted it House of the Year.
Euromax will continue to find the best stories for you from all over Europe. Here's a look at what to expect.
Euromax brings the action to you. Follow our reporters across the continent for stunning scenery, bustling cities, and secret travel tips. Join us and explore the flavors of Europe, sometimes delicious, sometimes not so much. Watch the Euromax team push the limits of their abilities and challenge their palates. There's no task they won't face, exploring quirky traditions and day-to-day life across Europe. There's plenty of fun and adventure in store for you. We bring you the stories about the special people who live here, and stories that'll keep you on the edge of your seat. Join us for the ride.
And that wraps up our anniversary edition. Celebrate with us by taking part in our viewers' draw, the details of which you will find on our website. It's your chance at winning some DW goodies such as a backpack, headphones, and other fun giveaways. Good luck and tune in again next week.
This voice speaks a lot of volume to me personally, because I feel like my forefather or my own father was killed here, and it's like a child who didn't meet his father, but you come and you hear that this is where your father was slaughtered, in a sense, or your father was killed. So anytime we come here, we feel like this is the home of our ancestors. Here was the center where the plot to capture Otumfuo was initiated, and here was the center where he was captured.
And starting this June on JoyNews, we connect you to the rest of the continent on Connect Africa with me, Blessed Suga. The issue about loss and damage reparations. How is the West receiving such a call from especially African leaders?
You know, the losses are actually being borne by African countries.
I will be here live from the JoyNews studio speaking to our affiliates and correspondents from across Africa with news, analysis, interviews, and conversations from the rest of the continent.
If you look at successive opinion polls, right, Peter Obi seems to be leading. So the question is, if the insecurity causes a low voter turnout, would it impact on the fortunes of the candidate?
Join us on Connect Africa on the JoyNews channel.
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless.
My name is Albert Sori in the Upper East Regional Capital, Bolgatanga, and this is JoyNews. Independent, fearless, credible.
It is not always black or white.
It could be black and white.
You want to ask why? Why not?
You want to have a say, so you take the microphone.
End of the day, they'll tell you, oh, about Faye, about Chun, they'll come and take pictures and all that. They don't do it.
There are always issues. Find those that matter to you
on the all-new AM show with Benjamin
and Bernice.
It is worth waking up for.
It is not always black or white. It could be black and white. You want to ask why? Why not? You want to have a say, so you take the microphone. There are always issues. Find those that matter to you on the all-new AM show with me, Bernice Abubedulansa. It's worth waking up for.
I am Anas Sabit on the principal streets of Tichiman, and this is JoyNews. Independent, fearless, and credible.
In Ghana, when there's a fire, people are more likely to call a radio station than a fire station. They believe the media will succeed where our institutions have failed. That is a huge responsibility for any journalist to shoulder. Thankfully, at JoyNews, we are more than journalists. We are agents of development. We are champions of change. We don't just report the problem, we help define solutions. We are JoyNews, home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. My name is Araba Kumsin.
When something happens, you want to know all about it immediately. Here at JoyNews, we don't just bring you the breaking stories. We go beyond them to bring you the intricate issues in those developing stories. We are relentless in our probe, detailed in our search, and our commitment to be your most credible news source is one that you can trust, because news is all about you. JoyNews, credible, independent, and fearless.
Stories, that's what we tell each other every day. At JoyNews, we tell your story. You have a story the world should know about? Tell it to JoyNews. We are your home of bold, credible, and fearless journalism. I am Emefa Apau.
We have seen a lot together, and through it all, the faces here at JoyNews have looked you straight in the eyes and asked the questions you've always wanted to ask. We've been fearless but compassionate. We've been relentless with our probe. We have given you the microphones.
The boy they killed is my best friend.
We here at JoyNews are always honored to share each day with you. My name is Ernest Minu, and this is JoyNews. Credible, fearless, and independent.
Bold, credible, and fearless journalism. That is what we stand for. Duty bearers and citizens know that they'll be asked the hard questions to bring out the truth. That is what we expect of us. It is this commitment to tell truth to power that sets us apart, because we will hold the feet of leadership to the heat of accountability. My name is Evans Mensah, and this is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
has reporters in every part of the country,
telling you about the communities they live in,
the people, and their unique stories.
We enjoy doing stories that evoke optimism and love.
Above all, we do not just tell you what is happening around you.
We also tell you how it matters to you.
Because for a journalist, bearing witness is not just an instinct.
It is a responsibility.
We want to know your opinion.
This is Joy News.
Independent, fearless,
and credible.
A fifth of the babies who come in will end up dying.
This is impactful journalism, the storytelling that stretches your imagination and shines a light on the underreported issues.
Normally, if you talk, that doesn't change people. Let them see it.
This is impactful journalism. It is fearless, independent journalism that reshapes thoughts and crushes stereotypes.
But I had no more strength in me again.
The person must be made to know that what you have done, yes, it would have deserved murder.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives.
Children are born with sin, and therefore if you don't baptize them and they die as children, then they will go to hell. This is funny.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives. This is JoyNews Hotline Documentaries, compelling stories changing the status quo.
I am in Athalia Kwanzaa in Takrady, and this is Joy News. Independent, fearless, credible.
A former footballer, a former referee, a civil servant, a coach, a mother. Wow. Are there people in this world who are able to combine all these and write their names in the history of Ghanaian football? It is quite rare. But one person who has been able to do it incredibly well is Madam Mercy Tegukwaku. The bigger question everyone is asking is, how was she able to rise all the way from playing football? At the 1999 Women's World Cup, officiated, was that the 2007 Women's World Cup, one of the rare female FIFA referees that we've had in this country. Now she is a coach. Now she is also a civil servant within the fire service. Mercy Tegukwaku, my guest here on Prime Take. Madam, thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
How are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
Oh, I'm also doing good.
Thank God.
But what was your upbringing like?
Thank you for having me once again. I am Mercy Tegukwaku, from a family of 7 siblings. Coincidentally, I'm the last born.
Oh wow! 2 last borns that have a good conversation.
And a Wednesday born too. My father was also a civil servant. Likewise, my mom. I was brought up at the Western region, precisely Takrady.
Oh, okay.
I attended school, my primary education at one of these sites, Accra Road Methodist Primary, and continued to the middle school, then to second cycle, that's Fijai Secondary. After Fijai Secondary School, I came to Accra.
Okay.
At the Workers' College, I did my A-level and continue with the fire service for a while, then went to my tertiary at Winneba, University of Education.
Oh, okay. So the upbringing, how was it like? Are you from a family of where there was always joy at home, there was always loads of enjoyment, plenty of food to eat, or you are one of those people who came through the hard way and broke the glass ceilings?
Fortunately, I wouldn't say when I was coming up as like a silver spoon on my mouth. No, I'm coming from a family where an average family, okay, where the parents were together till death one went off. Yeah, my father was a very strict person. Likewise, my mom. But my mom, you know, women, feminine touch. Fortunately for me, my dad really loved me, and he loved what I was doing as a sports person and combining education and sports. So he really encouraged me. And when I was in school, I was doing athletics. I was the Western Regional champion, high jump, jack of all trades. I was then looking for where I'll be the master. I was playing lawn tennis, table tennis, high jump. As for football, it was a home game that we used to play with the people around my locality.
You were playing with the area boys?
Not area boys. If you play down, we were living upstairs.
Oh, okay.
When you get down and my old man meets you down there, you'll be whipped. So, fortunately, I'm the last one. I'm right behind about 5 boys.
Oh,
so
okay.
yes, so it's like I used to play with them a lot. Tomboy life kind of. Whenever we were going to church, I prefer to wear their suits and because I saw myself, I was identifying myself with them. You know? So apparently this is all about it. That is all about it. My parents really encouraged me, especially my dad. My mom wanted me to always be with her at the kitchen. And whenever I go to the kitchen, I realize that my brothers were playing. Why am I at the kitchen? I'm the last person. So I quickly ran out, play with them. My mom would chase me everywhere. She wouldn't get hold of me. My father would ask my mom to allow me, and he was encouraging me. And trust me, that really gave me that booster to continue till where I got to as a football player.
How did the sports journey begin? Was it from the school level where you took it a notch higher, or you were just playing with your brothers and then the interest just took over from there?
Yeah, it took off when I entered into secondary school, the first cycle. Somewhere along the line, there was something we call interco.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I was very tiny, so I could really run. I started with 400 meters. And along the line, my school teacher, that's the PE teacher, asked me to try my hands on high jump.
Is there anything you've not done before in your life?
I wonder. So I tried high jump in inter-house, and I was first. So there and then I started training towards the high jump competition that was about to be held. That was interco, during the interco. After the 400 meters, I went to do the high jump and I was first. So I realized that, yes, this is an area that I can really specialize. So I started on and on and on. In Western region, for a while, I was the champion for a long time, till I came to Accra. Then we had something called regionals. Western region represented, I represented Western region and in Greater Accra. And there was something we called mobile games. There were so many games.
Was it that?
Many years ago.
Yeah, it was initially one of these fuel companies called Mobile.
Mobile,
okay.
Mobile. Mobile games. So I think one of the training section in Western region towards that mobile games in Accra, I was able to make a record for Western region. So then there was a man called Mr. Olympio. I think he was the sports authority boss in Western region. So he told me that I think there is something I can do and do better in terms of high jump. So if I stopped everything and started concentrating on high jump. Until we came to Accra, the mobile games, a lady called Stella Sadami with police service. She was far above me. So I said, no, let me continue. After a while, I think one day I was in Greater Accra, training with the Greater Accra, people in the Greater Accra, athletes in the Greater Accra, and I saw ladies playing football. So, I can play football, I know how to play football. Okay, so after our training, I was hanging around waiting for them to also finish. When they finished, I talked to somebody and he said, oh, ladies who play football are all over in Greater Accra and they have clubs, so I can join. Then we had come, my parents have been transferred to Tema. So a very good friend of mine, Simon Ado, the junior brother of Joe Ado.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he stays in Tema. We had then left Takrady
to.
So when One day I met him and we were talking about football. He said, you can play women's football for my community. Tema, they had annual games that they play, both men and women.
Okay.
And their area was side 16. So since he was a friend, I said, okay, I'll play for your area. After that annual games, I was spotted by a club called Supreme Ladies. May his soul rest in peace, Malam Isa.
Yeah.
And he said, oh, I should come and play for their club. That was Supreme Ladies. So this was how come I started playing football, from high jump to football.
High jump, 400 meters.
Yes.
Football.
Yes.
And it was a football that actually sold you to the world.
Yes.
Actually.
Yes. When we go to Western region, it's athletics.
Yes.
Until I came to Greater Accra, everybody knew Messi.
Oh, so in Western region,
I was the high jump champion.
Athletics.
Yes.
In Greater Accra, football.
Football. Then it became nationwide football. Yeah.
Okay,
So,
I see. But at what point were you spotted into the national team?
Like I was saying, when I was invited into this Supreme Ladies team, I met so many good players there, and they were playing league. Okay, so it wasn't that big league like we are doing now. It was Ashanti region, Madam Abi Bates Club, then Ashtown Ladies, and Greater Accra.
Oh, okay.
So a team was formed, Greater Accra, a team was formed, and it was named Greater Accra Women's Football.
Oh, okay.
So we played Ashanti region in Kumasi. That is where selection was made for the national team for the first time.
Okay. And you were spotted?
I
and
was
picked
spotted,
up.
yes.
And
I was picked up, and for reasons best known to the organizers, I was dropped again. But, it was too early. It was a maiden edition, so I didn't bother myself too much until I think we went to Benin, Greater Accra, we went to Benin. When we came back, then I was re-invited into the
team again. Yeah. How would you describe that national team journey?
At the onset, it was like we were having fun.
Yeah.
Because women's football then wasn't that big as we see it now. So we were having fun until we had the opportunity to go to India for, I think there was something Shield Cup.
Yeah.
And we won. When we came back, then Nana Sambu Butler was then the FA chairman, not president as it is now.
Yeah, it was chairman.
Yes. So then the president's wife, former president, may his soul rest in peace, Rollins' wife, Madam First Lady, Her Excellency Ajman Kunedu.
Yeah.
She really encouraged us. She became the patron of the female national team.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So she really encouraged us, and she put in so much effort to make sure that the team was well groomed.
Yeah. And catered for.
Yes. And on and on and on and on. We started playing qualifiers. We went to Cup of Nations in Abeokuta in Nigeria. We were second, first runner-up to Nigeria. So we qualified for the World Cup in United States in 1998.
Yeah.
And we left for US 1999.
And talk to me briefly. We have heard stories about how there was this fierce rivalry between Ghana and Nigeria. What were they like?
This rivalry started right from the beginning. I remember when I was playing for Black Queens, we had one qualified match in Accra Sports Stadium, and it was like a war. Even though Ghana's team was very young, we were very determined, but due to inexperience, Nigeria had already started women's football way back. Before, so, but Ghana is blessed with talent. We were blessed so much with talent.
A former footballer, a former referee, a civil servant, a coach, a mother. Wow. Are there people in this world who are able to combine all these and a former footballer, a former referee, a civil servant, a coach, a mother. Wow. Are there people in this world who are able to combine all these and write their names in the history of Ghanaian football? It is quite rare. But one person who has been able to do it incredibly well is Madam Mercy Tegokwaku. The bigger question everyone is asking is, how was she able to rise all the way from playing football at the 1999 Women's World Cup, officiated, was it at the 2007 Women's World Cup, one of the rare female FIFA referees that we've had in this country. Now she is a coach. Now she is also a civil servant within the fire service. Mercy Tegokwaku, my guest here on Prime Pick. Madam, thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
How are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
Oh, I'm also doing good.
Thank God.
But what was your upbringing like?
Thank you for having me once again. I am Mercy Tegokwaku, from a family of 7 siblings. Coincidentally, I'm the last born.
Oh wow! 2 last borns that have a good conversation.
And a Wednesday born too. My father was also a civil servant. Likewise, my mom. I was brought up at the Western region, precisely Takoradi.
Oh, okay.
I attended school, my primary education at one of these ITOs, Accra Road Methodist Primary, and continued to the middle school, then to second cycle, that's Fijai Secondary. After Fijai Secondary School, I came to Accra.
Okay.
At the Workers' College, I did my A-level and continue with the fire service for a while, then went to my tertiary at Winneba, University of Education.
Oh, okay. So the upbringing, how was it like? Like, are you from a family of where there was always joy at home, there was always loads of enjoyment, plenty of food to eat, or you are one of those people who came through the hard way and broke the glass ceilings?
Fortunately, I would say when I was coming up as like a silver spoon on my mouth, no. I'm coming from a family where, an average family,
okay,
where the parents were together till death one went off. Yeah. My father was a very strict person. Likewise, my mom. But my mom, you know, women, feminine touch. Fortunately for me, my dad really loved me, and he loved what I was doing as a sports person and combining education and sports. So he really encouraged me. And when I was in school, I was doing athletics. I was the Western Regional champion, high jump, jack of all trades. I was then looking for where I'll be the master. I was playing lawn tennis, table tennis, high jump. As for football, it was a home game that we used to play with the people around my locality.
You were playing with the area boys?
Not area boys. If you play down, we were living upstairs.
Oh, okay.
When you get down and my old man meets you down there, you'll be whipped. So, fortunately, I'm the last one. I'm right behind about 5 boys.
Oh, okay.
So yes, so it's like I used to play with them a lot. Tomboy life kind of. Whenever we were going to church, I prefer to wear their suits and you know, because I saw myself, I was identifying myself with them. You know? So apparently this is all about it. That is all about it. My parents really encouraged me, especially my dad. My mom wanted me to always be with her at the kitchen. And whenever I go to the kitchen, I realized that my brothers they were playing.
Yeah.
Why am I at the kitchen? I'm the last person. So I quickly ran out, play with them. My mom would chase me everywhere. She wouldn't get hold of me. My father would ask my mom to allow me, and he was encouraging me. And trust me, that really gave me that booster to continue till where I got to as a football player.
How did the sports journey begin? Was it from the school level where you took it a notch higher, or you were just playing with your brothers and then the interest just took over from there?
Yeah, it took off when I entered into secondary school, the first cycle. Somewhere along the line, there was something we call interco.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I was very tiny, so I could really run. I started with 400 meters. And along the line, my school teacher, that's the PE teacher, asked me to try.
In 2008, the Multimedia Group launched an EduCare fund, to help brilliant but needy students as part of our CSR activities to see them through school. We thought that we should be able to extend this support beyond the EduCare fund.
On the introduction of the free SHS, the question then was whether there will still be that value in providing for students at the SHS level, especially given that SHS was going to be free. So if that money isn't going into supporting individual students, then there should be another way of still investing to benefit such students.
The management and board of the EduCare Fund decided to invest in a project that creates more access to educational content for students wherever they live.
So we looked around and we spoke to Wolo, and then we spoke to our partners at SES, a satellite platform that MultiTV is on, and they decided that look, it's a good cause, we'll give you satellite bandwidth. We spoke to Keynote, who then provided the ground services to put us on the satellite. And so this match, then the three partners plus Multimedia then began to put the plan together, and then in December 2019 we launched.
Keynote started as a telecommunication service provider, but is gradually stepping up its operations and services to support this nation with its capacity. There was already a plan by Keynote to provide support for open university kind of a learning system or platform, because other nations do it. You realize that until recently, when the universities have been very innovative and have instituted certain programs, weekend programs, vacation programs and things that are providing opportunities for people who cannot find physical space in the institutions to learn. And so when Multimedia came up with the same dream, it was like a coincidence of two minds. So we supported the cause because we knew that this nation will not have enough space physically to provide the learning opportunities required by our people.
SES is a global leader in content connectivity solutions provision. We have over 70 satellites worldwide, providing video services and network services to billions of users, consumers in the world. Multimedia Group has been a partner of SES for many years. When the SHS double track system started, MultiTV and its partners approached us, and they wanted to do something about getting these students who are at home whilst others are in school something to do. So we thought, why not use our platform, the SES and MultiTV platform, to provide an education channel for these kids who are home to at least be able to catch up, and be able to do something. Right now, this MultiTV platform reaches more than, let's say, 65% of homes in Ghana. So if you take every 3 homes, 2 homes are watching MultiTV. So we knew that this platform will enable us to reach a lot of these kids at home.
Initially, when the project started, it was set up for senior high school students. But later COVID struck, and the project needed to expand to include the junior high school students also. But after 2 years of operation, we expanded and we have included students at the the primary level. So on a normal day, you have lessons for basic school, also the primary school level, junior high school level, and the senior high school level.
Madam boss me ko charge me phone. Me ko no hwe TV. Na enjoy learning. Na me say nde ma me hwe na e bia e betima aboa me we baby. Me hwe enso ampa e boa me. E boa me me timi sua de yie. E chen say bia me wo school no. Itimi kira de na ndam fo na ye de ntimi en share and take ne saba me ko ha itimi sua de yie. Mas no or try me topic bit to say pie chart. Me san who English or try me adverb ne pronouns ne adjectives. So me kwa me spend 2 hours. Me sign ban so me spend 2 hours. Inti best me kona me ba ina me spend be 4 hours. Me timi be duru kra na e di matem e wo ho.
I've gained a lot. Even yesterday, I was listening to one Jacqueline. He was teaching English language, and the way he was expressing himself about literature, English literature, I heard a lot about it. I understood certain things that for a long time I've learned and I've forgotten. Globally, I would say it's one of the best way in education, because you can stay somewhere very far and you have access in learning without the help of anybody. You can use Joy Learning alone to write your exams and pass. You can stay in the comfort of your own room. You listen to the lectures. If you are very serious, I think you benefit a lot in the learning. But the most advantage to we those in the deprived areas is because we don't have access in light, and then we don't also have this television or the DG boxes here. We lack the Joy Learning. But if we have something here, I think it will help us a lot.
During the pandemic, my only prayer was to get an effective initiative educative channel. My prayer was answered when a friend introduced me to Joy Learning. Since then, how to articulate the English language has never been a problem for me again. Joy Learning, I really appreciate you.
When it comes to going to extra classes, with Joy Learning, I have not anything to worry again, because Joy Learning has really helped me. It is free, you don't have to pay for it.
I got to know more about the Joy Learning essay competition, and now I have won gifts like plaque, books, t-shirts, and many more. So I would like to encourage everybody to also participate in the Joy Learning essay competition so that he or she can also win some of the gifts like the plaque, books, and the t-shirt too. We can watch the classes that we have not, the subject that we have not been done in class, and the topics too, we can do it.
I wasn't good at maths, but Joy Learning helped me to do well at maths. When I go to school, it helped me to solve problems that my teacher would give me. I wasn't get any teacher that would take me through or do me my classes. But Joy Learning is there for me, so I make sure I watch it in the morning, the afternoon, the evening.
Somehow, especially in northern region here, there is poverty. We Joy Learning doing the program free. We are able to go as far as we can, and we really urge the sponsors of the program to continue doing it free.
The way they teach, it was very simple for me. I will urge my fellow students in this community to watch Joy Learning, because when they learn it, they will benefit from it, because I learn it and I have benefit from it.
I encountered Joy Learning about a year ago. We were just watching TV, and then she just changed the channel to that station, and then I was like, wow, I never knew there was something like this. So started watching Joy Learning, and then it has really improved her writing skills and her reading skills as well. I think they should do a lot of essay writing, because it really helps the kids a lot.
Encourage all parents to just let their children be watching Joy Care and e-learning. It improves their studies and also save costs of money. Because if you have to use money and pay your school fees, but when you are watching that one, you don't pay anything. You only get much more easier, you get learning easier, and everything goes smoothly.
We want to continue doing this, but who knows? So we are going to support this initiative for as long as it takes. On top of that, we are also looking at a way of enhancing the service, maybe providing some content on demand. Right? So today, the service is what we call linear broadcasting. So the kids are watching what we broadcast, but it would be good for them to be able to perhaps at some point download or receive content specific to what they're learning at different times on any device anywhere, so they're not just stuck to a TV all the time. So this is something I would like to do in the future to help these kids.
We can say that it's been a very, very successful event. We give God the glory for how far He has brought us. We've been able to reach out to as many students as possible. And so we just want to thank God for His goodness, and we look forward to the future with great anticipation, knowing that we've got our children who are the future of the nation hooked onto the channel. They are learning good things. It is said that the devil finds work for idle hands. So we thank God that we've been able to find something worthwhile for them, so that our children will not go astray even while still at home.
Hello viewers, thank you so much for watching. It's time for Home Tips with Mira. You know the program is all about home tips, DIYs and things you can do yourself. I want to ask you something. Have you really wondered how our body works? You know, the body is this perfect machine that God created, and we need to feed it in order to keep us alive, to keep us going. So I want to ask you, do you eat to live or you live to eat? Because you know, there are times that this body will get tired. The body can get to a certain point and says that I am tired, I cannot go on, I need to reset my clock, I need to rest. And when that happens, what do you do? We'll go for a quick break, and when we come back, I'll show you what you can consume in order to reset your body's clock. One of the ways in which you can help your body to reset its clock is by fasting. I know some people don't like it because it's not a pleasant thing to do, but fasting surely does help the body both physically and spiritually. So today we are looking at juice fast. What is juice fast? It is fasting that is solely dependent on juice. So juice from vegetables or fruits. And that is what we are going to use, because when you fast, it helps you to cleanse your body, it boosts your immunity, it resets your body clock, it gets rid of toxins in your body. So today we are looking at juice fast. It's now time to extract the juice, and we are going to have red juice, yellow juice, and green juice. So for the red juice, I have watermelon, pineapple, beetroot, and turkey berries. They play a very key role in there. And for my yellow juice, I have yellow melon, orange, carrots, a piece of ginger, and celery. And for the green juice, I have cucumber, I have lemon, apple, pear, and spinach. And that is going to form my green juice. When you're at home and you're juicing, be creative about it. Give interesting names to your juices. So for the red juice, I'm going to call it Passion on the Moon. How does that sound? Interesting, right? And then the yellow one, I'll call it Yellow Sunrise. And then the green one, Evergreen. Yes, so these are my juices. So if you don't have a juicer, what we use to extract the juice, you can use blender to extract your juice. Not all the fruits or vegetables have a lot of water content, so you have to support it with just a little water. When you don't have a juicer and you are using a blender, just put everything in a blender, add a little water into it, blend, make sure you have a smooth paste, and then when you finish, you squeeze it and then you get your juice. So there are some fruits that you have to de-seed them before you juice. But for the watermelon, I'm keeping the seeds inside. I'm going to juice the pulp together with the seeds because they are loaded with nutrients. So when you juice, you are supposed to take the juice freshly as it comes. But if you cannot be on time to be juicing it regularly, you can keep them in bottle and in the refrigerator and consume it within a period of maximum 3 days. It's now time for my yellow juice, that is yellow sunrise. So I have my yellow melon, I have my carrot, celery, my thumb size of ginger, and then orange. But I'm not going to put the orange in a juicer. When I'm done extracting the juice, I'll just cut the oranges in two and use a manual juice extractor to get the juice out of the orange. After that, I'll mix the two together. It's now time for evergreen. Yeah, so I have my cucumber. I'm going to cut, but I'll de-seed the cucumber and I'll not peel it. My apple, pear, spinach, turkey berries, and then my lemon. Same process. I'm kneading it so that it will loosen up a bit before I cut it into two and extract the juice. So when you take a juice, within a matter of like 30 minutes, your body has absorbed it, and we don't want any intrusion with the fiber and all that. Remember, we are doing juice fast, so it is only juice that we are taking. Whilst taking your juice, you should also be well hydrated. You have to take in a lot of water. Because remember, we are detoxifying, so it is the liquid that is going to bring out all the toxins out. So you have to drink water as well, and I have with me here 2 liters of water. So what you have to do is that just make sure that you just get a teaspoonful of lemon juice and put it into the water so that you can reap the maximum benefit out of it, because lemon is so good for the body. It's packed with lots of nutrients for the body. It is advisable that if you're at home when you are doing the juice fasting, after you have finished juicing, just keep them in the refrigerator. But in case you have to go to work or you have to go somewhere, just keep them in the bottles like this. And if you have a small ice chest, just put some ice cubes in there so that it will keep it cold, because you don't want to leave it at room temperature. So when you wake up in the morning, just take 1 glass of the lemon water. It can be warm, it can be room temperature. So mid-morning, then you take your passion on the moon. Afternoon, you take yellow sunrise. Late afternoon, you take evergreen juice, and then in the evening, you take your passion red again. But be drinking the water in between. So if the 2 liters is not enough for you, you can be adding more water. We are in a season of love. Show some love to your body because it carries you wherever you want to go. Thank you so much for watching Home Tips with Mira. I believe this has been really helpful. So please, before you embark on this kind of juice fast, please speak with a medical practitioner so he advises you, or speak with your dietitian as well. Pregnant women, nursing mothers, those with underlying medical conditions, and children below 18 years are not supposed to embark on this juice fast. Thank you so much. Please don't forget to watch me on this same channel, and please subscribe on my YouTube page, like and follow me on Facebook. Until we meet again, or until I bring another episode of Home Tips with Mira, it's a bye-bye from me.
And Barakadi Saleh to our Muslim brothers. You're watching The Pulse on the JoyNews channel. Asen North elections were largely peaceful. The remarks from domestic election observers as they equally raised concerns over a few incidents which they consider a block to the peaceful democratic process which took place in the central region yesterday. Meanwhile, the NDC's James Jachi Quayson, who emerged as the winner, is upbeat about resuming his parliamentary duties here in Accra.
So long as I know the cause I'm leading is genuine and it benefits other people.
Well, this afternoon, there are fears of a possible shortage of gas supply in parts of Kumasi and Nkoko after more than 72 hours of tanker drivers withdrawing their services across the country. What's been the impact? We'll get that update for you shortly here on The Pulse. And as Muslims mark Eid al-Adha celebrations, President Akufo-Addo is urging all Muslims and also citizens alike to continue to support government's mandate in the ongoing efforts to revive the Ghanaian economy.
The height of the COVID-19 pandemic, that we do not know how to bring back lives, but we know how to bring back the economy. I stand by those words. Inshallah.
Yes, of what transpired here in Accra today as part of the celebrations is all coming up here on The Pulse. The Pulse is always brought to you by Global Communities Dignilu, Affordable Safe Sanitation. We're on DSTV channel 421 and GoTV 125. I'm blessed to JoyNews is independent, fearless and credible. We're back with details on the stories for you shortly. Please stay. This is The Pulse.
أشرقت نفسي بنور من فؤادي حينما رددت يا رب العباد وانتشت روحي وصار الدمع يجري يا إلهي.
And it's obvious that it was a resounding victory for James Jachi Quayson, who is returning to Parliament for certain as representative for the Asen North constituency. Despite the decision of the Supreme Court to annul his 2020 electoral victory on grounds that he holds dual citizenship, James Jachi Quayson, we know now, has been re-elected with a rather higher margin of votes that he won in the last elections, comparing that to now. Of course, the victor of this election, by-election within the Asen North constituency, says his victory is a verdict of the level of confidence his followers have reposed in him. Listen.
I've always been happy. Tonight is exceptional because Asen North people have vindicated every court and myself. And they still believe in me, so that makes me happy.
What does this victory mean to you personally? Are there lessons to be shared to the whole world?
Well, I mean, principles and values I work with, and I don't quit easily. So long as I know the cause I'm leading is genuine and it benefits other people. You see, you haven't been in a situation where you have to sacrifice your own life interest for the benefit of others. Until you are there, you will not understand it. Somehow you get an inspiration and you become fearless because you are standing for the truth, you are standing for justice, you're standing for almost everything that benefits other people other than yourself. That is why we have people like the Kwame Nkrumahs and we have people like the Mandelas. All right? Otherwise, somebody has to do it. Somebody has to be in that position sometimes. So I'm very...
What do you tell the people of Asen North for what they have done, the victory they have given you?
Well, the victory belongs to them. The victory belongs to Ghana. And the victory belongs to rule of law, justice.
Are you daunted by the fact that you'll be going to court very soon?
No. That's the least of my thought. I'm focused on how I can get Asen North developed. The court can take its own course. I mean, as I said earlier, I have not committed any wrong to worry about what is ahead of in legal terms. No.
Well, so we're asking that question. What's been the overall assessment of the electoral process yesterday? Well, we're getting some answers on that because the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers are describing the Asen North by-election as largely, quote, peaceful, which was fully concluded after the winning candidate was declared. Codeo acknowledges that the conduct of the polls was consistent with the general rules and regulations which was adhered to by the polling officials. That's contained in the latest document that Codeo has released to the press. I want to bring in now Parliamentary Affairs correspondent Quayson, who's been looking at the details of the concerns being raised by Codeo. Kuku, we know that they're lauding the Electoral Commission and also the Ghana Police Service for organizing what they describe as a peaceful poll. But there are concerns about some blots on the electoral process. So first off, let's get to the reasons surrounding why they're assessing this as largely peaceful, and then we'll get to the concerns Codeo is raising.
The disruption of polls, some of these isolated incidents were all largely dealt with by the police swiftly. They talk about the Electoral Commission and how they were able to distribute materials to the various the polling areas. They say that that was largely spot on. So they've given a thumbs up to the Electoral Commission and the Ghana Police Service for being able to manage and organize this process in a way that was reminiscent of Ghana's democratic credentials. But then they go ahead to talk about a few blots like you discussed. They talk about intimidation of our colleague journalists at Adom TV. They say that at about 7:20 a.m. at Methodist Primary School 2 in Breku, a journalist from Adom TV was interviewing electorates, and he was confronted by a purported executive of the NPP for conducting that interview. Again, the police intervened, and the matter was swiftly dealt with. They talk about the violation of voting procedure. They also cite the instance at Methodist Primary School 2 in Breku, where 2 electorates were apprehended by the police for taking a snapshot of their ballot paper after voting. That was also an incident that was seemingly seeking to mar the smooth process of the election. The police dealt with that as well. And they also report about a violent clash. They say that about 1 p.m., a convoy of vehicles with NPP occupants, accompanied by the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the NPP, a chairman owned to me, pursued a vehicle occupied by NDC supporters from a different polling station to in Praso. And during this pursuit, the occupants of the NPP vehicles proceeded to vandalize and damage parts of the NDC vehicle, resulting in commotion and disturbance alongside the roadside.
Right.
But the police intervened to calm the situation. So these are some of the incidents that thought it was going to mar the process, but generally, Codeo has given it a clean bill of health.
Is there any key recommendation going forward? Because this is just a precursor to the major electoral exercise that will happen next year. We're having both parliamentary and presidential elections. What's Codeo saying about the future?
So Codeo really believes that this election should serve as a blueprint for the 2024 general election in terms of how distribution of materials was done, the policing at the various polling stations was done. They believe that these were done really well and must serve as the blueprint going into the 2024 election.
Okay. You're also in Parliament, and just last week we were talking about that spectacle. Almost all MPs leaving the House just to monitor what's going on in Asen North. We're setting to have business resume in the next 24 hours. From your sources, are you picking up if James Quayson will be officially sworn in tomorrow by the Speaker of the House? Because there's a lot to be done. I mean, considering the number of bills before the House, the critical one on the anti-gay bill, which has been suspended until tomorrow. What are we likely to see? James Quayson returning to Parliament tomorrow?
So, according to my sources within Parliament, the institution is ready to swear in Quayson, but it's a certain process which may delay the process. That is, the Electoral Commission would have to send to Parliament the instrument of the election, confirming that James Quayson has been elected so that Parliament can proceed to swear them in. And so the expectation is that if the Electoral Commission is able to quicken that process, send the necessary documents to Parliament by Thursday morning, by Thursday, a few hours after that, they will be able to swear in Judge Quayson. So all that is on the Electoral Commission. The indication we are getting is that this is not such an elaborate process, and that the Electoral Commission can work on this as soon as tomorrow morning. It's just like a letter to the Speaker of Parliament confirming that this election has taken place. But for the reason that today is a holiday, that process would have been completed by now. Because today is a holiday, we expect that the EC may do that tomorrow morning, hand that over to Parliament. And so, if for nothing at all, if not tomorrow, by Friday, Judge Quayson is expected to be sworn in the second time to continue his work in Parliament.
We're on the lookout for that sharply divided house, but we'll keep following that for you. Kwekwasante will be there in Parliament to get you the very latest, my colleague here at JoyNews. So what's accounting for this 57% plus votes that James Judge Quayson is getting, over a 7,000 margin in an election fiercely contested? And what's the science behind all of this? At the time, of course, when predictions were rife that the elections were up for grab for the NPP's candidate. I want to bring in Musa Dankwa, who's Executive Director for Global Info Analytics. And Musa, just last week we were discussing your prediction that there were about 6% of the voter population that were not decided, of course, at the time. They did not tell you where their votes were going to lie. Is that why we're experiencing this margin of victory for James Quayson?
All right, thank you very much for having me. I think there are two sources of his margin. Entirely to his side. And then we had people who may have said they intended to vote for Charles Okonkwo. That actually didn't mean it. They went to the polls and voted for Charles Quayson. So you could see that the final poll compared to the
Musa Dankwa, it appears we're not getting the point you're making. I was just asking about the 57.6 at 56% margin. Yes, we lost you briefly. If you could just take that point for us again.
Okay. It will take what Charles got in the opinion poll, the last opinion poll, 45, and you add the roughly 7% rate. It will be still less than the 5.7 that he got. So where did the extra percentages come from? It came from Charles. Because Charles lost ground. We saw that he was losing ground on a daily basis. So what happened was that people who said they were going didn't actually go and vote for James Quayson.
So what you mean to say is that the voters changed their mind at some point? Okay, we seem to be having some challenge, but Global Info Analytics at the time had decided to do a poll about this whole elections, predicting that James Quayson was following second to Charles Okonkwo. But then, of course, as we're seeing now, 57.56 is the margin of victory for James Judge Quayson. We'll get back to Musa Dankwa later on, but we know that the woes of the newly elected James Judge Quayson is far from over, as he's expected to appear in court over charges of perjury. James Quayson was indicted by the Supreme Court earlier for holding dual citizenship, first as a Ghanaian and then as Canadian, which could not allow him per the law to continue to hold himself out as Member of Parliament for Asen North. But this afternoon, there's a call from Ghanaians, especially those living in Diaspora. Of course, they say that it's time to change and review our laws. Before we get to that, what's the rationale behind our laws that prevents dual citizens from holding this current political office that we're talking about as a Member of Parliament? Let's listen to US-based lawyer, Professor Kwekwasare, who has been explaining to Samson Ladieni on the law about the rationale going into citizenship and the controversial issue of allegiance. Listen.
To another country other than Ghana is a term of art. It is not citizen. Otherwise, I've demonstrated that when the lawmaker wants to say citizen of another country, they know how to say it. So if they have not said a citizen of another country, just forcing allegiance to another country to be citizen of another country is just emotional law. It's not law as we are taught, and it's not law as it should be practiced. And I've given several cases.
Your position, you fortify your position by the fact also that you can owe allegiance and not be a citizen.
Yes, absolutely.
Because there are non-citizen-based allegiance.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And the biggest and the easiest way to understand this argument is that Article 94 2A was there when we didn't even have dual citizens. So what did it mean when we didn't have dual citizens? Did it have no meaning?
Okay.
I mean, the Supreme Court is saying it was meaningless when we didn't have dual citizens, but that cannot be correct because that clause has been in the 1969 Constitution, has been in the 1979 Constitution, and both the 1969 and the 1979 Constitution did not allow dual citizenship.
So that's the position. And why must we change the laws? If indeed you want to serve, why not hold a Ghanaian passport only, just to show that you're indeed owing all of your allegiance to one state, which is Ghana. But the diaspora is wading in. I want to bring in some of our citizens living elsewhere. Charles Bodo is a businessman. He's joining us from Maryland in the United States of America. We also have Benjamin Kwashi joining us from South Africa. There's a number of individuals also joining us this afternoon. Richmond Aholu is a Ghanaian living in Australia. And Dr. Bauer is with the New Patriotic Party's China branch. He is here in Ghana, so he'll be joining us as well to have a conversation around this. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. Let's start off with you, Mr. Podo. The issue about why we are here today and why James Gyakye Quayson appears to be facing this challenge. For you, why is there an urgent need for us to change the laws, first of all?
Good evening, gentlemen, and to your listeners. In fact, when you look at all these things going on, you begin to understand the fear that people are entertaining when they insist that citizens of Ghana who have taken citizens in other countries for the benefit of themselves and to their families and the country at large should be removed or excused from exercising that citizenship spirit that they had. That is not taken away just because you hold a certificate from another country that you are a citizen of that country. Now, to tell you the truth, there are benefits that accrue from being a citizen of one country and living in another country. The advantages are there clear. So the question is, why do you have to say somebody is a dual citizen? What is a citizenship? If you're a citizen of one place, why would you be precluded or removed from any activity that benefit the country where you belong to as a citizen and yourself and your family? So when you look at all these things, for example, recently, the president of Sierra Leone, the one that is currently re-elected.
Well, he's been re-elected.
6 months ago, yes, Bill, has made it clear that those who are citizens of Sierra Leone living elsewhere who have dual citizenship can participate in political affairs of the country. Why? Because of the benefit that the country will derive. About 49% of all countries allow dual citizenship in Africa. Now, these countries have allowed this because they know the potential or the benefit that the country will gain by using the talents that these people have acquired abroad. Why would you deprive yourself of such a talent? Now, let me ask the country this question. If, for example, your brother living in Canada or in the US or anywhere outside Ghana, when he comes home, do you put him aside that he doesn't belong to the family because he has traveled and he's now no longer part of the family? But you allow him to come in, and moreover, what I know is that most of the time they even lead because they say they have more experience because they have learned from other people and they can bring that knowledge together to help the family. Why can't we do the same in Ghana? Why is it different? So for me, it is very perplexing. Now, if you look at how much those in the diaspora bring to the economy, per our gross domestic income, it's about 7.4. Ghana ranked the second highest in terms of what? Remittances that come abroad after Nigeria. So the question is that the contribution of those in diaspora, why should that be diminished? What are we afraid of? Look, let me I don't want to bring myself into this picture, but let me bring myself into it for 1 second. The many years that I have lived in the United States and have run business for over 15 years as an employer, that experience, money cannot buy. No education can buy that. So if I want to bring that knowledge to Ghana to help the country, why should that become a problem? This is my problem with it. And I think the country needs to take another look at it and reset. This is what I can say for now.
Should it just be about money or finances?
No. There are many things that the country can gain by allowing their citizens abroad to come and help, education-wise. Now, how many people have the opportunity to go to Harvard, to go to other universities abroad? Not a lot. And most people, look, like countries like China, when people come here, they come here to recruit them and send them back home to contribute. People like in Israel, Americans don't have problem. They don't even doubt the fact that because this person is an American citizen and you have a dual citizenship in Israel, there is that suspicion. No, allegiance. There are so many Ghanaians who are not citizens of any other country, have own more allegiance to those countries and have cheated us or cheated Ghana from things that should come to the country. What about that? So what is the fear? What is the problem? It's not only about money.
Right. Is Richmond Aholu also here with us? Because I want to pick some other thoughts. Okay, let's hear from Benjamin Kwashi, who's also joining us. Ben, are you there? Richmond, if you can hear me, you're joining us from Australia. And of course, you're a Ghanaian there. Your experiences matter. You've seen what's happening as far as this whole James Jachi Quayson conversation is concerned. What's your perspective on whether or not we should be relaxing our laws or otherwise on this whole dual nationality issue? Yes, we're having some challenges with Richmond there. But Charles, just as we wait for the others to join, it appears we're having some challenge there. The incident that occurred, and of course we've seen that conversation come up about James Jachi Quayson. He spent, in this case, for instance, over 40 years, as we're being told, we don't know what the official record is, in Canada, elsewhere. The values and his system, I mean, he must have built his life entirely elsewhere. So the question is, if you really want to develop this nation, why not stay here for a while, know our system and what, of course, your people will need so you don't feel detached from the reality? What's your take on that?
Thank you for bringing me in to speak again one more time. Now, the longer somebody lives abroad does not detach him from reality. This person has been dealing with his family, making visits back and forth. I mean, it doesn't take that person away from the responsibility that he's supposed to face when he represents the people. But the added value that he has gotten, learning from other people, it is a value that no money can buy. And that is the value that he's bringing to the country. So you don't have to live in Ghana to know more about Ghana. But I'm not going to diminish the presence of a person in a country to have that personal attachment. That is also important. But the question is that, is this person qualified? Is this person the right person to represent the people? And if the people say yes, who are we to say that he is not one of us? When the person is a Ghanaian first and has taken advantage of other person's citizenship. Now, let me say this to you and to your audience. Believe me, if you appoint someone, let's say Quayson is in Canada and he's been appointed as an ambassador over there, is it not better? By the time you take somebody from Ghana, send him to Canada, let him settle down, trying to find his feet, the country is losing. The Canadian government will be happier dealing with him as an ambassador on behalf of Ghana, making deals for the country than a newer person. You see, this is where the cultural benefit, we are losing it. The cultural benefit, we are losing that. So if you bring somebody from the United States to come to Ghana, He has seen things. Most people can say, oh, I've been to America to go to school, I've been to Canada to go to school. Going to school in Canada is different from living in Canada or in the United States as a person.
Right.
Because the experiences of what you have to do to survive in those places, coupled with the knowledge of what you have gained, is different. So when you walk into a place like Ghana or any other country in Africa, you can identify potential immediately by seeing them and say, hey, this is what I would do.
Okay, let's bring in Richmond, because Richmond is joining us from Australia. Richmond, the point about citizenship, allegiance, and just as we see that playing out in the case of James Gyakye Quayson, your take?
Well, first of all, I'll start with saying who has been in politics or been influential in the Ghanaian politics without being overseas or having allegiance to another country, name it. Nana Akufo-Addo himself has been a British citizen. Baumia, on the other hand, had studied he had studied somewhere outside the country, coming down from whoever, the Nkrumah era to the Buzia era. We've had, countless amount of politicians who have studied overseas. What knowledge did they bring as against the people that were in Ghana in the 50s, for instance? They had much more, open knowledge. They had been exposed to, democracy in itself overseas, and therefore had ample knowledge about what the word democracy actually meant and politics in itself. So, being overseas was one advantage. Having allegiance to another country is another thing, if we have to look at it from that perspective. But then again, what are the laws of Ghana saying about who a Ghanaian is? If somebody naturalizes or somebody has gone through the processes of being a Ghanaian, then that qualifies the person.
So what then? What?
And they don't necessarily have to be a Ghanaian born.
Yes, but why is there growing interest, as we've seen? It's not like it's never been the case before. You have referred, for instance, to the president who's lived elsewhere, but this is a matter of citizenship, where some of them go to the extent of saying, well, I want to be part of that society. So why come back again?
Well, I mean, like the previous speaker said, citizenship could just be a matter of us having convenience, being wherever we are. So if I'm in Australia and, for instance, I'm an Australian Ghanaian, it just gives me the advantages of being in Australia. It doesn't really necessarily mean that I've denounced my country, so to speak. If I'm here and I'm a citizen of Australia, and it gives me the best advantage to be here, it is what it is. But if I'm in Ghana and I think I should be in Ghana and it gives me, or I should be a Ghanaian, it gives me the best advantage to be a Ghanaian, it is what it is. So does it really matter? I don't think so, because the Constitution allows for somebody who is not even a Ghanaian born person to be a Ghanaian. So are we. Does it really matter? Should be the question that we should be asking, rather than whether it is an advantage or it is a disadvantage of somebody being a citizen of another country.
Does this issue that's coming up as to whether or not it makes it easier for you in the diaspora to obtain citizenship just for convenience, that has come up. Let's find out if Dr. Bauer Mbagi is also with us. He's with the New Patriotic Party's China wing. We'll get him for you shortly. We'll get Dr. Bauer for you shortly. But Richmond, the point about convenience. You are in Australia, for instance. The issue about convenience. How is it like for you normally?
Well, it gives you a competitive advantage, right? So you are able to compete on the Australian market just as an Australian would be. It gives you all the benefits of being an Australian, because you're a tax-paying Australian, you are a law-abiding Australian, and therefore, why not? Why can't you have the privileges that an Australian have? You know what I mean? Yeah, same as it would be if I was a Ghanaian and I was a law-abiding Ghanaian Australian. If I was an Australian originally and I've lived in Ghana long enough, why should someone or the law prevent me from, having full advantage to the Ghanaian market, for instance, or the Ghanaian business environment, for instance? It is again, it is what it is. It's not. I mean, let's go back to asking the question: why do we go overseas to study? Within the political elite in Ghana, everyone has one form or the other. Cherished the ability to be able to go to a foreign country to study, adding some credentials to their profile or their portfolio. So why is it wrong? That's the question I would ask.
Okay, and for you, Mr. Porter, the experience in the U.S., for instance, let's compare that to what's happening in Ghana. What are some of the benefits you can point to if indeed we allow and ease the laws to have more of our dual citizens come up to take a position here?
You can be a lawful resident. At the same time, people aspire to become a citizen. Why? The benefits are there. It expedites you bringing your family to join you in the United States. That's one reason why people do it mostly. Some people want to do certain jobs that require high security. You can only become a citizen of the United States. Even they don't know that you are from a different country, your passport that you hold as an American citizen still have Ghana in it, that you're from Ghana, because you were not born in the United States. You see, but they will trust you and give you security clearances to do government jobs. Now, the country that you're actually born in is denying you and afraid of you. For what? Now, let me say this. I would say the year of the return, to me, looking right now back, it's a farce. Why? If you are encouraging those that have left their ancestors have left the shores of Africa, not of their own willing, you're asking them to return back home. You do whatever, And then now the man or woman who was born, bred, left the shores of Ghana in search of greener pastures to develop Ghana, to develop the individuals that rely on them. He wants to come back and contribute. You say no.
Is that always the case? For instance, take a look at yourself. Of course, you're a business executive. You're making it out there, and probably as a retirement package, quote and unquote, you may want to come back here and just retire after making it elsewhere. So it's about your personal gains, isn't it?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because money is not all that it is. There are people who really, really love their country, Ghana, and they want to come back and contribute. When we see things that is going on in Ghana, we wish we are there to help. So when we decide to come and help, you see, there is one thing. Even the individuals in Ghana, some of them will say, "To know," just because you are bringing new ideas. To know, that's the word. Say, "Oh, you are to know," because you think you are from America, you think you are from Canada, you think you are from Australia, you think you are from abroad. That attitude has gone right into the legislation, has gone right into this issue that we are discussing now, that Ghanaians are being deprived just because they have decided to take a different path from the rest of the people. And they are now willing to come back. Now they will say, go and denounce. So let's assume that Quayson is now going to be appointed as an ambassador to Canada because he has been in Canada for many, many years. Now, how do you think the Canadian government will feel? You have renounced our citizenship. Now you come to represent your country. Now you want to deal with us? These are all some of the things you have to. The cultural benefit, we are losing it. The cultural benefit, we are losing it big time. If Ghana is going to go places, then Ghana have to allow the people with the expertise who have left the shores, who have acquired knowledge that will help improve the lives of the people. Do not deprive them. Do not put stumbling block on their way. Allow them to flourish so that they can help the country. If the people choose them, then that's it. So the changes have to come. If not, the year of the return is a farce.
Gentlemen, for joining us. We're taking a break. We'll be right back. Thanks for joining the conversation. This is the
You need the EcoBank salary account, bro. See, with the EcoBank salary account, you will enjoy free life insurance, free debit card, save while you spend, and an amazing chance to double your salary, and even more consolation rewards in the EcoBank double salary promo reloaded.
Guy, this EcoBank salary account sounds interesting. What do you think?
Yara, but maybe next time, Charlie. You know what? I'd go shine my shoe.
Yo. Myself, I go check my BP.
We going up, never go down, and we stay flat.
Chairman, you see the white sign it here.
Open an EcoBank salary account today for a lifetime of benefits. You also stand a chance to win more than double your salary in the EcoBank Double Salary Promo Reloaded from now till July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
And chop life regardless.
This promo is under the supervision of the National Lotteries Authority under the Caritas Lottery Platform. The Pan-African.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Smile, Look lively, okay? Smile, smile. Is the money too small?
A bad stomach ruins your day. Don't let it. Take Gastron, your most effective antacid, for the relief of symptoms of peptic ulcer, heartburn, gas pain, flatulence, and indigestion.
Hey guys, what are you waiting for? Let's go, let's go.
Mwah. Can you bring down the smile small?
Gastron, effective relief from stomach discomfort. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the
And you're welcome back. Residents of Central Kofi, Lolobi, and also the Akpafo communities are kicking against government's intention to mine mineral deposits in these areas. The areas are endowed with iron ore deposits, but residents say any attempt by the state to start mining in the area will greatly affect their social and economic lives. They have formed an anti-iron ore mining committee to have a united front to kick against any mining activity in the area. Peter Seno has more in this report.
4 communities from Central Kofi, Akpafo, Lolobi and Bori have declared their intention not to allow government or any entity to mine iron ore deposits in these areas. Their concerns are born from what is currently happening in mining communities in Ghana, where water bodies are heavily polluted with other social and economic negative impacts of mining. For the residents, it is a no to mining from all fronts. The 4 communities have therefore formed an anti-iron ore mining committee to have a common voice to protect their communities and heritage. Emma Amuzu is one of the concerned women. As peasants, she says their livelihood, which is farming, would be jeopardized greatly.
We've seen what is happening in Ghana, especially Ashanti and other areas, the way the mining is destroying a lot of things. So here, the only job our parents do is farming. And then we have these beautiful mountains up here. If we allow them to come and mine here, then they will destroy our land, they will destroy our farming areas. We wouldn't have anything, any place to farm again. This is the main reason why we said no, we don't want, because we want the beautiful forest and the mountain to remain there as it was before our forefathers left. And so we are here, especially me, on behalf of the women, saying that no.
Samuel Tete is a metallurgical engineer and has 20 years mining industry experience and hails from the area. He provided some industry experience but wants government to engage communities so as to win their trust before providing any permits or licenses on mining in these areas.
As a technical person, a lot of stakeholder engagement is needed, where the communities will have to be told the bare truth. Looking at it in context, the benefit to the community in terms of social infrastructure, maybe they will build schools, build roads, build hospitals, but the effect is that the community will be hungry, their agriculture will be adversely affected, and the source of rainfall, drinking water, their sources of water all originate from these mountains. As soon as you disturb the land area, you expose the minerals to rain. So even if you tell the community you drill boreholes, have you looked at the effect of the pollution of surface mining into the underground water? Aside that, what will be the effect of dust, fugitive dust? If you breathe it in, what is the health effect of airborne diseases on the community? This is where I am coming from.
But why are residents in these areas not interested in developing their communities through mining? Here is Emma again.
What development are we seeing? We are not seeing any development. And for that matter, we cannot stand here today and say, yes, mining brings development. What development is it bringing in the Ashanti region, Western region, etc., etc.? We cannot allow anybody to come and destroy our forests and then our farms. If there is a development, we would have been seeing it already. Charity begins at home. And for that matter, we can't stand here now and believe any government that, yes, they will come and then mine here and then bring development. What sort of development, for heaven's sake?
Nana Olato is the Chidomhini for Central Kofi traditional area. For him, the destruction of their source of water through the mining activities is his concern. Peter Senu for JoyNews.
Okay, let's hear from Samuel Tete, who's a meteorological engineer, joining us now. Thank you, sir, for your time. Has government officially communicated to you what they intend to do with iron ore in the area? Because we know that the lands minister, for instance, announced that there won't be any decision by government to ship off iron ore from our soils. So what official position are you getting on this?
As a mining professional, I was given my thoughts on the effects of iron mining on the Central Kofi, Akpafu, Lolobi, Bori area. We've read in the news that the Geological Survey Department has given out ore blocks for certain companies to do exploration to define the resource into reserves that will be mined. Best practice will have made it such that government agencies like the Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation, that is the policy implementing agency for iron ore and the steel industry in Ghana, will have started engaging with the communities in the enclave. But over the past 2 years, when the news came up, they only keep hearing the news that some companies have started bringing containers ostensibly to set up exploration camps in their community. And you will admit with me that it is only the OT region and the Volta region where mining of any sort, whether legal or illegal, is taking place. And we all know the effects of mining on the environment. As a professional, I know the economic benefits mining will bring to our country: taxes, direct employment, royalties, and the fact that iron and steel has become one of the movers of industrialization. There is no building that can be put up without the input of a steel rod, which will come from the iron that will be mined. But as a professional, I am looking at it from the fact that aside the benefits that will go to the investors, to the government, in terms of taxes and royalties, and to the other stakeholders, what is it that the community will be affected with?
Are you suggesting that, there's some form of iron ore mining taking place already in the area?
You know, before mining starts, exploration must be done. There could be geological data telling you that a certain type of a mineral can be found somewhere. But you know, the value chain of mining starts from exploration. And it is not in a forest area away from human settlement. The communities live attached to the mountains. Interestingly, if you go to the Akpafu community, there are communities on top of the hills. So ideally, at the start of exploration, which has in effect started because the community members have started seeing drones around, ostensibly doing reconnaissance exploration, that is airborne exploration. By now, they should start engaging with them, because if they don't have the government agencies, the technical persons know-how, they begin to feed on hearsay. For my case, I'm a mining professional. I've shared my thoughts with them. But what is the government doing to allay their fears? Because the community along the enclave is a purely agrarian community. They are mostly into farming. And it is the mountains that border them that is full of trees, that form clouds for rains to come and feed their rice farms, their other staples like cocoa farming that they engage in. So their fears lie along that line, so that they will not be there for anybody to come and tell them that, no, from tomorrow we are resettling you. They know next to nothing about that.
Okay, so as a community, and I saw you in the video there indicating that you all want a common position on what's going on. What common position are you arriving at this point?
The common position, I think, that must be undertaken is that the ministry that develops policy, that is the Ministry of Lands, for Forestry and Mines, plus its policy implementation arm, that is the Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation, as a matter of agency, begin to engage with the communities in the Oti region where certain information about iron ore deposits exist. Because they must begin to know how, one, they will benefit if the mining will take place. Two, what effect will it have on them? Because for now, they're reading in the news about what even legal mining, the effect on communities in the mining areas of Ghana is doing to them. So, and they are so much attached to their farming. They need to know what effect will it begin to have on their farming, their sources of drinking water, their farmlands for agriculture, in the event that they will be relocated. All those things must begin to happen in advance, because ultimately, no matter the licenses any investor has, whether reconnaissance, exploration, the mining leases, the citizens of the lands hold the final ultimate social license that will permit them to either go into, to allow outsiders to come and mine on their lands. That is where they are coming from.
Okay, and you are an expert as well, so you're able to tell us about the possible dangers to the community if we go about doing this on a large scale. What are the potential dangers of going ahead to do this iron ore exploration or mining on a large scale within this community?
If you perchance visit Hawkway driving through Central Kofi to Jahaseka, we have a tall mountain range there where most of the rainfall that comes along from Jahaseka area to Bori to Central Kofi to Akpafu to Hawkway, across the mountains to the Lolobi liquid traditional area. This is a mountain range that serves as the rainfall source for these communities. So one of their fears is that if you tell them there is huge iron ore deposits in these mountains, it is obvious that if as soon as the mountain is touched, their source of rainfall is touched. So their first source of concern is their livelihood. They are mainly peasant farmers in these communities. And looking at the ages of these men and women, even if the mining is done, I don't think any of them will have access to working because they are about 50 and they are mostly doing the farming. So their main concern is the farming. Aside that, if open pit or surface mining is done, obviously, blasting will affect their buildings because by the mining laws of Ghana, averagely you live just 100 meters away from a pit. And if blasting is done, obviously, their buildings will develop cracks. Aside that, the presence of dust, the dust will blow the winds towards all the communities. And it will affect their crop yields, because if the dust should settle on the leaves of the farm products, obviously, the concept of photosynthesis, which is the basis of crop production or crop yields, will be adversely affected. So this is how they will be affected unless measures are put in place to resettle them. And resettlement, who pays for it? Is it the government? Is it the mining companies? You see, they begin to develop fears. So if the stakeholders, the Ministry of Lands, Forestry and Mines, the Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation doesn't come in, and even EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Water Resources Commission, they must be proactive, because where truthful and relevant information doesn't exist. People feed on all kinds of rumors. So aside the information I shared with them, they knew next to nothing about the benefits to the country and the negative effects it will have on them. We must have a complete conversation in context of the environment, in addition to what Ghana stands to gain.
Okay, we need to wrap up. If there's an appeal to the authorities on this matter, what would that be?
I feel that proactive steps must be taken because it's marks of, for a better word, disrespect for a community to be there and you see containers being offloaded. When you ask them, they tell you they are coming to start exploration. At least some community engagements must be done through the stakeholders, the chiefs, the churches, and the ministry, the agencies like the Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation, the EPA, must begin to engage with the communities because a mining company cannot spend millions of hard-earned US dollars, finish exploration, define an ore body ready to mine. Then the community will rise up and say, we will not agree for you to mine. Investors will not be very happy with that. So the earlier engagements are done. Stakeholders, the communities, the chiefs, everybody buys in, whether to allow or not to allow. I think the better it will be because I feel for the government setting up a separate government agency aside the Minerals Commission, because Minerals Commission controls the policy implementation for all mining activities in Ghana. So to separate it and form the Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation, I feel the same agency must be attached in starting off well, so that the benefits Ghana and communities in gold mining areas didn't derive from gold mining. I don't think it should be repeated when we begin a new resource exploitation in terms of what the iron ore which is on the lands in our community. So engagement is necessary. The communities must buy in, whether to agree or not to agree. I think that way it will help us so much.
Grateful, Samotete, for spending some time with us here on the Pulse. President Akufo-Addo is urging citizens to continue to support government's mandate in the ongoing efforts to revive the economy. Well, he made the remarks during the Edo Ada celebrations at the Black Star Square earlier today.
To deliver the needed progress and prosperity that we all seek. I said at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic that we do not know how to bring back lives, but we know how to bring back the economy. I stand by those words. Inshallah, we're working to restore the economy to full health, and inshallah, we shall do so. The young people in our Muslim communities, you have every right to celebrate today. By all means, celebrate, but by all means, be cautious. Your life matters to the nation and to your family.
The National Chief Imam, Usman Nur Shaributu, also showered prayers for peace to prevail in the protracted Boko conflict.
Your Excellency, Chief Imam says on this special occasion he commits the whole of the nation into the care of the Almighty Allah. Indeed, Allah has kept order in our country and given us peace. We ask him to enhance the peace and harmony. The situation in Boko is of concern to us. We ask Almighty Allah to bring his peace to Boko. Our nation, Ghana, we ask Almighty Allah to keep intact our country. The two leaders that God has given to us, His Excellency the President and His Excellency the Vice President, we commit them unto the care of Allah. May Allah grant them His protection. May Allah help them. May Allah give them the strength on which they are able to take care of the whole of the nation. May Allah enhance them in their health. May Allah continue to increase the peace that we are enjoying in our country. May Allah give us more peace. Our compatriots, as you said, Your Excellency, who are in Mecca at the moment, we ask Allah to grant them His traveling mercies that they will arrive in peace. You have kept the tradition of supporting and helping the Muslims during on such occasion. We pray that Allah will reward you abundantly and deservingly.
أشرقت نفسي بنور من فؤادي حينما رددت يا رب العباد وانتشت روحي وصار الدمع يجري.
And the Ghana Meteo Agency says the recent wet weather conditions will begin easing immediately and should end effectively by the second week in August. It, however, says that moderate to severe thunderstorms or rains, which could result in some floods, are to be expected. They also say that there will be colder nights and mornings and are urging parents to provide some warm clothing for their children. Felicity Ahiafenyo is head of Central Analysis and Forecast at GMET.
In the coming days, we still have rain over the southern sector, but then the intensity is going to reduce gradually. And then by second week of August, we are expecting that we'll have an end to the major rainy season for the southern sector. But then the north, they will still be in the season because they are just starting. So we are expecting frequent thunderstorms with rain over their area from now till August, September through to October. So for tonight, yes, it's going to be cloudy over the entire country with pockets of rain and then drizzle over the coast and part of the middle sector through to tomorrow. That's the indications we are picking from our model chart. And then on Thursday, we expect similar thing. Then over the north, yes, we're expecting one moderate to severe thunderstorms between now and then Sunday. So everybody needs to be in preparation. Southern sector, we are almost in the cold season. So the weather will be very chilly, especially in the morning and then the evening hours.
Someone is saying winter has come to Accra.
Yeah, winter has come to Accra, yeah. So we are pleading with parents, mothers, fathers to get warm clothing for our kids and then the aged in society. We ourselves, we should try and get some small umbrellas or raincoats. And then in terms of our drainage system, we need to do something on our own to make sure that we clear the waterways. For the government to the assemblymen or whatsoever, we are pleading the potholes are just too much. They have to try as much as possible to fill it up for us. And then drivers or motorists, we should try as much as possible not to cross any standing water that we have no knowledge about.
That can be dangerous.
Very, very dangerous.
And an opportunity to work in Anglo-Gold Ashanti Obuasi mine remains a dream for many residents, especially indigenes of Obuasi. But what we do know is that the introduction of an apprenticeship program by mining giants to train the youth in its Adansi catchment area with entrepreneurial and some employable skills appear to have changed the narrative of residents wanting to work in the mines at all costs. My colleague Ohime Interior reports some residents, including women, are taking advantage of the training provided by Anglo-Gold Ashanti in trades such as welding, fabrication and auto engineering to change their lot.
Suspension of operations at Anglo-Gold Ashanti Obuasi mine, which until now employed thousands of residents, adversely affected the economy of Obuasi, bringing the economy on its knees. It explains the saying that Obuasi is the mine and the mine is Obuasi. But with the resuscitation of the mine, following the launch of the redevelopment program in 2019, life has since returned into normalcy. The dream of many of the teeming youth in Obuasi is to work in the mine to better their lots. But the introduction of the apprenticeship and entrepreneurial programs means residents waiting to be employed can acquire skills at no cost thanks to AGA's benevolence. This forms part of efforts by Angogo Ashanti to develop resilient and socio-economically self-sustaining communities in its catchment in the next 10 years. At least 230 youths in Obuasi are benefiting from this scheme as they receive training in dressmaking, welding and fabrication, among others. One of them is Vera Akomia Ajimai, a former restaurant attendant undergoing training in welding and fabrication.
Even if I didn't get chance in the mine to work, I can open my own shop and work there.
Besides the skills training, residents are taking advantage of the presence of the KNUST Obuasi campus to acquire knowledge that will position them to work in the mine in the future. A level 400 metallurgy student tells JoyNews his desire to work at the mine influenced his decision to read his current course.
Growing up, I know a lot about galamsey and gold. And I know that as a child, I know that gold sells a lot and there's money in gold and all that. So growing up, I took interest in the gold because right in front of your house there is a gutter or whatever, and people are just trying to dig gold from it. So I actually wanted to be a geological engineer, but then God knows best. I chose geology as first, metallurgy second, because metallurgy is also related to the gold processing. And then by God's grace, I had a chance to pursue metallurgical engineering here in Obuasi campus. And I would say it has been a blessing a lot. And I've really gone to know a lot of people in the industry there at AGA.
Senior Sustainability Manager Emmanuel Bedu says AGA, through a 10-year socio-economic plan, intend to make Obuasi self-sustaining.
There is clearly something good that we are doing, and we are encouraged to continue to do those things we are doing, in particular implementing our 10-year socio-economic development plan. We want to remain focused. I believe the Obuasi people want to see development. They want to see improvement in lives. We definitely have a role to play in our own small way in contributing to rewriting the narrative.
From Obuasi, for JoyNews, Multimedia reporting.
Thanks for staying with us here on The Pulse. We'll be back after this break.
أشرقت نفسي بنور من فؤادي حينما رددت يا رب العباد وانتشت روحي وصار الدمع
Score HD, the new exciting football channel, is now available only on HD Plus and brings you football from around the world. Watch Sadio Mane and Daniel Kufitre in the top weekly match of the Bundesliga 1 and DFB Cup, Primera Liga, Copa de la Liga Profesional, see Ronaldo in the Saudi Pro League, as well as daily sports news every other hour. Also, get updated on Messi and Mbappe on PSG TV and many more. Feely on HD Plus channel 151. Agronaede HD Plus, the Feely experience.
Even the builders of his house and sellers of his cars give him a percentage for every contract he brings. My opponent sits here and turns against the motion for 170 for making money legally. Wrong! Hey.
The biggest debate competition in Ghana is back. Which side do you represent? For or against the motion? Stay glued to your superstation Love 99.5 FM, Joy Learning and Joy Prime as we bring to you the biggest stage where schools in Ashanti show their prowess through debate. Rally behind your alma mater to glory as gallant young men and women from the various senior high schools in Ashanti elucidate their stance on matters of national interest.
Venue is the Christian Service University College.
Catch us live on Love 99.5 FM, on Facebook at Love 99.5 FM, Joy Learning and Joy Prime, 2 p.m. each day. The Love FM High Schools debate, trumpeting the voice of young ones on issues of national interest. This event is brought to you by your superstation Love 99.5 FM, the Ashanti Regional SRC, and the Regional Directorate of Ghana Education Service Ashanti and CHAS.
This program is in partnership with Pepsodent, Rasta Chocomold from Twillium Industries, Christian Service University College, Jackson Educational Complex, Cowbell, Madam Catherine, Frytol and Fortune Rice from Wilma, and sponsored by Zest Consult, Pidato Company Limited, CBS Industries, Top Choco, Ultimate Fashions, Flora Tissues. Supported by
our boss was like, a decent fashion designer only gets home at midnight. Midway.
Man like Osime, Papa just the chop Italian league like Oha.
These are real housewives of Abuja. Those women are fire. What does OJ say again? A relationship with money is alhamdulillah.
Because they wear uniform, you want to treat people anyhow. Imagine this officer, I will clear out one lie. Don't cost. Bruh, come on there. Face no matter. The biggest dragon for Westeros, now small picking face Sam, blind bomb, right arm like Formula 1. Yeah, catch me.
He found the gold. I've asked her for just shaking me piece of the pie, and she killed him for it. Obini, fair women, no.
No one tells a story like we do. Showmax, Africa's original stream.
Far-right Alternative German Party, or AfD, won a district-level election this week, the first time the party has held a governing role in Germany. It was a major breakthrough for the AfD in a country where, giving its Nazi past, there are particular taboos against far-right political movements. The vote also comes on the heels of a rising support for similar parties of course, across the whole of Europe. DW correspondent Emily Schultes is joining us for more on this. Emily, first off, why was the AfD's victory such a big deal?
That they've held any sort of governing role. So even though it is sort of on the local level, this is still a very unprecedented moment for the party. You have, because of the history of far-right movements in Germany over the course of the last century, most of the other political parties, all of the other political parties, have vowed not to work with the AfD in any way, have vowed not to build governing coalitions with them. And so while they've come close in past moments to getting mayorships or things like that, this is the first time they've actually won outright. And it's a party that has slowly built up its support over time, particularly in Eastern Germany, which is where this election took place. And as they gain that support, they're getting closer to being able to hold some of these governing roles, despite the taboos.
Did the AfD gain a foothold in German politics?
Well, for a long time, Germany was seen as sort of immune to a far-right party like this, given its history. The AfD has existed for about 10 years now, and it was originally founded to focus on opposition to the euro currency. But starting when an influx of refugees came to Europe in 2015 and 2016, the party really capitalized on its hardline positions on immigration issues, and they won their first seats in the parliament here in 2017. And since then, you've really seen, like I say, especially in the East, especially now in the wake of the coronavirus pandemic and some of their positions on coronavirus restrictions, their focus on inflation and energy prices in this last year, they have managed to slowly but surely build up support, especially in certain parts of the country.
And I'm just wondering, how does the AfD fit within the trends of other far-right parties in Europe?
Well, this small but significant victory for the AfD comes at a time when their support is rising nationally and when similar parties are also seeing gains elsewhere in Europe. And a lot of this is due to parties capitalizing, like the AfD, on rising inflation, on energy prices, and you can see, for example, next door in Austria, the far-right Freedom Party is coming in first in the polls right now and has been for some months. You've seen in recent elections in places like Finland and Sweden and Italy that far-right parties are making gains, joining new governments. And so while there's no one-size-fits-all trend for different countries, every country is different, you really have seen overall an uptick in support for these kinds of parties across Europe.
Thank you, Schultes, for joining us. The largest industrial manufacturing company in Europe, Siemens, has secured a new partnership with the government of Ghana targeted at deepening and expanding the study of science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics in Ghana. Through the German mission here in Accra, the Siemens Foundation says it will promote STEAM education in basic schools across the country in order to promote the growth of Ghana's skilled labor market. Managing Director, spokesperson of the Managing Board of the International Siemens Foundation, Dr. Nima Schmidt, says STEM education is necessary for solving complex global issues.
The study of science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics has been identified as a prerequisite for Ghana's industrial revolution and economic transformation. Already, the government of Ghana says it is scaling up efforts targeted at training young learners in all educational facilities to adapt to the changes in technology around the world. Identifying the need to support developing countries, German conglomerate Siemens AG says it has secured a new partnership with the government of Ghana targeted at deepening and expanding the study of science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics in Ghana. Dr. Nina Schmidt is Managing Director and spokesperson of the Managing Board of International Siemens Foundation.
We are working here with a number of partners, most prominently, of course, with the local schools. We are working with the government institutions here. We are working with the German Chamber of Commerce and a couple of other organizations who help us to actually implement these STEAM programs at the local school level. Now, what's so special about this approach? It's actually an approach that's taking in the problem-solving skills of the students. So the students really learn to experiment, to try out different ways, different perspectives to create new solutions. Why is it so important when it comes to tackle some of the biggest problems of our time? For example, to deal with sustainability, to deal with climate change. We believe that STEAM education really lies at the root of all these issues. And if we have teachers basically teaching students, teaching young people how to use the STEAM approach in a creative, in an innovative way, this makes all the difference for society.
German ambassador to Ghana, Daniel Krul, says the latest intervention from Siemens AG will go a long way to strengthen the cooperation between Ghana and the German government.
As you are aware, Germany is a long-time partner in development cooperation with Ghana. We have the 3G focus areas, and one of them is growth for employment. And so it is about employability of the ambitious youth of this country. We have a strong partnership in the field of TVET. We just started a joint program with the European Union, the Ministry of Education and Employment, and our German Cooperation Implementation Agency, GIZ, 16 million in the field of vocational training. So German cooperation has been very active in the field of vocational training and skills development. If you ask me what is Siemens Stiftung doing, and you ask me to say it in one sentence, my answer is Siemens Stiftung is about convincing you that science is sexy.
The latest program will see many schools in Ghana receive technical training using cutting-edge technological devices in order to build the skill sets of young learners.
So in Ghana, what we do is to get teachers from the public schools. Mostly we have started with the basic schools. We provide them with a training, after which we supply them with a combo of apparatus and equipment, components, electrical components, across topic areas that fall under the Ghana Education Service syllabus. So the teachers having.
And now the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture says it is committed to protecting the rights of creatives in Ghana by making sure their works are properly safeguarded. Deputy Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, Marco Krekumante, made this known at a signing of an MOU between the Creative Arts Agency and Expertise France. There's more in this report.
A memorandum of understanding has been signed between the Creative Arts Agency and Expertise France to support the expansion of the music industry in Ghana. Deputy Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Mark Okrekumante, says this initiative will go a long way to protect the creative space in Ghana.
Expertise France is here to help with getting the technology on board, sensitizing the industry people. The know-how is very important. Yes, we know up to a degree, but they are masters, they are experts. SACEM, which is the Creative Society of France, has been around for so many years. They've made all their mistakes, they've polished their wrongs, and now they've become masters. It is only prudent that we engage them and we work with them, we collaborate and learn from them.
The Creative Arts Agency CEO, Jan Kroma Akufo-Addo, revealed that there would be capacity building to expose creatives to the gains in the industry.
I mean, we have to be able to make sure that our industry are all encompassed in understanding the knowledge of copyright, intellectual property. Right now, as it stands, our artists and our artists' works are not protected. So I think that it will be also a ripple effect on the professionality that we have for the music industry. These are steps towards digitizing GAMRO, and these are steps towards making sure that every single artist within Ghana understands how to own their work. Copyright and intellectual property.
Director of Sustainable Inclusive Economy at Expertise France, Sylverine Peters Destarach, says the partnership will ensure that property rights of creatives are duly protected.
The first and the main goal of this partnership is to work on property rights. So it's in order to give to the artists, Ghanaian artists, the power and the capability to live from their art.
The project, which starts in June 2023 and ends in June 2025, is funded by the French government. For JoyNews, Jacqueline Ansuma Yeboah.
And thanks for staying with us. We'll be back.
Are you dreaming of a place to call home? A space that embraces your lifestyle, reflects your taste, and brings you joy? Look no further, because the JoyNews Habitat Fair is here. Join us for an extraordinary event that celebrates affordability, comfort, and luxury in the housing and construction industry in Ghana. This year, the JoyNews Habitat Fair is bringing together the leading players in the housing and construction industry all under one roof.
With a wide range of exhibitors including developers, architects, interior designers, and financiers, the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair has everything you need to turn your vision into a reality. Be part of the 14th edition of the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair, powered by the Plan City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats. For further inquiries, please call 0540 110389.
The quest of building prosperity for Africans.
If you see what the SFT Secretariat has managed to do to date, it's commendable job. It's tremendous improvement. And yes, delivering the vision is possible, and I think as Africans, the continent, we are set for that.
And why are women being left behind?
You know, we did a study a few years ago that showed that Africa was losing close to $90 billion a year as a result of gender inequality, as a result of not empowering its women.
Joy News goes head-to-head with international actors on the sidelines of AfriExim's annual meetings in Accra. Africa's prosperity, this week on Foreign Affairs.
That's on the 11th to the 18th of September. We are expecting 100 people and already 48 is gone.
The team at Adansi Travels Limited are planning a tour of Europe as part of the travel agency's 10th anniversary. Gideon Asari started the business. He had come to like traveling himself, so when he returned to Ghana, he reached out to his friends and started to work towards establishing the travel agency.
I realized that a lot of the case studies that was being used were not being done in Ghana. And so, personally, I didn't want to believe that the problem was with the market. I thought that problem was the products. So Ghanaians were not traveling because they were not getting, we're not making the agents, we're not making the travel easy for them.
Adansi Travels on the Joy Business Van this Wednesday on TV, radio, online and on ground. The Joy Business Van, powered by Joy Business and supported by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN. What are we doing today?
United States aid agency is partnering with the World Food Program to provide support to farmers here in Ghana. We have more in this report.
The farmer support activity looks to cushion and build the capacity of farmers, especially those in the northern parts of Ghana. A total of 17,000 farming households in 17 districts in the northern, northeast, upper east, and upper west regions will receive 3,500 cedis each. Kimberly Rosen is mission director at USAID.
To ensure accessibility and convenience, small-scale farmers will directly receive the cash transfers into their mobile money accounts. This method allows them to easily access the funds in an efficient manner. The cash transfers provided through this program serve as a flexible tool that the farmers can utilize to address their most urgent needs. This flexibility empowers farmers to invest in their farms, purchase necessary inputs, cover labor costs, or attend to other important requirements. It is important to note that this program is part of our broader commitment to support Ghana's agricultural sector.
Through a multi-sectoral initiative that includes the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, the National Identification Authority, and MTN, the World Food Program has identified, targeted, and registered vulnerable smallholder farmers. According to WFP representative and country director Barbara Clemens, this is to ensure that these farmers do not compromise on quality and quantity.
This, especially going into this lean season, seeks to identify them, assist them so that they are not consuming some of their inputs or making negative coping choices in terms of I'll cultivate less land or I'll buy less food for my household. We want to make sure that we're there when the assistance is needed and is given to the right person so that they can increase their productivity. And that really is the point of this.
Deputy Agric Minister Yao Frimpong Adu urged the farmers to be prudent with their investment.
There are several other households who were not lucky to have been part of this program. So those of you who have been selected, I will call the lucky ones. You need to prove to the donors, our development partners, that this money is not for your pocket or your purse or your wallet. It is for productivity. And just as they said, you observe the strong team here. The M&E team is so strong with those people with financial background. They are going to monitor you from penny to penny. And if you don't account for it, you may be in trouble. We cannot shield you because we want you to use the money to deliver what you have to deliver.
The farmer support activity will run till March 2024.
And scores of commuters were left stranded today after an accident on the Joaso section of the Kumasi-Accra road. A Metro mass transit bus and an articulated truck collided head-on. Some passengers, as we understand, sustained minor injuries, and eyewitnesses say that the Metro mass bus was trying to avoid a stationary vehicle on the side of the road.
VIP. Into the banner. Let us see deep the was slowed down to say, breaking at once. Say, I think of you on a chair. A safe Muslims need. I'm the pick up with which thing we do. Into Kofobas news or qua, a bit careful, to slow down. That's yes, we did. You boat me, grab on a boat, bring it to rubber in your first seat. Boat break, pay me, you know, and Yaguma. Let's say, Kobo, Kofobas niche, and I'm a Kobo.
Nipper or can't be a prepare.
Your sister be only the last person before car. No, be at me, you see the bargaining common. The bargaining common now. It's a bargain inside night, man. I said, we see for me, see now. Sister be free or not before it's only pry.
And social media is feasting as two former Lovebirds actor Yvonne Nelson and rapper Sarkodie take their 13-year feud a notch higher, trading blame for Yvonne Nelson's abortion of their pregnancy as revealed in her book, I Am Not Yvonne Nelson. Jacqueline Ansomayaboa is keenly following the pair as they battle out their bitter past.
The two are trading blame over their 2010 pregnancy, which was later terminated. Sarkodie played to her strength rap to respond to Yvonne's blame for the situation, captured in her new book, I Am Not Yvonne Nelson. This extract is read by an actor.
I wasn't the only one responsible for the situation, so I called the man whose protein seed had germinated in me. His name is Michael Owusu-Addo, a renowned Ghanaian musician who is better known as Sarkodie. I called him on the phone and said we needed to talk. He still lived with his mother, and this was not the kind of news to break in the house. I sensed the intensity of his emotions when I broke the news to him. I could hear his heart pounding, and when he finally found his voice, he faltered. His message was, however, unambiguous. He didn't want the pregnancy. That would damage him and his career. The only option was to get rid of it. I was still wondering if the man whose name I bore was my father. How was I going to bring another human being into this world to live like me? Someone whose father would reject him or her as Mr. Nelson had rejected me? If there was a way to spare someone else the trauma I was contending with, why will I reject that option? Especially when I was not psychologically and emotionally prepared to be a mother?
It took Sarkodie 10 days to respond, and when he did, it was some style. A signature rap song released to his Twitter handle in the wee hours of the night, denying Sarkodie's story outright.
Let me clap for you, baby, you brave, but you can't pick and choose what to say, please behave. Or be on some so if you wanna talk, you gotta tell the world every other nigga. You can't just play the victim and paint a picture like you were just looking for love. What trying to say when you mean I'm the one to be blamed? Okay, of course, I thought that you were trying to start another drama. I'll be boy from the street, I know the game. Yes, I wasn't ready, but then I told you to keep it. What tell me some school I work on, you gotta complete it. To be very honest, today I don't believe it. Cause me I'm a doctor, make sure you say you don't need it.
Yvonne may have not even finished listening to the rap before issuing an immediate counter response on Twitter, indicating how impressed she is about the rap, but flatly rejecting Sarkodie's claim.
In my book, I narrated how you got me pregnant, how you couldn't wait for me to get rid of it, how you drove me to have an abortion. As usual, you want to use rap to rubbish a pain a young woman felt. We both have daughters. Let's see what life throws at them. Insults won't work, Michael. Respect womanhood. I'm happy the world gets to see how you are playing this and the real you. Young women get to learn from this. You will get the applause for a rap. Still doesn't change the truth.
This may not end today, but it definitely has caused a buzz on social media and provided many curious holiday makers in Ghana and elsewhere something to help them relax on a day of the Feast of Sacrifice. For JoyNews, Jacqueline Ansema Yeboah.
And that's all we have for you in this package. And blessed we're going to log into myjoyonline.com. We have more stories for you there. Bye-bye.
Now, there's something I'd like to find out. In Nigeria, do you have government supporting the creative arts industry?
Yeah. The president we had before the one that just left Buhari, we had Goodluck Jonathan. He was a fun entertainment. At some point, I think there was a budget between for even the creative industry. You know, though it didn't get to everybody, but at least we knew.
You never get to everybody.
Yeah, but at that point we knew, okay, the government, they're beginning to pay attention to us, you know. There's a new government in Nigeria now that's just like 2 weeks old or thereabout. So, and they've been signing a lot of bills already, the student loan bill, the electricity bill, you know. Today I saw one that bill again, social media control bill and all that, you know. So I hope it gets to entertainment bill, you know, where creatives can probably take loans from private sectors or banks to fund their career, because entertainment is capital intensive.
True.
Gone are the days where, the talent is still very important, but these days you need to put in extra work for the talent to be heard. You know, so the new government, but I'm from a place, my state, I'm from Kogi State. Nigeria has different states, you know. We're surrounded by 36 states, you know. Where I'm from,
there's some support.
They love entertainment, you know, and that was what bettered the idea of Jumabe Inspires, the yearly concert I do for my people. You know, so it is basically.
That's beautiful to know. Now, certainly with all your brothers and sisters in Ghana, any collaborations, any works you're going to do with them?
Yeah. I didn't have that plan before I left Nigeria. I won't lie, because I just wanted to do this event and leave. Since my show is in a few days.
But maybe in future or something?
No, even I made up my mind this morning. I'm going to record some few songs tomorrow. I'll try to call Stoneboy later in the day if he's around. You know, we've met like twice in Nigeria.
Okay.
You know, everybody's just on the grind doing their thing. You know, but we're family, and you know, like so that this takes back to what you said earlier.
Yeah.
We need to do more of Ghana-Nigeria collaboration. You know, because now the attention of the world is on Africa.
Of course.
Our music is a new oil. It's crude, it's raw.
Yeah.
You know, they created a category for Afrobeats and Grammy.
Of course, I wanted to come to that.
You know, that shows we're doing something right. So we need to harness the energy. Let's stop, you know, dilly-dallying. Let's stop, you know, gallivanting. Let's just get to work now. Let's ignore our personal issues. Let's put aside, you know, these contradictory messages from the fans. Let's ignore the negative energy and comments. Let's focus on putting Africa. This is our time to change the narrative forever. So it should be more of Ghana-Nigeria collaboration. Probably later in the future, we're going to start thinking of how to do seminars, Pan-African seminars, bring some people on board, you know. We're going to host one in Ghana this year, Nigeria, Senegal, Kenya, Sierra Leone. It will help us a lot. Not just Nigerian. There are lots of musicians in Tanzania. Look at what Harmonize. Harmonize is on my album. You know, it's my very good friend. Look at Diamond Platinums. You know, South Africa, there are lots of guys. You know, I have a lot of my friends on my album from South Africa. You know, so what I'm saying basically is Africa, stand up. Africa, rise up. Africa is our time. It's our time. The world is watching. Those days when you go to the club, you hear 99.9% of Western music.
Now it's not like that.
I'm sorry to say, I cannot even sing any American song as I speak with you. I'm telling you the truth.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. And
before you play any this thing now, I'll ask you, show me, let me see. So, you get me? So that is the thing. The energy is different now. We want to hear our own music.
Of course.
We're buying our music now. We're interested in us.
Yeah.
So let's just do more of that, please. And for the fans, you know, the another problem is a Shatawale's fan is busy insulting Bonner's fan in Nigeria. You know, Bonner's fan is busy responding to Chatter's fans. You know, so most times, even these artists don't have issues.
They don't.
But the fans will just pack up something. We're humans. When I wake up in the morning, I'm going through my comments. You know, the new song I just did with Portable, the song is not even out. We just had a collaborative post on
seen
Instagram.
bits and pieces on Instagram.
Yesterday I was on the plane, I was reading the comments. I started laughing, you know. Some people were even still insulting me. Some were still insulting Portable. I'm like, yo, so the fans, if you're not strong at heart, to always find a way to penetrate you, and you start seeing the other person differently. You know, but for me, I'm too grown for all of this, you know. If you know where I'm from, if you know how I started to get to this stage and where God in heaven is taking me, you know that humans are the least of my problems.
Of course.
When you love me, I love you. If you don't love me, I still love you. Don't worry.
That is all, my brother. That is all.
Yeah.
And of course, I mean, we're looking forward that we will see that collaboration between you and Stonebwoy, and then possibly with the other artists.
Stonebwoy was meant to be on my album, funny enough.
Yeah.
But we're busy traveling. There was a time he told me to send the song to his mail. I did. You know, then I think it was a date to my premiere. It was late already.
Yeah.
So the energy just died. But we'll revive it now. We'll do it again. I love Stonebwoy.
Yeah.
I love him. I love how the kind of music he does. You know, he's a preacher.
Yeah.
He's a realistic musician. I like it. I like Shatawale as well.
Yeah.
Even Medical. I love them. I listen to all of these people. You know, consistency. They've been here over the years.
Yeah.
And doing it very. I remember the first time Stonebwoy came to Nigeria with my friend DJ Z's. That was like, I think, 7-8 years ago.
Oh, wow.
You know, he came to Nigeria, was trying to promote his music, and now he's on Def Jam.
Yep.
So that's major.
That's it, and that's the way to go.
Yeah, there are lots of affiliations now between, you know, the foreign labels and African labels. So it's a good thing. I'm happy and I'm grateful that it's happening in our time. This kind of thing, you know, the Apple person don't die.
Yeah. Wow, I'm so happy. So now looking at you, looking at your brand, I mean, we're, should I say, in the 6th month of the year.
Yeah.
Between now until December, how are your plans? But before you answer that, Afro Nation is coming to Nigeria.
Yeah, 100.
How's the feeling like?
It's beautiful. I'm on that stage. Smade, shout out to Smade, my brother. You know, see, that's what I was telling you about consistency. The attention of the world is on us right now. So it's even easy to get people support music. It's easy to get sponsors. It's easy to get foreign bodies drop money, grants for us to do entertainment. You get me? You see what Jazzy is doing? He has an academy where they'll school you. When you become a graduate, you'll be signed automatically to the record. You know, look how, you know, so the game has actually changed. Look at what the Prince did with Ruga. You know, Ruga is my blood, is from my place. Look at Rema. You know, times have changed. And if you refuse to catch up with this time, it will catch up with you.
Ajay, that's all. That is all.
You know.
Hallelujah to your glorious name. Hallelujah to your glorious name. Almighty Father, wonderful Savior. Hallelujah to your glorious name. Almighty Father, wonderful Savior. Hallelujah to your glorious name. Hallelujah to your glorious name. Hallelujah to your glorious name. Almighty Father, wonderful Savior. Hallelujah to your glorious name. Almighty Father, wonderful Savior. Hallelujah Hallelujah to your wonderful name. Hallelujah to your wonderful name. Almighty Creator, Alpha, Omega. Hallelujah to your wonderful name. We will shout aloud, sing aloud, praise you all of our days. Hallelujah to your glorious name. Oh yeah. We will shout aloud, sing aloud, praise you all of our days. Hallelujah to your wonderful name. Oh yeah. We will tell the world about you. Sing that you are good. How great, Lord, your love and your mercy. Sing that you are good. Shout aloud, sing aloud. Sing that you are good. Praise your name all our days. Sing that you are good. We will celebrate your name. Sing that you are good. Make a joyful noise. Sing that you are good. Lord, you are great, and you reign forevermore. Hallelujah to you. Lord, you are great, and you reign forevermore. Hallelujah. Hallelujah to you. Creator, Redeemer, Provider, Defender, Deliverer, Adonai. Hallelujah to you. When now we dwell,
Well, I love to say, I don't know if it's true, it's Chale. I mean, is it? Yeah, but I love Ghana. Ghana is dear to my heart. And I've been here many, many times, and it's always a delight to come and then just join in the worship of God in this land.
The reception that you got this evening, did you see that coming, and how does that make you feel?
Well, no man takes this honor to himself except he who is called like Aaron is called. I believe that it's God that puts honor on people, and if you're a smart person, when you receive things like that, you take it back to the one who owns it. So, I mean, I don't really know how I feel, because it belongs to him, and we just gave it to him.
It's been a wonderful night, and this is the Accra edition. I am very excited to see gospel musicians, gathered. You're here for Joe Metal. I saw him on Messi and all of that. How do you guys do it? That, connection.
Unity is the way to succeed. Unity is the way to break through. Unity is the way to make the impact. So we are united. We are a united force. We are showing love to each other. And we are here to support our brother Joe Metal.
What do you think of the show, though?
Amazing. Amazing turnout. The whole drum is full. It's a ticketed event, a gospel ticketed event. And the whole place is full to the glory of God. And we thank God for the impact that Joe Metal Ministry is having in Ghana and all over the world.
We're here at the Praise Reloaded. I can see that you've had a lot of fun, but tell me, what do you make of the show this evening?
It's a great program. It's a blessing, and Joe is a blessing. It's a great program.
Joyful Way, one of the people that you can count on, is Praise Reloaded, obviously the reason why you're here. What do you make of the event?
It's amazing. It's always mind-blowing. I know this is of God. So every year it goes high and high and high. I've been blessed so far.
All I will say is grace. Grace. I salute Papa Joe Metal. It's a blessing. This is grace personified. God bless him so much.
Wonderful night. I don't know how you feel about the reception for this Accra edition. Praise Reloaded. Did you see this coming?
I started sensing it because when we started praying about the event of an outpouring of the Spirit of God and a revival about to hit the event. So I was expectant. You know, it wasn't just me. I spoke to some of the guys I had invited. They said the same. I spoke to Drusy. Like everyone was just anticipating what God was about to do. And so seeing what happened here tonight, we know that it was just the doing of the Lord. It wasn't anything. We did what we could, but then the victory came from the Lord, and we're grateful to God for tonight.
It's a great development from my first album to the fifth album, which is the fifth dimension, and you can see for yourself, like, we are actually contributing to the strength that African music has or is getting on the global map, and that gives me a lot of joy. So, come on, man, it feels great.
Nice one. So now, starting in your career, you've worked with a lot of international artists, being a dancehall artist yourself, you've worked with the likes of Sean Paul, the likes of Beanie Man, elephant man, Morgan Heritage. The list is endless.
And the long-awaited Oscar goes to Angela Bassett. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences announces the actress is set to receive an honorary statuette at the 2024 Oscars. A June 26 press release reads, the Academy's Board of Governors is thrilled to honor 4 trailblazers who have transformed the film industry and inspired generations of filmmakers and movie fans. Across her decades-long career, Angela Bassett has continued to deliver transcendent performances that set new standards in acting. The 64-year-old will be honored alongside Mel Brooks and Carol Littleton, with Michelle Satter receiving the Jean Hersholt Humanitarian Award. The recognition comes more than 30 years after Angela received her first Oscar nomination for Best Actress. In 1994, she was recognized for her captivating portrayal of late icon Tina Turner, who died last month at age 83, in the 1993 biopic What's Love Got to Do with It. In the end, Holly Hunter took home the prize that year for her performance in The Piano. But Angela's business with the Oscars wasn't finished yet. Earlier this year, she made history as the first performer from a Marvel Cinematic Universe movie to receive an acting nomination when her portrayal of grieving Queen Ramonda in Black Panther: Wakanda Forever earned her a nod for Best Supporting Actress. Ultimately, the award went to Jamie Lee Curtis for Everything Everywhere All at Once, and Angela's toned-down reaction to the loss ended up sending the internet into a frenzy. While she has yet to speak out about the viral moment, ahead of the March ceremony, she remained optimistic that she would one day have a little gold man of her own.
Are you dreaming of a place to call home? A space that embraces your lifestyle, reflects your taste, and brings you joy? Look no further, because the JoyNews Habitat Fair is here. Join us for an extraordinary event that celebrates affordability, comfort, and luxury in the housing and construction industry in Ghana. This year, the JoyNews Habitat Fair is bringing together the leading players in the housing and construction industry all under one roof.
With a wide range of exhibitors including developers, architects, interior designers, and financiers, the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair has everything you need to turn your vision into a reality. Be part of the 14th edition of the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair, powered by the Planned City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats. For further inquiries, please call 0540 110389.
That's on the 11th to the 18th of September. We are expecting 100 people and already 48 is gone.
The team at Adansi Travels Limited are planning a tour of Europe as part of the travel agency's 10th anniversary. Gideon Asari started the business. He had come to like traveling himself, so when he returned to Ghana, he reached out to his friends and started to work towards establishing the travel agency.
I realized that a lot of the case studies that was being used were not being done in Ghana. And so personally, I didn't want to believe that the problem was with the market. I thought that problem was the products. So Ghanaians were not traveling because they were not getting, we're not making, the agents were not making the travel easy for them.
Adansi travels on the Joy Business Van this Wednesday on TV, radio, online and on ground. The Joy Business Van, powered by Joy Business and supported by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN. What are we doing today? Hello, good evening, welcome to Business Live. Coming up, a major fuel crisis by Friday if government fails to act on the request by fuel tanker drivers for it to fix bad roads. We hear from Vice President of the LPG Marketers Association.
Know if you can appreciate the magnitude of the problem that we are facing. But if this thing is not solved by tomorrow and we enter into Friday, there will be Saturday, there will be Sunday, we will have a serious crisis on hand by the weekend.
Also coming up, Deputy Minister of Trade Dr. Stephen Amwa expresses worry about the consistent hikes in the policy rate impeding the growth of industry.
A lot of the companies in our countries cannot grow organically because there is inadequate of funds. And even the Russian funds that they will get from the banks will always have double-digit interest rate. What it means is that the companies cannot expand enough to employ the labor force.
And tonight on the Joy Business Van, we discover how travel agency Adansi Travels broke into the travel market despite initial setbacks.
Some few agents there asking them to give me a package and they had nothing. You understand? So you go to the office and you tell them you want to maybe go to Zanzibar or Dubai for a holiday, and they are like, okay, we can sell you a ticket, but I need more than a ticket.
More on these stories and others coming up on Business Live. Do stay tuned. And thanks for staying with us, everyone. I will begin with a story we are following keenly for you. And Vice President of the LPG Marketers Association, Gabriel Kumi, has warned there will be a major fuel crisis by Friday if government fails to act upon the request by fuel tanker drivers for it to fix bad roads. The drivers have been on strike since Monday, demanding that the government fixes the roads. And there are already fears of fuel shortage now. The oil marketing companies are raising alarm. More than 4,000 outlets across the country are running out of fuel. The situation is no better at LPG stations across the country. Well, let's hear from Mr. Kumi, who spoke earlier on the marketplace.
The clock is ticking. Look, the stocks at the stations are running out. I don't know if you can appreciate the magnitude of the problem that we are facing. But if this thing is not solved by tomorrow and we enter into Friday, there will be Saturday, there will be Sunday, we will have a serious crisis on hand by the weekend.
Just 30 seconds, what would you tell the government? What quick steps should they take right now?
Government should order all contrasted. I know government can marshal resources if they want to. We saw what they have been able to do at Asen North. It's remarkable. And we think if they divert half of that attention, half of those resources towards fixing this road, towards fixing roads that give government enormous amount of money in terms of taxes. We need government can do that, and we want government to do that immediately. It's not about we are going to meet the drivers, we are going to dialogue. They are taking nothing apart from fixing the roads. Our stocks are running out, and somebody must listen to us. We have to fix this problem immediately. Our economy is not doing too well. We don't want this to come and add and deepen the woes of our economy. Please, government, fix this problem ASAP immediately.
Gabriel Kumi, the Vice President of the LPG Marketers Association of Ghana. Now, Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, Dr. Stephen Amwa, has expressed worry about the consistent increase in the policy rate by the Bank of Ghana, saying it is impeding the growth of trade and industry because businesses have to borrow at higher interest rates. He's urging the Bank of Ghana to reconsider its inflation targeting framework. He spoke at the second Financial Economics Seminar held in Accra.
This year's Financial Economic Seminar, organized by the Financial Economic Institute Africa, focused on the impact of socio-economic policies on trade and industries in Ghana and developing countries. Ghana's industrial sector has been impacted by current economic challenges, shrinking by 3.2% in its contribution to economic growth in the first quarter of this year. The country continues to depend on imports to the detriment of local industries. Speakers at the seminar urged the government to create an enabling environment for the private sector to expand. Delivering his remarks, Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, Dr. Stephen Amwa, advised the Bank of Ghana to control its policy rate to cushion businesses.
When policy rate was around 12.5, interest rate was 15.7. We started increasing interest rate. I mean, we call it inflationary rate target monetary policy. And it went as far as policy rate went to almost 30%, and inflation went to about over 40%. So it wasn't addressing it. So when we are trying to deal with some of these issues, that governments and other policymakers and decision-making bodies such as Central Bank of Ghana, although to me they are doing so much well, they should sometimes they shouldn't depend so much on the global application of some of these models, but we should do specifics, because it's very important that tailor-made application of policies rather bring the expected resource of a society or specific community. A lot of the companies in our countries cannot grow organically because there is inadequate of funds. And even the Russian funds that they will get from the banks will always have double-digit interest rate. What it means is that the companies cannot expand enough to employ the labor force. Two, the companies cannot produce enough to meet demand. So we'll be forced to import. And once we import, we will demand more dollars, and our currency will be weak.
President of Ghana Union of Traders Association, Dr. Joseph Obeng, urged government to reduce the cost of taxes to improve compliance by businesses.
Our credits are overpriced, and that we are not competitive to the rest of the world. This time we do not do business in isolation. We do business with the rest of the world. So if you are formulating a policy in your country and you do not factor what happens in your neighboring countries, it means that you are out of competition. And this is exactly what I was trying to drum home about, that we have to make taxes affordable. We've talked so many times that tax to GDP in our neighboring countries is far higher than that of Ghana. Why is this so? It's so because their taxes are fewer and then affordable as well. Ours is so many. So because their taxes are affordable, compliance level in those countries that we're talking about are so high that have made the tax to GDPs in these countries far higher than that of Ghana. And so it is very important for authorities to know, sit down with us again, evaluate things, dissect things, and then make cost of doing business very attractive here in this country.
The speakers also called for mutual beneficial policies for the benefits of both private and public sector. The annual Financial Economics Seminar is aimed at finding long-term solutions to most of the finance and economic challenges confronting developing economies, including Ghana.
Now, the Automobile Assemblers Association of Ghana has reiterated its call on the government to ban the sale of used and salvaged vehicles. President of the association, Joseph Opompepra, spoke at the maiden edition of the Ghana Automotive Summit.
The Maiden Ghana Automotive Summit gave experts in the industry the opportunity to discuss challenges and opportunities present in the assembling of cars. The summit was held under the theme, Creating a New Economic Backbone for Ghana and the Sub-Region. Delivering his address, President of the Automobile Assemblers Association of Ghana, Jeffrey Opompepra, said, the sale of used and salvaged vehicles in the country is a major challenge hindering the growth of the automotive industry.
There are, however, a few provisions of the GADP still outstanding, and we call on government and ask the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Trade and Industry to assist and accelerate the implementation of these provisions as soon as possible to help and ensure the sustainable growth of our feeding industry. This includes binding of the sale of used cars older than 10 years, as well as stopping the sale of salvage vehicles, and then implementing the provision of the 35% duty on vehicles imported in the same category as those assembled locally.
Minister of Trade and Industry Katie Hammond said government is committed to creating an enabling environment for the industry to thrive.
We recognize the need to make new and affordable vehicles widely available. As the rest of the world is confronted with economic developmental headwinds, Africa must reposition itself in readiness to welcome car manufacturers, to bolster our own supply and boost our prospects for intra-regional trade. Besides Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and Rwanda are other African countries which are emerging as new automotive manufacturing hubs, in addition, of course, to the traditional hubs of Morocco, South Africa, and Egypt. In order to attract further investment for the development of an integrated automotive industry and to harness the multiplier effect in developing the industry, we in Ghana have developed a components and parts manufacturing policy to enhance our local content and the localization of spare parts for the aftermarket and ultimately component supplies for vehicle assemblies.
Ghana's automotive industry was valued at $4.6 billion in 2021.
Now, to mark the 2023 World Micro, Small and Medium-Sized Businesses Day, the Ghana Enterprises Agency has held a forum to improve partnerships and enhance engagements with MSMEs. There's more in this report.
The United Nations designated June 27th as Micro, Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises Day in 2017 to honor the crucial role played by MSMEs to the contribution of the global economy. In Ghana, over 90% of business enterprises are SMEs, which contribute up to 60% of the country's GDP. To celebrate the day, the Ghana Enterprises Agency held a forum which saw business owners share their success stories and network with other players in the industry to foster partnerships which will boost growth. Speaking at the program, the Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, Dr. Stephen Amoah, explained the need for business owners to ensure proper managerial practices.
The business money is not your money. Once you understand that, you move. But if the smallest challenge, you go and take money from your business money, you're collapsing the business. You can only spend from your profit. That is where you separate ownership from control. That is, if you have an accountant, you listen to your accountant. If you have a manager human resource, whatever it is, you need to make sure that you are entirely different from the business you have set up yourself. That the business can grow out of well-defined systems. But if you think it's your business and even your capital, you dip your hand into it, withdraw money from your capital, you're collapsing the business.
The Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Enterprises Agency, Kosi Aye, said her outfit is committed to supporting the growth of Ghana's MSME sector to achieve the vision of creating 1 million jobs.
We have equipped MSMEs with the right tools that have put them on a trajectory of growth, and we will continue to do so to help them succeed in the long term. That is our promise on this day. And we need to make this promise, and we need to do more. Yes, we have done a lot, but more must be done. So we will not rest. Because in order to build a resilient and a sustainable MSME and to create that 1 million jobs that the government has pushed us to do, we need to work with you, and we need to create the opportunity for you to succeed.
Some of the business owners who spoke to Joy Business commended the Ghana Enterprises Agency for their support.
From the past 4 years, I've benefited so much from Ghana Enterprises Agency, most especially like the training. We first had JICA through Ghana Enterprises Agency, and they took us through the 5S, how we can organize our facility. In case we have export or other companies they wanted to visit us, they will see that our facility is in place. That can also meet the ISO standard.
Running a business is not always the money, the money that you need, but how you manage it through bookkeeping, through consistent quality, through standardization, digitalization, supply chain, how you even relate to even your suppliers, how to even communicate to your customers. Now I can boast and say that a lot of my customers, they are like, we are friends or family.
With the MSME sector forming about 80% of the country's employment base, the Ghana Enterprises Agency promises to deliver on its mandate of empowering small and medium businesses to upskill and create over 1 million jobs.
You're watching Business Live. Still to come, we'll tell you how travel agency Adansi Travels has transformed the travel market despite initial setbacks.
Since I'm few agents there, I sent them to give me a package, and they had nothing. You understand? So you go to the office and you tell them you want to maybe go to Zanzibar or Dubai for a holiday, and they are like, okay, we can sell you a ticket, but I need more than a ticket.
EcoBank salary account, bro. See, with the EcoBank salary account, you will enjoy free life insurance, free debit card, save while you spend, and an amazing chance to double your salary, and even more consolation rewards in the EcoBank double salary promo reloaded.
Guy, this EcoBank salary account sounds interesting. What do you think?
Yara, but maybe next time, Charlie. You know what? I'll go shine my shoe.
Yo. Myself, I had to go check my BP.
We going up, never go down, and we stay flat.
Chairman, see the white sign it here.
Open an EcoBank salary account today for a lifetime of benefits. You also stand a chance to win more than double your salary in the EcoBank Double Salary Promo Reloaded from now till July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
This
promo is under the supervision of the National Lotteries Authority under the Caritas Lottery Platform.
The Pan-African Bank.
You are your own person, unique, one of a kind, special. That's why you deserve everything tailored to suit your particular taste, your preference, your needs. Just like MTN Just For You. You can get customized offers tailored to who you are. Dial *141# or use the MyMTN app to get to choose from a variety of offers made just for you.
And welcome back to Business Live. Adanse Travels has become a household name in the travel business, but it took the founder and managing director Gideon Asare 3 years to break into the market. We continue to track the 10-year journey of Adanse Travels on tonight's episode of the Joy Business Van.
The Joy Business Van is brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN, everywhere you go. In 2013, Gideon Asare started Adanse Travels, but 2 years into the business, the travel agency struggled to find his feet. Whilst business was proving difficult, he used the period to also study more about international travel to understand the industry better. So what was the problem? Why wasn't Gideon's travel agency attracting customers then?
I didn't want to believe that the problem was with the market. I thought that problem was the products. So Ghanaians were not traveling because they were not getting, we were not making, the agents were not making the travel easy for them. Okay. So personally, I remember coming to Accra and going to Osu and visiting some few agents there, asking them to give me a package, and they had nothing. You understand? So you go to the office and you tell them you want to maybe go to Zanzibar or Dubai for a holiday, and they are like, okay, we can sell you a ticket, but I need more than a ticket. Or maybe at best they will tell you that we can give you a visa, we can help you get a visa. But when you are traveling, you need more than that.
Gideon had now identified the gap, and a partnership with the Multimedia Group Limited would bring Adanse its much needed breakthrough.
So for me, from Obuasi, they were to get Joy FM to kind of take an idea and say that we will run with you. When I didn't have office in Accra, you know, but they so believe in what I put across, and that was a breakthrough. So Dubai with less, it was like from 6 passengers to almost 40.
That was 2016 and the beginning of many successful trips.
One key thing about business is finding a niche and focusing there. So before that, we were doing a lot, everything, whatever you hear about travel. But from that time, we cut off a lot of things. And our focus is packaging trips. So we started getting known for that area.
I'll just take you through the inclusions. The cost, it's we have an early bird, that's $2,750, and it covers your return flight, your accommodation, your visa support, breakfast, dinner, the tours you'll be doing, and then airport transfer.
There's a lot of careful planning that goes into the trips, deciding on destination, figuring out how many people to take along, determining the costs, and contacting the airlines.
You tell the airline that, okay, this is the dates I want these 50 people to travel. Give me your estimate. So they will give you the cost, and they will ask you to deposit non-refundable 25% of the entire 50 costs, without you even knowing that, without even having one person at a time who wants to go. You get it? So you put all that together, you contact a hotel at a destination to block the rooms for you, and they will also ask you to make a non-refundable deposit. And then you put the activities that they will do when they get there. You contact the transport company and book the car. So you consider all this. We didn't need insurance if somebody is sick on the trip. So you consider travel insurance.
Next, we'll be marketing the tours, and once they're booked, deliver the package promised the tourists. Delivering on the promise is very important for Adanse.
I remember my first trip, one of the customers had to pay me in Dubai because he said he wanted to be sure that he bought the plane. So he paid part, the rest he said he wanted to be sure he bought the plane, he wanted to be sure the hotel. I promised him the same before he paid the balance. So we try to put the people first ahead of the money. Are you getting it? So that is what differentiates us. We give our best to the customer and make sure that every detail of what we promise is delivered.
In 2016, Adansi Travels relocated to Accra from Obuasi. Next episode, we'll tell you how the business has evolved over the years.
So from 2016, when we started these group trips, up to 2018, 3 years we are just doing that. Of course, with ticketing, which comes part of the group. But from 2018, when we had mastered that art, we started adding. We brought back our domestic tourism, and then we started doing inbound. So inbound is those from abroad who also want to see Ghana.
The Joy Business Van was brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN, everywhere you go.
All right, and that's Business Live tonight. Thanks for watching, everyone. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. Our top story there: empower African SMEs for a stronger future on World SME Day. You can read more about that, plus other stories making headlines, including there won't be any shutdown of power plants after IPP's deadline, government source. We continue to watch that for you because we know the IPPs have said that they would turn off power supply to the national grid by the 1st of July. That's Business Live. Thanks for watching. My name is Darryl Kwao. Enjoy the rest of the holiday.
Are you dreaming of a place to call home? A space that embraces your lifestyle, reflects your taste, and brings you joy? Look no further, because the JoyNews Habitat Fair is here. Join us for an extraordinary event that celebrates affordability, comfort, and luxury in the housing and construction industry in Ghana. This year, the JoyNews Habitat Fair is bringing together the leading players in the housing and construction industry all under one.
You need the EcoBank salary account, bro. See, with the EcoBank salary account, you will enjoy free life insurance, free debit card, save while you spend, and an amazing chance to double your salary, and even more consolation rewards in the EcoBank double salary promo reloaded. Vimwo.
Guy, this EcoBank salary account sounds interesting. What do you think?
Yara. But maybe next time, Charlie, you know what? I had to go shine my shoe.
Yo, myself, I had to go check my BP.
We going up, never go down, and we stay fly.
Chairman, you see the white sign it here.
Open an EcoBank salary account today for a lifetime of benefits. You also stand a chance to win more than double your salary in the EcoBank Double Salary Promo Reloaded from now till July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
The top life regardless.
This promo is under the supervision of the National Lotteries Authority under the Caritas Lottery Platform.
The Pan-African.
You are your own person, unique, one of a kind, special. That's why you deserve everything tailored to suit your particular taste, your preference, your needs. Just like MTN just for you. You can get customized offers tailored to who you are. Dial *141# or use the MyMTN app to get to choose from a variety of offers made just for you.
In 2019, AngloGold Ashanti Obuasi Mine launched a 3-year social management plan after the redevelopment of Obuasi Mine project commenced. Among these were the Skills Development Program, educational support in the basic, senior high and tertiary levels. These were geared towards human capital development in the Obuasi enclave. Attention was paid to basic education development. This was characterized with the upliftment of the AGA schools.
The mine provides financial support annually to support the school's operations, the sustenance of its facility.
AngloGold Ashanti Obuasi Mine has supported our teachers with free accommodation.
Some years back, being a student of AGA was a privilege reserved for children whose parents were minors. Today, we are happy that AGA has opened to the general public.
AngloGold Ashanti, in partnership with the Otumfuo Osei Tutu II Foundation, donated books for selected basic schools in and around Obuasi. The annual quiz competition organized among junior high schools in the Obuasi catchment areas is a flagship program that has seen many schools emerge as champions.
We learned hard, and by the grace of God and our teachers, we came out as the winners.
They gave us a tablet, exercise books, mathematical sets, dustbins, trophy, and this medal I'm wearing.
Last year, our enrollment was 494, but this year we have not even ended the admission, and we have crossed 550, and people are even still coming. So it tells you how the quiz has impacted positively in the school.
The AngloGold Ashanti schools from 2018 till date is the best performing basic educational institution in the Ashanti region in terms of the BC examination.
We're able to improve it from 81% to about 90 or 91%.
AngloGold Ashanti has supported many senior high schools in its operational areas to increase enrollment and improve learning environments.
AGA donated a 15-seater Toyota minibus to the school. AGA donated about 1,000 pieces of a special book entitled A Practical Guide to Studying and Passing Examinations, 2 mechanized boreholes, 250 sets of tables and chairs at a time when we were in dire need of chairs. Probably the most impactful intervention from AGA has been the provision of 1,000 pieces of assembly hall chairs and the modern public address system.
At first, we used to perch on others on chairs, but right now we have many chairs which we sit comfortably on.
The establishment of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology's Obuasi campus is greatly contributing to human capital development.
We had 7 engineering programs running at the moment, and we have the business school and specializations in logistics, marketing, human resources management. We have banking and finance. In addition to that, we have programs in environmental science. We intend to even bring on board programs in forestry reclamation so that they will all go a long way to help diversify the economy in this community or within this catchment.
I'm Samira Mohammed. I stay at Abompini site here in Obuasi.
I'm Amufa Benjamin Kojo Jr. I reside in Obuasi, Asonkore.
I've joined so many of the programs which were held here. We had engineers come over and so many people in leadership positions come over to speak to us.
I'm really getting a lot of experience meeting new men and also having them to speak outside or speak in public. I'm getting all of this from Obuasi campus, so I'm really getting a lot.
We are not only looking at the tertiary level, we recently also stepped down to look at those in the second cycles as well, to develop these courses to help the teen youth out there who don't have any skill. So at the end of the day, we can train the middle level manpower to help beef up the economy.
KNST Obuasi campus has a very serene atmosphere. It's very comfortable.
When I close from here, I can go home at any time that I want.
I don't have to pay transportation fee, no hostel fee. I just walk from home to school, then school to home.
It's going to help me save a lot of money.
Some of these students are from Obuasi, and they are people who normally wouldn't have had the opportunity to access university education if they had to move out of Obuasi.
When we went into care maintenance, there was a recession in the economy. But you believe that with the coming in of the university, now the economy, one way or the other, is having another leg because students come, they spend, and the hostel facilities, the transportation, all those ones comes with the benefits as a result of the establishment of the university.
Anglo Gold Ashanti has continued to support many youth through the Youth Apprenticeship Program.
Currently, we do have over 100 apprentices being trained in various trades here in the training center. They are undergoing a one-year apprenticeship training in trades such as welding and fabrication, electrical engineering and instrumentation, and mechanical engineering.
Before I enrolled on this project, I was a radio presenter, newscaster to be precise, in a radio-based station in Obuasi, Aseda FM.
I had passion to be a winding engine driver.
I learned mechanical engineering tertiary, but I wasn't good practically.
I was working at Enim Lodge, currently Nafas Catering Services. I was a laundry personnel there.
So when my assemblyman introduced me to the training, I decided to come and have the practical floor.
I decided to change to engineering because I love to be an engineer.
When I finished with my service, I had no job to do, and the kind of job that I had, it wasn't a technically oriented program, so I find it very difficult to adapt. So me being introduced to this program, which is technically oriented program, that's been great.
It was not easy, but due to determination, everything went well. And then I can say I was the first lady to be a winding engine driver in Ghana.
I can now overhaul diesel engines.
Aside the Youth Apprenticeship Program, AGA also runs the Graduate Trainee Program. This is to give them practical skills.
I had my national service with a different company. So I heard about this graduate training from Anglo Gold. It was opened to their website. I went there, applied, and also I was selected for an interview and I was picked.
I grew up in Obuasi, so whilst growing up, I had heard a lot about AGA training. My elder brother had enrolled in it. A lot of people in the community had once enrolled in AGA training. So it was something I really wished to enroll in because I saw how impactful it was and the knowledge they acquired. So when I was given the opportunity to enroll in 2019, it was a dream come true.
Anglo Gold Ashanti has provided the best training for me so far. The 1 year experience I've had could actually equal the 4 years experience I had in school.
I got to learn underground, surface, winder, a lot of things in engineering. I had hands-on practicals, and I would say that the training was so good. Aside that, we also improve our interpersonal and communication skills.
Preparing Obuasi and its environs for a better sustainable future, Anglo Gold Ashanti launched a new 10-year development plan known as the Socio-Economic Development Plan, SEDP.
There are things we are going to be supporting our host communities with over the period in the area of health. Then there is education, there is water and sanitation,
there is infrastructure development, there is a component for industrialization, agribusiness, and so on.
The overall goal of the 10-year socio-economic development plan is to contributing to building a resilient and socio-economically self-sustaining community.
Mshayana mining companies in the communities no umuye modwuma no na ihia wo mpa na we dia wo mo tra wo mo communities de aba adanseman nyina na chese ya asemde anana yati.
It will boost the economy. It will affect our revenue. It will affect the lives of the indigenes.
It's going to help the assembly. It's going to help Obuasi, Asanteman, and Ghana.
We continue to work collaboratively to implement and deliver on this SEDP now that we have the plan. And if we keep doing that, 10 years down the line, we'll be meeting and talking again like this and have the confidence to say we started from here and we've made progress to this point.
AngloGold is poised to harness every resource available to make Obuasi and its environs better than how it was by improving on human capital development, including skills training and educational support.
Hello again and welcome to another episode of the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show. The show is proudly sponsored by Buena Vista Homes, where homes are not built but crafted. My name is Ifia Fusua. We are streaming live on our Facebook and on our YouTube channels. Please do also subscribe just so you don't miss any of our episodes. Today, we get to discuss what the building process entails. We get to have an understanding of some of the common construction failures we've been experiencing, not just in Ghana, but then in other parts of the world as well. Why do some buildings collapse even at the construction phase? We'll also get to explore why some buildings like the ones at Buena Vista Homes are able to stand the test of time even after living in it for decades. There are varied reasons to each side of the coin. We'll get to explore all these and more in this edition of the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show. We'll go for a break at this point. When we come back, I'll introduce my guest. This is the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show with me, Ifia Fusua. We are back shortly.
A real home is one carefully crafted by the master craftsman. And when it comes to it, Buena Vista Homes are the finest and the very best. Buena Vista Homes are not built, they are crafted. Embrace your dream environment where greens are lush, serenity is unmatched, and privacy is a sure guarantee. Exceed the limit of your imagination with Buena Vista Home. Go for everything worth the price. Your home is your pride, and a Buena Vista Home must undoubtedly be your signature home choice. Visit www.mabuenahomes.com or call 0303 401 401 or 050 304 728. Buena Vista Homes are not built, they are crafted.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show with me, Ifia Fusua. I have with me two special guests. Gentlemen, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Right. So I'll start with you, Kwabena. What are the processes involved in construction in the real estate industry in general?
Generally, for any project, you want to start off by doing a feasibility study.
Right.
Essentially, you want to know whether this project is viable, because you want to invest money in a project, but you want to make sure that you make some returns from it. So the process starts off with you know, a feasibility study. Obviously, you probably have identified a parcel of land you want to work with. Either you've purchased it or you intend to purchase it. And once you're done with your feasibility, you then have to assemble a team of professionals. So you put together your architects, your engineers, and so on, who will come up with a schematic design. Again, the design will help you to estimate your cost. How much is this project going to cost me? And once you've done with that, that cost feeds back into the feasibility study. You know, obviously you're looking at who are your clients, what's your target market, what kind of houses are they looking for, or what kind of projects should you be developing and all that. So you're assessing also the market, what's your market, what price ranges should you be selling, developing your project for. So once you're done with the schematic designs, again, for the ordinary person, that's what you call the pictorial impressions. Okay. You know, part of that is the pictorial impression. So it helps you visualize your project, how it's going to look like when you're done, and so on. Once you're finished with that phase, again, it's at that stage that you want to sign it off and say, yeah, this looks good. This is the look and feel of what I want, you know, for my school project and so on. And at that stage, then you sign it off. Hopefully at that stage, you're not going to make any more changes. You've gone back and forth with the architects and the design team. And at that stage, you freeze the design. Essentially, you're saying, from this stage onwards, no more changes to what I have. If you don't freeze the design and you want to continue to make changes, it could increase your budget. Right. So you're free to make the changes. It will just prolong your development period and, you know, also increase cost. So once you've crossed that stage, now you are more or less into the design development phase, where you're doing all the detailed drawings, you're looking for suppliers. Where am I getting my doors from? You know, are they on the market? Do I have to import them? So those are the next phase of decision making, you know, through the process. And then once you've gone through the whole design development and detailing, then you start to look at your construction documentation, because then you are finalizing all your drawings, your bill of quantities, your details. Okay. Again, depending on the type of project, at the feasibility stage or maybe a little later, you may want to do stuff like your soil investigation. So you want to determine what is the nature of the ground I'm going to be building on. Is it hard pan? Is it soft? Will that influence the design, the structural design? And again, in your introduction, you said something about buildings collapsing. And so it's quite a complex process. And it's important to get professionals involved, you know, because some of the decision making is very technical. Right. And if you're going to spend a lot of money, you want to make sure that you are getting good value for money. So you want to involve professionals in the whole process. You also will have to start to look at your building permits. So obviously, engage your metropolitan or municipal assembly. They'll give you a requirement of documentation that you need. So start that process early as well, so that you can get your permits and all that. So once you have your construction documentation in place, you have your permits, you can then invite your contractors. You know, there are various methods of engaging contractors. Okay. If it's a personal project, you can just select somebody. If it's a project, you want to go through a tender process to select a contractor and so on, you know. So once you've gone through all that, essentially at that stage, the process ends with the selection of a contractor. And you continue to work with your design team, you know, the architects, engineers, and so on, throughout that whole process. So once a contractor is engaged, you sign your contracts, he'll have to provide you all the necessary insurances and guarantees and so on. And then you hand over the site, you know, work starts.
Right. It looks like a very long process.
Yes, it's a long process depending on the size of your project. Some projects, this whole process can take up to 2 years.
Okay.
Just the pre-contract, all the activities till you get to construction phase. For much simpler projects, it can take maybe up to 6 months.
Okay.
So it depends on how complex and how, if you take a project, say like the National Theatre, for example, I mean, that whole process of design and detailing and, going through all the difficult and different stages can take up to 2 years for a big complex project.
Right. Yeah. Now, I would want us to delve a lot deeper into the various stages you've mentioned, the feasibility, the schematic, design stage, the design development, pre-construction and all. But let me come to you, Sammy. What are some mistakes you see people do in trying to put up a project, particularly in relation to the stages in the building process? What are the common mistakes you see people do?
Yeah, I think one of the main things that people try to avoid is the engagement of professionals in the entire building process. Many people think that it's expensive to engage professionals, but they end up paying for it in some other ways. For me, if you were undertaking a building project, it's capital intensive. And I have always advised people to always engage professionals. Eventually, it becomes less expensive with the involvement of professionals. I've had examples of people who would have made very serious mistakes, if they hadn't engaged professionals. And like you also said in the beginning, people undertake projects without that kind of consideration, and then their buildings collapse, for instance. If it does collapse, you have to build it all over again. And that's a lot more money. Yes, you would pay for the services of a professional, but eventually, it will save you money.
It will save you. You get value for your money. I hope you're enjoying the conversation. We're streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube as well. We'll go for a break and return shortly with more. You're still watching the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show with me, Efia Fusua. We are back shortly. Welcome back. You're watching the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show with me, Efia Fusua. The show is proudly sponsored by Buena Vista Homes, where homes are not built but crafted. I still have with me Kwabena and Sammy. They're explaining and helping us to understand what the building process entails, just so you avoid some common construction failures we continue to see in the real estate industry. Welcome back, gentlemen. Right, so let's move to the next stage in the building process. From the feasibility stage, where do we move to next?
From the feasibility stage, once you've established that yes, this project is a good investment, I want to go ahead and invest in it. You have to start to assemble your team of professionals together. So Sammy spoke about it earlier. Your architects, your engineers, your quantity surveyors, the other professionals you'll be working with, the built industry professionals you'll be working with. And essentially, they start to put together the ideas as you work with them. If it's a residential property, for example, they'll take you through a process, where they want to understand, yes, you want to build your dream house, your 5-bedroom house. What kind of house do you want? How do you like to live your life? What they'll be doing is a reflection of your lifestyle. So if you wake up in your morning and the first thing you like to do is your cup of tea or coffee, an architect could ask you, where do you like to have your tea or coffee? You sit on a balcony, you sit in bed, so those kinds of questions will then help them to conceptualize your design and what you want, you know, for your house. So that whole stage is what we'll call the schematic design stage, where you're starting to conceptualize and, you know, develop essentially the scheme, as we call it, you know, for the project.
Okay, so when clients come to Buena Vista Homes, you sit them down and walk them through all these
processes? So with Buena Vista, we have standard designs we've already developed.
Okay.
So we give you options to choose from those designs. However, we've had clients who come and have their own peculiar, you know, needs. And so we sit down with them and we kind of adapt, you know, what we already have, or if we have to do a new design, we'll do it, you know, and work with you so that we meet your goals and aspirations.
Right. Let me come to you, Sami. What then is the next stage after the schematic?
Okay, so like Kwabena said earlier, once you're done with the schematic stage, then you go more into actual design.
Okay.
Because at that point, the design has been frozen.
Okay.
All right. That's the stage where you do the detailing of the works.
Okay.
It's important that you freeze a design at a point, because when the architect begins to design, it informs the other professionals as to what they do next.
Okay.
For instance, the electrical engineer will be designing after the architect. The structural engineer will be designing after the architect. So if the architect hasn't frozen his design, it means that they cannot go on to bring finality to what they are doing. And so it becomes important that a design is frozen. Then after that, every one of them gets into detailing out exactly what eventually will be used for final construction.
Okay.
So that's where everybody else then comes on board, and all the professionals begin to make their input into the works. What the architect does is to give you the overall general concept of the design, but the structural engineer, the electrical engineer, the mechanical engineer will also then begin to feed into the design that the architect has brought up.
Okay, maybe Kwabena would share more light on the design stage, since you're an architect. What are some of the experiences you can share in that regard for clients who come to Buena Vista Homes? What are some of the common experiences you can share?
Oh, it's interesting. I mean, you meet different kinds of clients.
Right.
Some are, say, people with very young families, so they have very young kids.
Right.
Some have gone through midlife, you know, teenage kids. Some are in the, you know, much later stages of close to retirement, so their needs are different. So you just have different kinds of clients, you know, and our objective is to try and meet the aspirations of these clients. So from a design perspective, you want to sit with them and understand what it is they want and how best you can respond to, you know, those desires, you know, through design. I mean, size of spaces, color, texture, finish, even lighting, ventilation.
Lighting. Okay.
Yeah, those are all design elements that you will consider in your engagements with people, you know.
It's interesting. You factor in the lighting that would be put in a house, even at a design stage.
Yes, absolutely. You have to. Even the size of windows.
Okay.
You know, and things like that.
What would influence the size of window? I'm a slim girl, so would you give me a smaller window?
Oh no, it's a reflection of, for example, how much light or ventilation you want in a space.
Okay.
If your windows face the east and you wake up and you draw your curtains and the sun hits you full blast,
right,
it may not be very desirable, you know. So those are all things that you look at. I guess for the lay people, they overlook lots of these things. But I've been to houses where you have very dark rooms and spaces. You always have to keep the lights on. Otherwise, you can hardly find your way around the room. You know, and those are common mistakes that people make. But again, then it has an impact on your lights, your electricity bills, and so on. So don't overlook the need to engage an architect. You can't have a very nice hairstyle if you don't go to a salon, presumably, or if you are sick, you want to go to a doctor. You know, if you're building a house, you want to talk to your architects or your engineers. You know, don't overlook that process. Like Sami said, you might think you're saving some money, but in the long run, it's going to turn out to be a very expensive mistake that, you know, you've embarked on. So it's extremely risky not to involve professionals in your work.
So you're still watching the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show, proudly sponsored by Buena Vista Homes, where homes are not built but crafted. We are streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube as well. We go for a break and we are back shortly. Please stay.
A real home is one carefully crafted by the master craftsman. And when it comes to it, Buena Vista Homes are the finest and the very best. Buena Vista Homes are not built, they are crafted. Embrace your dream environment where greens are lush, serenity is unmatched, and privacy is a sure guarantee. Exceed the limit of your imagination with Buena Vista Home. Go for everything worth the price. Your home is your pride, and a Buena Vista Home must undoubtedly be your signature home choice. Visit www.mabuenahomes.com or call 0303 401 401 or 050 304 728. Buena Vista Homes are not built, they are crafted.
Welcome back. You're watching the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show with me, Efia Fusua. Today we are discussing the building process, and I still have with me Kwabena and Sami, the brains behind Buena Vista Homes. Sami, let me come back to you now. After the pre-construction stage, you move on to the procurement stage. Talk to us about what really happens at that stage.
All right, so this is procurement of works. After you have your designs, after your professionals have all made their necessary inputs, now you need somebody who will build the structure for you, or undertake the project for you. Like Kwabena said earlier, depending on the complexity or how big the project is, there are various procurement methods you can use. There are people who will just say, oh, I know contractor A, he built this for that person, so I'm just going to go with this guy to build for me. So he goes directly to him, says that this is the design I have and I want to build that on my plot or on my land. Can you do that for me? He says yes. And then he says, okay, I'll do that for you, but at this cost. So you negotiate with the person, and then the person goes ahead to build it for you. That is a direct appointment, direct negotiation, and then literally you've procured that contractor to build for you. However, if the project is a bit more complex and has more associated interests from different people, you may not just want to appoint somebody, because the risk in just appointing only one person is that the person could give you a very high estimate, and you may not have any other estimate to compare with. And so we go into what we call tendering or bidding. All right. Before you get into bidding or tendering, a tender document or a bidding document would have had to be put together. In that document, you would have the specifications, you would have the bills of quantities, you have the conditions of contract. All of that come into one document that is put out. Some of the bidding processes could be selective, or it could be open. If it is a selective tender, it means that you have identified specific contractors who have capacity or capability to undertake that project, and you invite them. So if there are 3 contractors that you feel can undertake this project, you invite them, and then they come to put in a bid for you. And then when you have obtained the bids from them, you do what we call an evaluation to see which bid, you know, is more advantageous to you as a client. There are other public works that you are enjoined to rather make it a public and open tender. And in that case, you advertise it openly and you give some conditions or criteria for qualification to put in a bid. And if it is an open tender, most of the time you find them in the newspapers advertised. Okay. And then any contractor who feels that he has those or he qualifies, you know, based on the conditions that you put there, can put in a bid, okay, you know, and then the consultants will evaluate and then make a choice of who is able to undertake the works. Right. So there are various ways you can do that. If it's my own house I'm building, but I've gotten all the designs and everything, I may not go to that full extent, you know, of putting a bidding document together and all of that. But I could use, again, 2 people that I choose to give me different bids based upon which I can say, all right, this one sounds better, or okay, the value here is, or the cost here is cheaper, so I would want to go with this one or the other, or go full-blown bidding process to be able to procure a contractor. Under procurement, there are 3 different types of procurement, and it's important that we put it out because most people presume procurement to be purchasing of
iron
rods and stuff. It's not only just that. We have procurement of works, which is what we're discussing now. Then we have procurement of goods, and then we have procurement of services. Right. So the procurement of works is getting contractors to undertake a particular work. Okay. And then procurement of goods would be, looking to buy iron rods, cement, sand and stuff. And then procurement of services is when a corporate body or somebody is looking to engage services of consultants and things like that. Right. The process they go through to engage them. That in itself also falls under procurement. Okay. But for this particular discussion, I think we're zeroing on procurement of works. Okay. And that is how you make a selection for who undertakes your work. Once you have your contractor selected, yes, you do what we call the site handing over. Okay. You need to hand over the site to the contractor, give him all the drawings, all the specifications, all the bills of quantities, and then he gets to start work. Okay. In starting work, they normally would have the mobilization stage where they mobilize to site, then set up their site camps, their storage facilities and all of that. And then we have what we call the groundbreaking itself. At the groundbreaking, that is where they do the setting out. To set out a site is to kind of lay out the various buildings or blocks, transfer them onto the site, and then to hit the ground, what we all call like foundation. Okay. You dig the ground, after digging the ground, you pour your concrete, you put in your reinforcements, and then you pour your concrete. But that part is a very important part of the entire building, because that is where the entire structure you're going to raise would have to be supported eventually. Right. All right. So the entire weight above the structure is going to be supported by the foundation. Prior to it, like Kobna said earlier, the structural engineers, geodetic engineers would have all done their bit. You would have tested the soil, found the strength and capacity of the bearing capacity of the soil and all of that. Once you have all of that set and the drawings have come out, then the supervisors will have to ensure that whatever is being built is in conformity with what is on the drawing. So it all starts with the foundation at that point. Dig the trenches, do your columns, do your, if it's a strip foundation, it's a pad foundation, whatever type of foundation that has been designed in the drawings is exactly what you must go by. Okay. if anything has to change, it has to change with the approval of the professionals who are involved. Sometimes when people are undertaking projects by themselves, you know, they can go to site, even after drawings and everything have been done, they can go to site and say, oh, I've just realized that my kitchen is small.
Okay.
Open it a bit. When you do that, you are creating problems. You know, you cannot easily go to site and change because whatever you have has implications as, you know, implications to the various types of the building, parts of the building, sorry. You change, say, the size of your kitchen, it has an impact on the roof at the top there, you know. So the professionals need to come in and advise that, yes, we can change it or we cannot. All right.
Right.
So you do the foundation, you do the block in foundation, you do your filling, and then you cast your slab.
Okay. At the foundation stage,
yes,
there's a lot that happens there.
Yeah.
And I can tell there's a lot to share. We'll wrap up the conversation today and we'll bring the part 2 of this conversation. Thanks so much, Kwabena and Sami. And we'll see you next week. Bye.
EcoBank salary account, bro. See, with the EcoBank salary account, you will enjoy free life insurance, free debit card, save while you spend, and an amazing chance to double your salary, and even more consolation rewards in the EcoBank double salary promo reloaded.
Guy, this EcoBank salary account sounds interesting. What do you think?
Yara, but maybe next time, Charlie. You know what? I'll go shine my shoe.
Yo, myself, I'll go check my BP.
We going up, never go down, and we stay flat.
Chairman, you see the white sign it here.
Open an EcoBank salary account today for a lifetime of benefits. You also stand a chance to win more than double your salary in the EcoBank Double Salary Promo Reloaded from now till July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
And job life regardless.
This promo is under the supervision of the National Lotteries Authority under the Caritas Lottery Platform. The Pan-African.
Kwajo, why are you late?
Yes, Kojo. Why are you late again?
Kwajo.
Can't you talk?
See, Mommy, I could lie like Amma and say I was doing my homework with my friends. Or lie like Amma and say I was helping Grandma buy food. Mommy, I will not lie like Amma. I was playing with my friends, and that is why I'm late.
Homework now. Thank you for not lying to me. Your Calipo is in the fridge.
Calipo, the natural fruit juice drink.
Avi, you know that.
This advert is FDA approved.
It does get better anytime your favorite shop, Melcom, says it's there for you and got you covered with all your daily need items. Continue shopping on products ranging from groceries, stationery, electronics, homeware, kitchenware, furniture, home decor, electrical, and many more at low prices. Terms and conditions apply. Melcom, where Ghana shops.
Fellow Ghanaians, a very good evening to all of you, and thank you very much for joining us here on Upfront on the JoyNews channel. Well, this evening we have a very important conversation, a conversation about Ghana's democracy. Well, we've been talking about our democracy and we've been talking about where we have been over the last 32 years. Just last Tuesday we had an election, in fact, a by-election in the Kumewu constituency. For many people, it was seen as an election between the NPP and the independent candidate. Well, that did not happen because the NPP won that seat convincingly. But in the midst of all of that, lots of issues happened on the ground. We saw accusations and allegations of votes buying, people having all manner of things, giving food, money, just to vote. Well, the by-election train, we're told, will be getting to the Asen North constituency shortly. And as usual, the conversation is what becomes of that constituency also. Is it going to be like what we just saw in the Kumewu constituency? But that actually begs a bigger question. Is our election all about, is our democracy all about elections? This evening, that's our conversation here on the Joy News channel. My name is Winston. When we return after this short break, I'll introduce my guest and then we'll get into the conversation. So right from independence, we've been practicing democracy, or in some instances, a dictatorship or a military rule. Now, for many of us, we've always wanted to be under democracy because our belief is that that is the way to go. We have loosely interpreted it as kebimamin kebiabambo, as we would say in a can, or have focused mainly on the free speech component of democracy. Well, in a lot of the instances and a lot of conversations, once you talk about the government of the day, you are reminded of how you are part of the government. After all, it's government for the people, of the people, and by the people. But is it all about elections? Is that what describes a democracy? How about participation in government or in the governance process? How about the rule of law? How about free speech and freedom of the media? Is a democracy all about elections? This evening, that's our conversation here on Upfront on the Joy News channel. And we're joined by Professor Edward Brinya, who is a political science lecturer. He's a professor, actually, at the Kwame University of Science and Technology. Himself is contested elections, so he understands what our democracy is all about. Professor Brinya, good evening, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good evening, and thank you for inviting me.
Great. So, look, let's look at our democracy. And it's been something we've been talking about for a very long time now. We've always been priding ourselves as being, the gateway to democratic governance. We've talked about being the beacon of hope when it comes to democracy in the African continent. How would you assess our democracy today?
Let me first of all say a great good evening to the able listeners of Upfront, and to thank you for giving me the opportunity to examine this important issue about our democracy. It's very interesting. I think, just as you said, we pride ourselves as being the beacon of democracy in West Africa. We pride ourselves that we are no longer participating in a democratic rule. And therefore, as you rightly said, when you look at the local interpretation of democracy, Kabimami Kebi, it does give the impression that the people that have a say when it comes to democracy. But the contrary has been the case. We have reduced our democracy to a process where people, I wouldn't even say are given the chance, but people are loyal to pretend to select leaders. And at the end of the day, the leaders take over. So there is some sort of an autocratic democracy going on. You get people to the pool, they select the leaders, and that is it. And even in the selection process, they are loaded with all kinds of material things that prevent them from actually taking part, engaging in the democratic process the way that democracy should be about. That is my initial assessment.
People are lured into taking a decision, and you say we pretend to be selecting leaders. How does our elections become a hypocritical event?
It is a hypocritical event in the sense that in a true democracy, political parties, individuals who want to present themselves for positions, engage the people. Bear in mind, in the classical democracy, individuals who, in those days in Athens, individuals, male, who were 18 and above, would have gathered together to take a decision on issues that they want to impact them so that they give it to the ruler. Because of the increase in population in recent time, we resorted to this representative democracy. And if you're practicing either the presidential or the parliamentary system, then you either select the president, who is the ceremonial head, and at the same time, the head of government. And if you are practicing the parliamentary democracy, you select the head of government. You select members of parliament, and they, on your behalf, select who become head of government. We are practicing the hybrid democracy where, on one hand, we select the head of government and ceremonial head as the president, and at the same time, we select members that represent us in parliament. And these individuals are supposed to be our representatives, right? Our representative, that is that you come to me, you present your ideas, you present your vision, you give me a reason, informed reason, for me to be able to decide on whether you should be the one that I select or not. But why I am saying that we are praying hypocrisy with this is that we go to people, we don't tell them anything, we give them money, we give them rice, we give them motorbikes, all kinds of things are used in lowering the people. In a sense that we don't give these people the opportunity to listen to what they will do, right? We were crying about vote buying. We go in to buy their vote. And once we lure them to select us as leaders, because we did not enter into a contract where we presented a vision which would have been the basis of accountability whilst we are in office, the people turn around when we are going back to tell us to sell their votes. So we are now having a system where it's become a sort of a marketplace democracy. Those that want office want to go and buy the votes. Those that have the vote want to sell. So in the process, the highest bidder gets to be the one who is selected to go and so-called be our representative. But the people don't know why the person is going. I am even sure the one that is even selected does not know why he or she is selected. So in the end, nothing happens. We wait for the 4 years and then we go back to lower the people again, just so that we can say that somebody was selected. But true democracy, as we have learned in the books, true democracy, as we have seen practiced in other places, does not take place in our country, and it's getting worse every day.
True democracy that you have learned in the books, briefly, before we get back to our situation.
Democracy, as you rightly said at the beginning, is a system of government, as Abraham Lincoln said, that is supposed to select a government of the people, by the people, for the people, right? Mm-hmm. So whoever is selected as a leader is supposed to be that one that the people think represents the ideas, that one that the people say connects with them, understands the things of the local people, the people that are supposed to go and select, right? And because it is government of the people are supposed to be the ones selecting. And when I say the people are supposed to be the ones selecting, it means that out of their own free will, not influenced by material things, not influenced by money, not coerced in one way or the other, are supposed to go to the ballot box and select their leader based on the understanding that this leader can do A, B, or C for the people that are selecting them. And in return, because of that contract that is established, the leader is also supposed to represent the needs, fulfill the things that either in a manifesto or in a campaign might have been delivered to the people, the basis upon which this leader was selected. so that there can be true representation as it is done in a democracy. This is what I'm saying that does not occur in our country. Something different is going on in Ghana.
Just use your own experience, because I remember, listening and watching, video. I watched a video that you, in the build-up to the primaries, had indicated that you're going to show, you're going to put into practice what you have been teaching, and you show how elections were done. You had 65 votes, and from the 4 persons who were contesting, you placed last, would say. What happened?
Thank you very much for that. And let me first of all indicate the fact that for the fact that the process went on and completed, I want to say that at the end of the day, the people selected who they wanted to be the leader. But the truth of the matter is the fact that when we look, and not just the election that occurred at Sexual Place, elections all over Ghana has been a system where instead of us going down to talk to the people, we rather resort to using material means to lure the people. I believe strongly that if you go to Sexual Place right now, the indigents, and based on calls that I've had from the indigents, apart from even some of the delegates that took part in the process, they would come and ask you, we don't know what happened. Because if it had to do with engaging the people, letting them know what their problems are, giving them reasons about how to solve the problem, giving them the idea of true representation. If you did a poll 2 days before the election, I'm saying Thursday before the Saturday election, if you did a poll, you would rightly have said that, yes, if those were the factors that really determined the outcome of election, then Brenya would have made the winner. But interesting thing happened from Thursday night to Saturday while the election was going on. The details that I will leave you and the good people of Ghana to investigate. I don't want to be seen as casting unnecessary blame or making an allegation in the process, but I will leave the details. But I'm saying that I'm not just reducing it to such a complaints. It is something that goes on, and we saw that going on in Kumawu. The election in Kumawu.
I will come to that.
Videos.
Yes, I'll come to that. But I just want to understand something, because you've been in the process also. So here you are, you go to a constituency, you engage delegates. Now, they promise you they are going to vote for you. And then you say, from Thursday, everything changed? How?
Everything changed because, as I earlier said, the system where people are loyal to vote, not based on what they believe should be the right representation for them, but based on material things, took place in the constituency. I do not want to give the details. Yes,
but Prof, talking about, yes, Prof, I mean, while we would not go into the details, I want us to understand something, okay? So we're having this conversation also because we want to create the awareness about the fact that if we continue like this, it's just going to be a system where the richest man shows up and wins elections. And he sees it as investment, and if elections become investment, then what you will have is that that person goes in there and is going to reap his, his investment, okay? So you get in there, if I invest, I must go in there and get the yields on my investment. So if you explain to us and we understand what the challenges are, we understand things that happen. We've seen what happened in Kumewu. We've seen people who were giving food and everything, people who were giving money, and roads were constructed overnight. In your case, as of Thursday, you were in the lead. Between Thursday and Saturday, did your other competitors pay money? Did they give phones? What did they give that affected your chances? And how will that going forward impact our democracy?
Let me, since these are not things that claim that I was privy to the evidence, right? The reason why I didn't want to put anything out there because these are allegation. But let me just give you a report, and I'm saying this is an allegation by a delegate who visited me after the election, and in a way of telling me some of the things that went on. The delegates, this guy came in and reported about, without any, I don't know any of the aspirants who might have done that, but the delegate reports of receiving gifts from money, mobile phones, motorbikes, bulletin boots, and what have you, clothes, and what have you, right? As I said, bear in mind, this was an internal process, and you want to be very careful on some of the things. But the long and short, and let's not pretend as if what we are saying is something that is not known in Ghana, right? For instance, we were told one of the delegates paid 5,000 per delegate. I mean, one of the aspirants was paying 5,000, a mobile phone, and a Wellington boot per delegate, right? Others were alleged to be paying even higher sum of money. Some of the delegates reported receiving motorbikes and all kind of allegations that went on. And why I cannot say that aspirant A, B, or C might have paid this or that, the report, the allegation, let me use the word allegation, we are hearing was that this happened. And this I witnessed, and I boldly want to say this. This one I witnessed because I was there and I saw it. One of the aspirants calmed some of the delegates that we were told he might have come there in a hotel or someplace. And whilst we were voting, cars were bringing these delegates in. Interestingly, in Ghana, where there is a democracy, where we are talking about freedom of speech, where we are talking about freedom of movement, you saw this car arrive with policemen, police escort in gun. The car comes in, a policeman comes out with a gun, presuming that these free people who are supposed to exercise their franchise were more like treated like prisoners. They come in, and once they come in, from the time they arrive to the time they get the accreditation, to the point where they vote, they are escorted by metro men, right? And nobody is allowed to talk to any of these individuals who are delegates, who are representatives of the people, who are supposed to exercise their franchise freely, right? And this is, I'm saying this is something I witnessed, right? And out of this, you hear the story of the motivations, the material things that they were giving. And I'm saying when something like that goes on, of course, you didn't want to say that that is a system where individuals are given the right to exercise their franchise. There is a sort of lowering or motivation, or if you will, an intimidation that sort of goes on that does not allow the delegates who are also supposed to represent their people to exercise their franchise in a way that I believe would have represent their free will, the way democracy is supposed to be.
Interesting. So how did we get to this level? I mean, look, we started post-colonialism from 1957. We had become independent. How did we get to the level where all of a sudden money became the motivating factor? After all, we're told, that Kwame Nkrumah from Nzima won elections in the heart of Accra, Odududu, where he beat, a Ghan native because people believed in his message. So what changed?
Can you give me a second to plug my charger? It looks as if the battery is going down.
Okay, I definitely would get back to Professor Edward Brenya, who's joined us this evening on Upfront on the JoyNews channel to have a conversation about Ghana's democracy. We're asking a very simple question, whether we're just practicing an electoral democracy. We'll go for elections, come back, and that's the end of it. And he's been explaining that from where he stands, he thinks that, look, what we're practicing cannot be defined as a democracy. We're practicing like a marketplace democracy where we pretend to be electing officials. He was very categorical on that. We pretend to be electing officials because at the end of it all, what we do is to get people, give them money, and so the people vote based on, these financial motivations, or in some instances, the material motivations that we give them. And so if that is the case, then we're not practicing any form of democracy, because the other things about democracy, bearing in mind that once you are elected by the people become participants in the democracy, and then you are expected also to be able to, serve the needs of the people by delivering on what you promised them. Now, if all you're doing is to raise money and go back the next time and give the people money, then you are not delivering on the needs of the people. So let me get back to Professor Brenya. Now, Professor Brenya, so I was asking earlier, how did we get here? Because we're told of how our democracy was doing very well. How did we get to this position where money took over everything?
I think it's interesting how we got here, but I feel strongly that we got here because of the failure to demand of political parties and candidates of their vision, to ask them why they should be elected as leaders, right? Because these individuals who aspire to become leaders do not have any vision or, if you will, any message for the people, they feel that instead of going in to provide a message, then rather give them money. In that case, then with the influence of money, the accountability before and after becomes something that is scrapped, right? And yes, it might not have started in a day, gradually, because I witnessed the first election in the Fourth Republic. My senior brother was a member of parliament in the first parliament of the Fourth Republic. I remember then that he had just graduated from University of Ghana, did not even have anything to campaign on. As a matter of fact, individuals even had to help him sow nice political seeds and others, help him to go on campaign and all those things, right? And at that time, people wanted to see representation. Then over time, we had a situation where our members of parliament changed from being these individuals. If you look at the first members of parliament in the Fourth Republic, the kind of thing they went through. I remember very well, my senior brother, the money that he was giving for a loan could only afford him a second-hand car. He couldn't buy a brand new car. And he bought them, what was it? Mitsubishi that did not even last long. They were in these apartments at Sakumono, and they were bused to the office, all those things. Then, over time, things changed. We saw members of parliament coming in, trying to lead some level of affluent life. We saw members of parliament coming in, trying to provide, sort of present themselves in a way that is different from what the original notion of representation is. Some will want to say that it's a chicken and egg problem. The members of parliament argues that when you go to your constituency, the constituents at every point in time are demanding that you provide them with some sort of material benefit. And therefore, you also have to make sure that you raise the money or you find means of getting that money so that you can meet their needs. You talk to the constituents that they are also telling you that, well, we have to do that because when we go, we don't see any representation. They come in and give us promises, and at the end of the day, we don't see anything happening. But I believe largely it is because of the failure on the part of Ghana to institute and implement some accountability mechanism, right? Accountability mechanism that, one, will require an elected official to declare assets going in. And by the time the official is leaving, declare those assets so that we can match what you are receiving as a representative with what you might have gained within the period that you were in office, right? Mm-hmm. If there was that accountability, probably we would have reduced the level where this level of affluence takes place. Two, the notion of demanding representation from our members of parliament. We go in, if really we are to represent our people, we must be having dialogue with our people. When issues are coming up to be passed, policies are to be passed, we are not there representing ourselves. We are there representing our constituents. So we engage our constituents on their view on the policy. And then based on what they tell us, we go back to Parliament to engage our members of Parliament to put up amendments in a way that we can have the views of our members of constituents represented. That is also not taking place. So when you have a system where there's no representation, there's no accountability going on, then you end up having a system where money becomes the means of representation. Because you went in and I didn't get any representation that I thought I should come from you, because you've been in Parliament, we did not hear you talking about any policy that affects us. Because you went in for 4 years, we didn't even see you and you are coming back. This time around, if we are going to give you the seat, then I am going to sell your vote to you. And on the part of the representative, she sits down and says, well, I don't have anything to go and show to my people as evidence of my representation for the 4 years. So the only way that I can get these votes from them is to go and lure them again with money. And I believe that gradually that is what has brought us where we are now.
Influence that you talk about, Professor Brinya. Look, in these members of Parliament from 1996, a lot of them getting, some vehicles again. By 2000, they got $20,000, dollars in 2001 to buy vehicles, $25,000 in 2005, and $50,000 in 2009. These were to buy vehicles. How does the purchase of vehicles lead to affluence? After all, you've had members of Parliament consistently complain, for instance, that they're not well taken care of.
Yes, you talk to the President of Ghana, and the President of Ghana will tell you that he's not well taken care of, right? Even though, per the record, he should have been the highest paid public servant in Ghana, but then you say the same thing. But my point is that, and these are not my words. These are the words of the current administration when they came to power, where they told us that the SUVs and cars that are being used by government officials and elected officials were expensive. And I remember 2017, when President Kufuor and the government came in, they promised us that they were going to reduce the number of cars, the SUVs and others that government officials use, that they were going to buy the Toyota cars and other things so that we can reduce the cost, so that we can live a life that, of course, some way that may make or look like the one representing us. Let me ask this. The VAs, Toyota, Lexus, those things are not mark of affluence. You go to the European countries, you go to other places, their prime ministers and others are driving cars that are members of Parliament, won't drive in Ghana, right? We are buying all those cars. We are building all those huge buildings. We are living a life that makes individuals feel that, if his lifestyle or her lifestyle had changed overnight, then I, who voted for him, must also go after them. I'm not saying that when you work, you should not benefit from the stress, the sweat that you work for. But sometimes you look at the lifestyle of these elected officials, appointed officials, from the time they get to office and within 4 years, right? We don't want to talk about the ex gratia and other things that they take away with them. and you compare it to people of similar rank in active service, whether in civil or public service, and you ask yourself, why is it that everybody wants to be elected? And you ask yourself, why is it that when people are going in for election, they don't care about what the job is to be done? Why is it that people are raising so much money to buy votes? And the question at the end of our election, I asked myself, so given every money that has gone out, where would this money come from to pay back wherever the money came from? It is because something is there that people feel that once I get elected, I'm also going to have access to it. And I believe strongly this is what is eating our democracy, right? If only we can have our accountability mechanism in place, if only we can ensure, I know every government that has come in has denied corruption at any level. If only we can ensure that our appointed, elected officials do not engage in acts that may be considered corrupt in one way or the other, then I think that we might get the democracy to work. But right now, it's become a total ball game. Why would I want to go and spend millions of cedis to get elected when I know that per the record, my salary for me within the 4 years might not give me that amount of money? Why would I do that? We are rational human beings. Nobody would want to go and waste money, and when at the end of the day you are going to serve the people and you don't get it back. It is because it is believed or there is supposed to be a system in place that creates a looting system, if I could use that, that allow people to go and spread all kind of money with the hope that when I go, I'll recoup the money. And that affects through representation at the grassroots. And that is the system that is going on. So it is not just about, I give you the loan to buy the car, right? It is also about the other things that are done. It is also about the other means that we try to create money, because we are not ready to represent our people. We want to use every means possible to get money. I mean, we don't want to talk about the political parties and the things that goes on, the accusation and counter-accusation that goes in. We don't want to talk about that. But we are talking on a system where the representation that the people that send our representatives are supposed to get to them is not happening. It is not happening because these individuals are busy concentrating on other things that would give them personal benefits instead of true representation to the people. And it's happening at all levels of government.
Great. When we return after these messages, Professor Edward Brinya, we'll talk about the risk facing our democracy if we don't care what you have described as a marketplace democracy and a hypocritical democracy. This is Upfront on the Joy News channel. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, so welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us. You're on Upfront on the Joy News channel with me, Winston Amo, and this evening we're joined by Professor Edward Brinya, who is a political scientist at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. So we've been talking about, our kind of democracy. I want us to look at the risk that we face with the kind of democracy that we practice, Professor Brinya. What are the risks that we face if we don't change this kind of democracy?
I think that if we are not careful, we are going to have a system where people, as Lumumba said, the people with ideas will not be given the opportunity to decide. Oftentimes, the people with ideas may not be the one who has the money to buy the votes, because we are in a system where voters at this point want to sell their votes. As I indicated earlier, initially it was vote buying. This time it is vote buying and selling. the voters want to sell. If we don't take the necessary measures, we may like the experts to go and shape policies, and we're going to have a system where what the benefits that is supposed to accrue from democracy may not accrue, and in the end, we may end up believing or thinking that democracy might not be the best form of government as we thought it should be, because the benefit that is supposed to come out of democracy will not come. And let me look at one aspect, one dangerous aspect too. You see, we're having a hybrid system where there is the legislature and the presidency. Per our hybrid system, when you look at a pure presidential system, the executive is not allowed to introduce bills into parliament. Members of the legislature introduce bills. So if the president wants to, the executive wants to introduce bill, they fall on their members in the legislature to introduce the bill. In our hybrid system, the executive is the one that introduces the bill. So cabinet introduces the bill to parliament. So if our legislators want to introduce bill, they fall on the cabinet.
Now they can also introduce bills, except that
the single.
Yes, I mean the private members motion, but bills.
Private member, yes, I was getting to the private member bill. So what is supposed to happen is that when the executive presents the bill, we are asked, the legislature is supposed to scrutinize the bill, especially when it goes to the committee, provide the necessary amendments. Oftentimes, because we are running this hybrid system where members of the legislature, many of them are also appointed as members of the executive, or because we have a system where the majority in parliament is supposed to make sure that the policies of government pass in the legislature, the opposition tends to be the one that is supposed to hold the government on its toes. We are having a system, and in the process, when the opposition does that, there is supposed to be a level of engagement and compromises that allow government to get its way through, not by bullying, not by offering monetary favors, but we are having a system where we are hearing, there has been report, there's been allegation that in the process where government is supposed to get the opposition to assent or support a situation, there is a system of lowering, not just at the electoral box, not just at the election, that even within the legislature and the executive, we have a system where some level of lowering that also take place. All these are risk factors that needs to be taken into account. All these are things that if we don't take time, we may end up thinking or making the young ones feel that democracy may not be the best form of government. Bear in mind, in the early days when we gained independence, we were democratic. Things went on, and at a point in time, the impression was created that democracy was not the best form of government, which led to the dictatorship that, by God's grace, we came back to democracy. So we need to put every measure in place to make sure that we do not present this notion that this democracy that we thought was the best form of government isn't the best form of government because, one, the freedom of the media that was supposed to come with the democracy does not exist. We do not have freedom of speech the way we thought we should have had it. You don't have freedom of participation. You are going on a demonstration against things that you don't want. The next thing is government security people are on you. So we are losing everything that is supposed to come with democracy. Participation in decision making. We don't allow our people to even engage. Right now, the only way that our people have somehow been able is through the media. The media bring up issues, we discuss it, And when the government feels that a person is political capital, then it considers this. But through participation that people should have by going to their members of parliament to make suggestions about policies that are coming out so that members of parliament can take into consideration and into their discussion in parliament, does not happen. They don't even engage them. The people are gradually getting out of government. If we don't take time, we're going to have a situation where the interest, I'm talking about true interest in taking part in democracy, will be lost, and people will just go in because I am going to sell my vote. And when it comes to that, once this vote is sold, there is no contract, as we have seen over the years. And when the people feel they are not being representation, then that becomes a very risk factor for our democracy. And I think that every measure must be taken to stop some of these things that every political party, everybody had complained about this monetization that is taking place in our democracy now. I think it shouldn't just be about complaining. The political parties must take steps. Governments must introduce policies to ensure that those things stop. Other than that, I see our democracy in danger.
Well, what policies again? It looks like today, I mean, a lot of people have gotten to the stage you've been describing. They just, look forward to what they would get. They say, after all, nobody's going to do anything for me. So why don't I just get what I can get and move on with my life?
I think people will change their mind when they see government acting. Right? People are worried because they feel that even if I complain, nothing will happen. Even if I genuinely go and select a leader, nothing will happen. The government takes action, and I believe our government have every capability to do that, right? It's only unfortunate that political parties, while in opposition, see some of these wrong things. The moment political party gets into government, political parties tend to forget about the very thing they might have complained twice in opposition. If, as a country, if as individuals, if as voters, bear in mind, we are the principals, right? We are the people that are sending the elected officials. If there is a sort of conscientization that allows people, and I don't know how I'm even saying it, because I remember preaching to the people that, well, the money will come, take the money and vote against them, and it didn't happen, right?
Oh, that's what you told them, that you should take the money and vote against them.
Yes, because they said, listen to what they will do for you, not the money that they are bringing. We preach all that, the people promise, oh, don't worry, as for if they bring the money, we take it, and in the end, the money was the deciding factor. So I want to think that maybe by way of policy, and not just the policy, because as you rightly said, some of these policies are already in place. Implementation, the desire on the part of our government and policymakers to make sure that it is not just about writing the things in the book, but walking the talk, implementing and taking the necessary measures to make sure that we protect our democracy. This is something that is very dear to us, right? We've been through democracy, we've been through the military system, the dictatorship. We realize that our democracy is far better than the dictatorship. I want to plead that the necessary measures is taken to protect this democracy. And one of the ways that we need to start is to make sure that we get the right people to get into office. If it is the problem with the current system that we are practicing, that we would want to revisit to make sure there is a way that would open up, for instance, maybe in the selection of candidates to run for office, we could move away from the delegate system to open up, so that when you open it up, probably the extent at which there can be that level of vote selling and vote buying might go down.
Well, the NDC
probably,
tried
but the
it.
necessary measures need to be.
Prof. Brenya, the NDC tried it in 2015. It only increased the expenditure on elections, and by 2019, they had gone back.
Yes, the NDC went back for two reasons. One, at the time the NDC tried it, I think there was a lot of infiltration by the opposition, so the register at that time and who was eligible to vote. So we ended up having people being selected who were not selected by the NDC members. And yes, you are talking about the budget, right? Yes, that is why we've been asking about this financing of political parties. Government, in a way, if we are interested, if we really care about democracy, government can come in, support some of these political parties in the process of selecting leaders. Bear in mind, when we select these leaders, we are not selecting them for political parties. If they win power, these are leaders. These are people who are forming government. So if government should spend money to make sure that the process will select the right
JoyNews Prime Headlines is brought to you by...
Don't take risks. Use a condom every time.
And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
Some spices. Yes, sir.
We're live on Joy News, coming to you from our studios in Kokomlemle. We are on Go TV channel 124 and DSTV channel 421. We are on DTT because we're free to air. This is Joy News Prime. Coming up this evening, President of the National Association of Graduate Teachers, NAGRAT, lambasts authorities of the St. Monica Senior High School following the death of a student after she was allegedly denied exit to seek medical attention. Also this evening, nationwide shortage of LPG by Friday as part of Kumasi and Nkoko report strictly scarcity after more than 72 hours of tanker drivers strike. Plus, residents of Santroko, Filolobi, Bori, and Akpafo kick against government's intention to mine iron ore deposits in that area. Later in business.
Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, Dr. Stephen Amwa, raises concern about the consistent hike in the policy rate by the central bank, insisting that it is impeding the growth of industries.
Companies in our countries cannot grow organically because there is inadequate funds. And even the Russian funds that they will get from the banks will always have double-digit interest rate. What it means is that the companies cannot expand enough to employ the labor force.
Remember, we are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. We're also live on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter at JoyNews on TV. My personal handle is @Nana Aisha. Please stay for details.
JoyNews Prime Headlines was brought to you by...
Don't take risks. Use a condom every time.
And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
Some spices. Yes, sir.
begun building up at some gas outlets in parts of Kumasi and in Koko in the Ashanti and Eastern regions following a nationwide strike by tanker drivers. That's according to LPG Marketers Association, who say many of its members have begun recording shortages. Before then, the Association of Oil Marketing Companies indicated that more than 4,000 outlets across the country are going to run out of fuel because the pump stations had not been refilled following the tanker drivers' nationwide strike over terrible roads leading to its depots. Though the Roads Ministry is scheduled to meet the transporters Thursday, Union Chairman George Nyanu says they will not back down.
The strike is still going on. Just yesterday, immediately we called the strike. In the evening, the road and highway minister called me and said he's out of the country. So hopefully he will be in today. Therefore, he would like to engage us tomorrow being Wednesday, being the holiday. I said, okay, fine. As a honorable, we will give you that honorable respect. So anytime you are ready to meet us, we'll call all the executives to meet you, to listen to what you have for us. But what we are looking for is only to fix the road for us.
Consumers have been expressing concerns over a likely shortage, thereby urging government to quickly intervene.
You know, fuel is a very essential commodity. We all know that. So anything that will cause a fuel shortage, I think should be one of the major priorities of any government. You get? Because, I mean, fuel ties into almost all aspects of the economy. With fuel, I mean, you know, when you understand that fuel is one of our major important commodities. So, any government that is a serious government will not joke with fuel issues. You see, so I think that I would advise the government, if there's a way, I mean, they should meet them, even if they have to meet them halfway, and it's possible, they should do that. I mean, so that we don't have to short for a month. Then you have queues at the fuel stations and all that, which in a way ties down to economic activities. You know, this our market women, the women fuel short, you know, Ghana, everything will go up, even water. So, I mean, the government should find a way to, sit down with them, they should judge and find the best possible solution as fast as possible.
If there's going to be a likely shortage, then that means that it's going to worry businesses, actually, like people that big bread, and also people also that cook. Yeah, we sell food and those stuff. It's going to, and then we that use it in the house too, it's going to also worry us. Yeah, I feel that they should try their possible best to solve the issue for us because we need gas in our everyday life. Like that's what we use, so we need it.
I can just say that I'm just pleading them that they should mandate because maybe next year we'll get a new government that will help us to do the road and things. So you should mandate to have the gas. Without the gas, we can't cook and things because the gas really help us and things. So they should manage. No matter it's really hard, but they should manage and help us a little. Maybe like this year and they will get a new year, a new president, and things will start changing and things.
Chief Executive Officer of the Oil Marketing Companies, Keyson, says many fuel outlets are at the verge of running out.
Oh, definitely will run out. If you run, because you know, normally what we do is we do replacement on Mondays. And this Monday we never had the opportunity to do the replacement for the weekend stock, which has been depleted. So then midweek, Wednesday, we start also doing something. Then Friday, we get something for the weekend. Now we are going past the Monday one, and it means it's the old stock that we have that we are depleting, and we are not replenishing the stock. So we have gone 48 hours down. By the time we hit the 72 hours, it becomes so crucial. That's why you get to the station see that there's no fuel. There's no fuel. People should no fuel, and that's what's going to happen. And now when you get to the stage, even getting some people to buy fuel becomes a problem.
Listen to Vice President of the LPG Marketers Association, Gabriel Kumi, who says a strike is spelling chaos for its members.
I've been to a gas station at Kentinkroni in Kumasi. Already there are queues there. I've also been to one at, and I've seen a lot of queues there. On Monday, I did predict that by Wednesday, if this situation is not resolved, we will start seeing queues in the outlets. And if this should prolong to Friday, we are in for chaos. And even the petrol stations. I mean, I've had the opportunity of speaking to some of the oil marketing companies, and the stock they have cannot take them more than 24 hours. So if the situation persists by Friday, which is also leading into a weekend, we are likely to have a crisis on that. The one at Kenton Corner tells me that by close of today, they will run out. They have just about 10 tons, which looking at the pressure coming on them, they are likely to run out by close of today.
Away from LPG, residents of Central Kofi, Lolobi, Bori and Akpafo are kicking against government's intention to mine some mineral deposits in that area. The area is endowed with iron ore deposit, but residents say any attempts by the state to start mining in that area will greatly affect their social and economic lives. They have formed an anti-iron ore mining committee to have a united front to kick against any mining activity in that area. Peter Seno has more.
4 communities from Central Kofi, Akpafo, Lolobi and Bori have declared their intention not to allow government or any entity to mine iron ore deposits in these areas. Their concerns are born from what is currently happening in mining communities in Ghana, where water bodies are heavily polluted with other social and economic negative impacts of mining. For the residents, it is a no to mining from all fronts. The 4 communities have therefore formed an anti-iron ore mining committee to have a common voice to protect their communities and heritage. Emma Amuzu is one of the concerned women. As peasants, she says their livelihood, which is farming, would be jeopardized greatly.
We've seen what is happening in Ghana, especially Ashanti and other areas, the way the mining is destroying a lot of things. So here, the only job our parents do is farming. And then we have these beautiful mountains up here. If we allow them to come and mine here, then they will destroy our land, they will destroy our farming areas. We wouldn't have anything, any place to farm again. This is the main reason why we said no, we don't want, because we want the beautiful forest and the mountain to remain there as it was before our forefathers left. And so we are here, especially me, on behalf of the women, saying that no.
Samuel Tete is a metallurgical engineer and has 20 years mining industry experience and hails from the area. He provided some industry experience but wants government to engage communities so as to win their trust before providing any permits or licenses on mining in these areas.
As a technical person, a lot of stakeholder engagement is needed, where the communities will have to be told the bare truth. Looking at it in context, the benefit to the community in terms of social infrastructure, maybe they will build schools, build roads, build hospitals, but the effect is that the community will be hungry, their agriculture will be adversely affected, and the source of rainfall, drinking water, their sources of water all originate from these mountains. As soon as you disturb the land area, you expose the minerals to rain. So even if you tell the community you drill boreholes, have you looked at the effect of the pollution of surface mining into the underground water? Aside that, what will be the effect of dust, fugitive dust? If you breathe it in, what is the health effect of airborne diseases on the community? This is where I am coming from.
But why are residents in these areas not interested in developing their communities through mining? Here is Emma again.
What development are we seeing? We are not seeing any development. And for that matter, we cannot stand here today and say, yes, mining brings development. What development is it bringing in the Ashanti region, Western region, etc., etc.? We cannot allow anybody to come and destroy our forests and then our farms. If there is a development, we would have been seeing it already. Charity begins at home. And for that matter, we can't stand here now and believe any government that, yes, they will come and then mine here and then bring development. What sort of development, for heaven's sake?
Nana Olato is the Chidomhini for Central Kofi traditional area. For him, the destruction of their source of water through the mining activities is his concern. Peter Senu for JoyNews.
Back here in Accra, President Akufo-Addo says the gold for oil deal has played a pivotal role in maintaining stability in petroleum product prices. He indicates the economy has seen a significant growth of 4.2% in the first quarter of 2023, with the cedi being stable. That's bringing relief to the market. Speaking at the Eid celebrations, President Akufo-Addo emphasized that the implementation of the gold for oil deal has contributed to stabilizing the price of petroleum product.
أشرقت نفسي بنور من فؤادي حينما رددت يا رب العباد وانتشت روحي وصار الدمع يجري يا إلهي.
It is this attitude and commitment by government that have enabled our nation to obtain an IMF program in record time. As you can see, we're beginning to navigate the turbulence, with our economy growing by 4.2% in the first quarter of 2023. The currency has seen some stability lately, and through the Gold for Oil program, we've seen the stability in the prices of petroleum products as well, all of which are helping to bring inflation down. Things are getting better and will get better, I can assure you.
The president urged citizens to continue to support government in its efforts to revive the economy.
Muslim faithful, fellow Ghanaians, in the spirit of Eid, I ask you to continue to support the government, your government, to deliver the needed progress and prosperity that we all seek. I said at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic that we do not know how to bring back lives, but we know how to bring back the economy. I stand by those words. Inshallah, we're working to restore the economy to full health, and inshallah, we shall do so. The young people in our Muslim community, you have every right to celebrate today. By all means celebrate, but by all means be cautious. Your life matters to the nation and to your family.
President of the National Graduate Association of Teachers, NAGRAT, Angel Kabonu, has chastised authorities of the St. Monica Senior High School at Mampong in the Ashanti region following the death of a student there. The deceased is alleged to have been denied an exit after she requested to go home to seek medical attention. Listen to the livid NAGRAT president speaking in an audio broadcast to teachers, saying the issue could have been prevented.
My dear colleague teachers, there is an unfortunate development in Mampong, St. Monica Senior High School that has led to the interdiction of the management of the school. I've had a lot of complaints from our members to intervene in the case, but I wonder how and why this situation should arise in the first place. A girl falls sick and comes for exit to go to the hospital. The girl is shown to the house staff documentary evidence that will take her to the hospital, and then the girl is refused exit, leading to the death of this girl. Now, people are threatening brimstone against the Ghana Education Service. Teachers are being insulted left and right on local radio stations, and so on and so forth. My colleagues, sometimes I don't know what is wrong with us teachers drawing onto ourselves problems and challenges that nobody compensates us for. If a student is sick and there is evidence that the student is sick, and the student comes to you for exia, what on earth do you benefit for refusing the student an exia to go to hospital? What on earth? What do you stand to benefit as a teacher for refusing to give exia to a student to go to the hospital? We have reports when parents who gave birth to their own children come to you and say, I want to take my daughter home, I want to take my son home for this and that a reason, and school authorities will say, I will not allow you. At the end of the day, when there is a problem, you want all of us to share the problem. How much are you being compensated for job that is unnecessarily done by you, that people don't even recognize? But the story in Mampong is a very, very sad one. And an innocent girl is lost her life just because a house mistress is refused to do her duty. How can you say that it is not time for exit? Therefore, whether you are sick or not, whether you are dying or not, I am not going to give you exit. Colleague teachers, sometimes we attract onto ourselves some of these invectives and negative expressions that people make against us. If you feel that the house staff job is too much for you, you can resign. There is no need for this girl to die at St. Monica's at all.
You heard the Angel Kabono, he's president of NAGRAT. Some passengers sustained minor injuries as the Metro Mass Transit bus with registration number GN616316 collided head-on with an articulated long truck with registration number GT2586H. The accident, which occurred on Wednesday on the Joasso section of the Kumasi-Accra Road, involved a Metro Mass Transit bus and a VIP bus, all headed to Accra. There's more in this report.
This is a bird's eye view of the Joasso section of the main Accra-Kumasi highway Wednesday morning. Movement of vehicles on the road was heavily impeded, with scores of passengers left stranded as these two buses with registration numbers GN 6163-16 and GT2586H collided, blocking the road. According to some eyewitnesses, the Metro Mass bus was trying to avoid a stationary vehicle on the side of the road but crashed into the long truck, whilst the VIP also crashed into the rear of the buses.
Yeah, but there is a deep before bus. The who as I say was slowed down. I say was breaking at once. Say yes, in Kofu bi on a chia. Nani mu hono a ono safe Muslims ni. Omo dey pick up bi no chitin bibiri. Nti Kofu bus ni say so kwa obetwa form so. To no slow down kakra. Yes, yes we did. Ti e bo me driver no bo me ti driver chi me first seat. Bo break pay me no anya adwuma. Na che say ko bo Kofu bus ni chi. Na no ko bo. Clean
Nipa waka no be prepare.
Your sister Bia, only last person about for car, now be at na see the bargaining kum. The bargaining kum na, say bargain inside na maintain, say, we see for me, see na, sister be free, or not before actually, only pray.
Eyewitnesses say the Metro Mass Transit bus, which was headed towards Accra, stopped for the trailer to move through the opposite lane, but the VIP bus, which was following the MMT bus, directly crashed into its rear, forcing the Metro bus to collide with the trailer. This young man, who was on board the articulated truck, narrates the incident.
Yes, I never. Ana taxi me ni si ha. Omo yi nipa. Ana ka ba ko si se si ha no. Ana we show ba. Ye be ye den. We na tiasi from. We ba school bus we. We tiasi from aye den ama ekwan ama ya ba. O ti si from na we ni so ye den. We ni si the speed e ba e be pem no to. Ana we ni so ye den e be mai. E to ye ti.
Na wo ti ka de.
Na mti trailer no. nti me masa so de I'm de na ko hospital ni tika ne pa ya
na nipa ni bia prepare
nipa bia prapra de bas nipa bia prapra nti omu na omu yi omu de ko hospital on se nipa san de ai na mintimi.
Passengers were left stranded for hours as traffic flow on the main road also ceased.
We're still live on the Edo-Ada edition of Joy News Prime. We'll take a break. When we return, there's more on Edo-Ada.
My name is Tina. I am a person living with HIV. I got to know my HIV status after I gave birth and lost the child because of HIV. In those days, prevention of mother-to-child transmission services had low patronage due to fear and stigmatization. Today, many HIV-positive women have delivered negative children. I follow the guidelines and take my HIV medicine called ARVs every day, as prescribed by my doctor. This makes me strong and healthy and also prevent me from passing HIV onto any future child. Please, avail yourself for PMTCT services when pregnant. It is the only way to ensure you do not pass the HIV onto your baby during birth or pregnancy. If you have tested for HIV recently and it was negative, test again when pregnant. If you have tested positive, go to the hospital after birth as directed by your healthcare provider. Your baby will be given medicine immediately and tested to ensure baby and mother are well. Let us work together to have an HIV-free generation.
Our children must be free to shine.
It feels like becoming an entrepreneur aside academics is never going to be possible when you're in school. Mainly because we feel that we are young and we don't have the resources and the guts to be one.
But if you believe in yourself and you have the passion to become an entrepreneur, then you already are.
Staying ahead in a highly competitive environment requires applying creativity and innovation to every aspect of your journey to becoming an entrepreneur.
Presently, entrepreneurship is driven by creativity and innovation to attain business objectives.
The explosion in technology, business, entrepreneurship, and consumption in this new era is as a result of the ongoing application of innovation.
Milton Bell once said, "If opportunity doesn't knock, build a door."
So, if you are ready to be an entrepreneur, Heritage Christian College is ready for you.
Heritage Christian College moves you from a wantrepreneur to become an entrepreneur.
Hey, Charlie, welcome back. The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
You need the EcoBank salary account, bro. See, with the EcoBank salary account, you will enjoy free life insurance, free debit card, save while you spend, and an amazing chance to double your salary. And even more consolation rewards in the EcoBank double salary promo reloaded.
Guy, this EcoBank salary account sounds interesting. What do you think?
Yara. But maybe next time, Charlie, you know what? I'll go shine my shoe.
Hey. Yo, myself, I'll go check my BP.
We going up, never go down, and we stay flat.
Hey, Chairman, you see the white sign it here.
Open an EcoBank salary account today for a lifetime of benefits. You also stand a chance to win more than double your salary in the EcoBank Double Salary Promo Reloaded from now till July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
And chop life regardless.
This promo is under the supervision of the National Lotteries Authority under the Caritas Lottery Platform. The Pan-African.
Many people think I get whatever I want because I'm a popular actress. But no, that is not true. Me Ankasano, Adebia mi yebiano, me shishimpe papano. And when I find it, I stick to it. My shishimenya Bell Pack tissues. Bell Pack ewe tea roll. Bell Pack tea roll. Soft but not weak. Strong but not hard. It is smooth. Me yusua me hot tummy. It's just perfect. Same as the kitchen towel. What about what? What me the papaye? What me soaki? Echimu esa pepa. One Bell Pack kitchen towel lasts longer and saves you money. It's time you switch to Bell Pack today. Say here pocket tissue, table napkin, tea roll, and a kitchen towel. Bell Pack is simply the best. It's just perfect.
Nothing feels so good like Bell Pack.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow! It has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see F-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
There are days when you think, whoa, today I've earned it. So order a Glovo. Days when plans run longer. What if we order a Glovo? Or days when you can't control everything? Oh yes, because on Glovo, you can order anything you want. Glovo, you order, we deliver.
Welcome back to Joy News Prime, and Barka da Sallah to the Muslim Ummah, because Muslims in the Upper West region today have joined their colleagues from the rest of the country to celebrate this year's Eid-ul-Adha festival, also known as a festival of sacrifice. Leading the congregational prayers here in Accra at the Independence Square, Chief Imam Sheikh Noor Shaributu prayed for peace to prevail in the protracted Boko conflict.
Your Excellency, Chief Imam says on this special occasion he commits the whole of the nation into the care of the Almighty Allah. Indeed, Allah has kept order in our country and given us peace. We ask him to enhance the peace and harmony. The situation in Boko is of concern to us. We ask Almighty Allah to bring his peace to Boko. Our nation, Ghana, we ask Almighty Allah to keep intact our country. The two leaders that God has given to us, His Excellency the President and His Excellency the Vice President, we commit them unto the care of Allah. May Allah grant them His protection. May Allah help them. May Allah give them the strength on which they are able to take care of the whole of the nation. May Allah enhance them in their health. May Allah continue to increase the peace that we are enjoying in our country. May Allah give us more peace. Our compatriots, as you said, Your Excellency, who are in Mecca at the moment, we ask Allah to grant them His traveling mercies that they will arrive in peace. You have kept the tradition of supporting and helping the Muslims during on such occasion. We pray that Allah will reward you abundantly and deservingly.
JoyNews' Upper West Regional correspondent Rafiq Salam, who joined the celebrants in Wa, reports that celebration for some was not only restricted for the 2 rakat open prayer, but opportunity for family reunion.
Several thousands of worshippers of the Ahmadiyya Muslim faith, majority of whom gorgeously and exquisitely dressed in white apparel, converge at the Zuzairi Gardens for the 2 rakat open prayer. The yearly congregational prayer is laced with 12 takbirs, signifying the 12 calendar months, with the first 7 performed in the first rakat. On all occasions, the Imam raised his hands towards the ears, saying, Allahu Akbar. Our power Sudan missionary of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission, Molvi Masu Ahmed Muzaffar, led the prayer. Allahu Akbar. He later delivered a short sermon, reminding the worshippers of the sacrifices made by Prophet Abraham, urging them to emulate his exemplary life.
So today I just wanted to let our members should know the sacrifice which we are doing every year, years upon years. It is one incident and so many explanations. Today the explanation, Allah the Almighty says, the sacrifices which we are doing, the blood and the meat can never reach to the God. Walakin yanallahu taqwa, that what thing reaches to the God Almighty is this the taqwa, the fear of Almighty Allah and the love of Almighty Allah which reaches to Him.
Some of the worshippers share their thoughts on the celebration of the Eid-ul-Adha.
This occasion has been born out of the sacrifice of Abraham and Ishmael together with the mother. And this was a solemn situation where Ishmael would have been sacrificed. But Allah made it this way for us, and instead of killing Ishmael, they have substituted with a ram or some other animal. So it's an occasion for us to reflect, all Ghanaians, that what brings to bear on all of us as citizens is to sacrifice, so that the generality of citizens in this country will enjoy any kind of governance. Any kind of hardship will not be tolerated by Allah Almighty. So the duty bearers are duty bound to do service to humanity.
And this is the big day for Muslims around the world and for any other person who wishes to join. And I'm very glad to send a message of peace to every single person to continue to observe this for the next couple of days, which will go a long way to enhance the celebration and peace to everybody.
Sacrificing animals does not mean that you are just killing the animal. You have to sacrifice all the negative tendencies in you so that you will live a good life. So that is what I think about this
It's been successful, it's nice, it's one of the important things for a Muslim, and we traveled all the way from Accra to join our family and then to celebrate it together.
Ghana's ambassador to Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Mohammed Habib Tijani, has assured the general public that enough measures have been put in place to ensure absolute safety of the over 4,000 Ghanaian pilgrims currently in Saudi Arabia to perform the Hajj rituals, which is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. He was speaking ahead of a trip to Mina in preparation for the major Hajj activities. And Sabit has more.
This year's Hajj is a landmark, the first full pilgrimage after a daunting period of 3 years when the COVID-19 pandemic sharply reduced the scale of one of Islam's holiest rites. For these pilgrims, It is the ultimate spiritual moment of their lives, a chance to seek God's forgiveness for their sins and walk in the footsteps of revered prophets like Muhammad and Abraham. Ghana as a country is fully represented with over 4,000 pilgrims currently part of the millions of Muslims from around the world in Saudi Arabia to perform this important religious obligation. Ghana's ambassador to Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Mohammed Habib Tijani, who is excited at the arrival of the final batch of pilgrims, says enough measures have been put in place to make life in Arabia comfortable for the thousands of Ghanaian pilgrims.
This year it appears we are going to see a more successful Hajj. This is because the measures we put in place here, that is the Hajj board, the Consul General, with the support of the embassy, we know the pilgrims are going to find life very comfortable here. And I want to assure them that we are around to support them. And the government of Ghana is also calling on us to do everything that we can to ensure that things are very smooth here, inshallah.
He says the manifestations of the pilgrims is an indication that their stay in Saudi and the organization of this year's Hajj will be one of the best in recent times.
Most of them have told us that their accommodation this year is even closer and more befitting than what they have experienced several years. Although last year was seen to be better, this year seems to be the best, inshallah. We hope everything will be good.
For the chairman of the Ghana Hajj Board, Ben Abdallah Banda, the team is working enormously to ensure that the over 4,000 pilgrims conduct their Hajj activities in safe atmosphere and airlifted back home safely.
Our people in Ghana, back in Ghana, I want to let them be at peace that all the pilgrims are safe in Jeddah. Some of them are in Makkah. We are only hoping and praying that at the end of the day, we're going to have a successful Hajj, and those of us who are here will be finally airlifted back to Ghana.
Secretary of the Ghana Hajj Board, Alhaji Farouk Hamza, underscored the objective of the Ghana Hajj Board's quest to secure a much better accommodation which is closer to the Prophet's Mosque in Medina.
Away from Edo Ada, in a surprising turn of events, the highly anticipated debut of Osei Duchum SHS, named after the Education Minister, fell short of expectations as they struggled to make an impression in the Ashanti Regional NSMQ qualifiers. Despite the hopes and aspirations surrounding their first-time appearance, contestants of the school found themselves grappling with challenges unable to assert their dominance among seasoned contenders. The school is, however, vowing to return stronger in future competitions with determination to rewrite their narrative. Emmanuel Bright Kwaku has more.
These are the students from Osei Duchum Senior High School. Unfortunately, they couldn't qualify to the national tournament. This is your first time coming to the National Science and Maths. How do you see it?
It was a thrilling contest. Looking at the competition from Aguna SDA, I think they did very well. We also did our part, but unfortunately for us, we couldn't qualify. We've not come out to any external contest before. This is our first time. Our students prepared. When you are doing in school, you see that they will be answering the questions. But from the first round, you could clearly see that they were tensed. And once you are tensed, you see that answering questions, you have to think and the rest. So in the second round, they bounced back. But by that time, you see that the other schools had taken off already. So the Form 2s are here. They've seen it for themselves. For Aguna SDA like this, last year, the same contestants came here. So it was the same contestants that stood for them last year. They were in Form 2. They are in Form 3. They came to, this year. They couldn't make it last year. They made it this year. So our students are also here. They've gained the experience, and we are pushing up.
I know in some schools like Prempeh College, they have an establishment sort of for, let's say, the science and maths quiz. In your school, how is the case, preparations and everything, or resources?
We are beginners. That's all I can say. We are beginners. And once you are beginning, you cannot begin from 10. You begin from 1. So we have begun from a place, and we are looking up to the resources Prempeh has. Not long ago, we went to St. Hubert. Look at the resources they have. So we are looking at, all I can say is that we have begun.
I understand this is your first time trying. How did you see the contest coming here?
Oh, the contest was tough though, but
In fact, this is our first time to the contest, and with 18 points, we hope there is more room for improvement next year, and we will train our juniors to work very hard as we did.
Okay, so when you sat on stage, how did it feel for the very first time for you?
Sitting for the stage first time, you know, it was pressure though, yeah. Pressure was inside, but as soon as I was answering the questions, first, second, third questions, I got to the mood.
If you just joined us, it's JoyNews Prime coming to you live from our studios in Kokomlemle on the fan of our streets. Let's take a break. When we return, there's business.
New way passing the tape and declaring party busia. And M1. And then no. Can you not with them, the idea see you. Factor. As I come introduce DBS lifestyle gauge trusses. Emma. They say, baby, I say, Yama minimum the day. And you know, you dance. And no crow. No sending near Benina and your papa. So DBS lifestyle gauge trusses. Yet the computer not generated. Into and I didn't go straight. And the piece of air not dinty. And want to mean the enemy. A good answer after ball. Finito. More musicians saw that. More music factories, and as a dark is Biano. Me recommend DBS Trust Samamo. DBS Trust. Finito.
Mommy, I'll buy a big TV.
Thank you.
Mommy, I'm going to cook for you always.
Oh, thank you.
Mommy, I'll buy you a big car. I'll buy you a big house.
Thank you.
We are really celebrating mothers at Lakeside Estate. This Mother's Day, we are offering you the opportunity to experience the tropical bliss of the Seychelles Islands with every home you purchase with Lakeside Estate. You can choose from our 2, 3 or 4 bedroom homes and secure an expense-paid trip to the Seychelles Island for you and your family, especially your sweet mother. It's time to give mothers a treat. Do yours in style. Call us on any of these numbers and let's give you the home ownership experience of a lifetime. Offer lasts till 31st July 2023. Terms and conditions apply.
Mothers of Africa.
Mama, will I ever be a soccer champion for Ghana?
Well, you've got to be like a geisha bomb. Stay strong and go so far. Never give up till you reach your goal.
Okay, Mama, I'll be strong and go so far. Lasting long like this geisha bar.
Be strong and last long.
Like geisha.
Ah! It was here. Obia me masquerade no pa. Esi nyoma no. What dey wus here? Asem nyoma no. Hey, sister close. Sister close. Sister close me hu dada. O do me anya sa. Ende mrem, wan pa no de jebidie eni adwane anopa. Ewia eni anajo. Oba, o de jebidie ye adwane. Emfe bi da. Make you want me to say, I'm not missing Yano. Yes, I'm Mrs. Messi.
Ah, sister, cause use gas. Gas is fast, and easy, and convenient. Wow.
If you get LPG, let me see your hand. Who I got?
So cool, so clean. My newfound love and buddy, Aquadot Natural Mineral Water, made under strictly hygienic conditions with modern technology to ensure your quality. With Aquadot Natural Mineral Water, your safety is at heart. For bulk purchase, call 0257205656 or 0559765777. You can also visit us at Hacho Ecomog Accra or Dotland Noi Limited, Hatcher Rabbit, Aquadot Natural Mineral Water. This advert is FDA approved.
Neffy, it's my calipo inside of it. Don't touch it, okay? Fifi, it's my calipo inside the feet. Don't touch it, okay?
Don't worry, darling. I won't touch your calipo, okay?
Okay.
Hey, Papa. Should I listen for you?
It's okay, Grandma. You can drink it all.
Oh, coffee. I've brought plenty for you. You know that.
Calipo, the natural fruit juice drink. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Mommy, I'll buy a big TV.
Thank you.
Mommy, I'm going to cook for you always.
Oh, thank you.
Mommy, I'll buy a big car. I'll buy a big house.
Thank you.
We are really celebrating mothers at Lakeside Estate. This Mother's Day, we are offering you the opportunity to experience the tropical bliss of the Seychelles Islands with every home you purchase with Lakeside Estate. You can choose from our 2, 3 or 4 bedroom homes and secure an expense-paid trip to the Seychelles Island for you and your family, especially your sweet mother. It's time to give mothers a treat. Do yours in style. Call us on any of these numbers and let's give you the home ownership experience of a lifetime. Offer lasts till 31st July 2023. Terms and conditions apply.
Madam, I'm looking for Abena.
Abena, there's someone looking for you.
Madam, please, where's Abena?
Abena, yes, ma'am. Is this who you are looking for?
Madam, please get me Abena. Please.
Della. Abena, bra.
Oh, Abena. If it's not Abena rice, I can't eat any other. More.
Abena rice. And Niji Nkwa.
FDA. Ajayadi Nkratso Yatsumu.
The business segment is brought to you by
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
For your QR code.
It's time you switch to Bell Pack today.
Welcome to business. My name is Darrell Kwao. Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, Dr. Stephen Amoah, has expressed worry about the consistent increase in the Bank of Ghana's policy rate. According to him, this is impeding the growth of trade and industry since businesses borrow at a higher interest rate. He's therefore urging the Bank of Ghana to reconsider its in controlling inflation. He spoke at the second Financial Economic Seminar held in Accra.
This year's Financial Economic Seminar, organized by the Financial Economic Institute Africa, focused on the impact of socio-economic policies on trade and industries in Ghana and developing countries. Ghana's industrial sector has been impacted by current economic challenges, shrinking by 3.2% in its contribution to economic growth in the first quarter of this year. The country continues to depend on imports to the detriment of local industries. Speakers at the seminar urged the government to create an enabling environment for the private sector to expand. Delivering his remarks, Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, Dr. Stephen Amoah, advised the Bank of Ghana to control its policy rate to cushion businesses.
When policy rate was around 12.5, interest rate was 15.7, we started increasing interest rate. I mean, we call it inflationary rate target monetary policy. And it went as far as policy rate went to almost 30%, and inflation went to about over 40%. So it wasn't addressing it. So when we are trying to deal with some of these issues, that governments and other policymakers and decision-making bodies such as Central Bank of Ghana, although to me they are doing so much well, they should sometimes they shouldn't depend so much on the global application of some of these models, but we should do specifics, because it's very important that tailor-made application of policies rather bring the expected results of a society or specific community. A lot of the companies in our countries cannot grow organically because there is inadequate of funds. And even the Russian funds that they will get from the banks will always have double-digit interest rate. What it means is that the companies cannot expand enough to employ the labor force. Two, the companies cannot produce enough to meet demand. So we'll be forced to import. And once we import, we will demand more dollars, and our currency will be weak.
President of Ghana Union of Traders Association, Dr. Joseph Obeng, urged government to reduce the cost of taxes to improve compliance by businesses.
Our credits are overpriced, and that we are not competitive to the rest of the world. This time we do not do business in isolation. We do business with the rest of the world. So if you are formulating a policy in your country and you do not factor what happens in your neighboring countries, it means that you are out of competition. And this is exactly what I was trying to drum home about, that we have to make taxes affordable. We've talked so many times that tax to GDP in our neighboring countries is far higher than that of Ghana. Why is this so? It's so because their taxes are fewer and then affordable as well. Ours is so many. So because their taxes are affordable, compliance level in those countries that we're talking about are so high that have made the tax to GDPs in these countries far higher than that of Ghana. And so it is very important for authorities to know, sit down with us again, evaluate things, dissect things, and then make cost of doing business very attractive here in this country.
The speakers also called for mutual beneficial policies for the benefits of both private and public sector. The annual Financial Economics Seminar is aimed at finding long-term solutions to most of the finance and economic challenges confronting developing economies, including Ghana.
And that's your business update. My name is Daryl Kwao. I shall be back with more.
As I wrap up Joy News Prime tonight, my name is Aisha Prime. Log on to myjoyonline.com. You'll get more of the news and updates of all the developing stories. From all of us here at Joy News, Eid Mubarak to the Muslim Ummah. Enjoy the rest of our programs.
Let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park. Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park. Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer.
So, you need wood for roofing, doors, tables, chairs, or perhaps some fancy wooden flooring, and you buy from any market. Oh, nice. But hold on, ma. Do you know where all that wood comes from? Every day in Ghana, illegal logging goes on in our forests. Lots and lots of timber trees are illegally chopped down and transported to the markets, devastating our once rich forests.
But hey, that's not our problem. Is it?
Well, if we continue like this, there would not be any forest left. And without these forests, we don't have clean air and all the benefits we derive from the forest. Good agricultural yields like cocoa will decline drastically and our water sources are also jeopardized. But at NDF, we think a good way to choose your wood is from the www.ghanatimbermarket.com. Every wood sold on this site is legal and comes from well-managed forests. Communities around the forest receive benefits from the harvesting of timber. This helps the communities to thrive, to keep protecting our forests for future generations. So, whenever you need wood, buy legal wood. Buy from the www.ghanatimbermarket.com or download the Timber Market app.
Hey, let's take a selfie.
Yeah. Fast selfie. Give me.
Yeah. Smile. Hey, smile. Let's add some filters. Filters? No!
Where? Young Collins our how?
Let's keep it natural.
Natural it is. Natural is definitely better.
Frutally, the all-natural fruit juice. This advert is FDA approved.
Mommy, I'll buy a big TV.
Thank you.
Mommy, I'm going to cook for you always.
Oh, thank you.
Mommy, I'll buy a big car. I'll buy a big house.
Thank you.
We are really celebrating mothers at Lakeside Estate. This Mother's Day, we are offering you the opportunity to experience the tropical bliss of the Seychelles Islands with every home you purchase with Lakeside Estate. You can choose from our 2, 3 or 4 bedroom homes and secure an expense-paid trip to the Seychelles Island for you and your family, especially your sweet mother. It's time to give mothers a treat. Do yours in style. Call us on any of these numbers and let's give you the home ownership experience of a lifetime. Offer lasts till 31st July 2023. Terms and conditions apply.
Crown your style. New Ohima collection from GTP. Now available at any of our accredited dealers nationwide or any Woodin shop.
For further demonstrations on Wednesday. The governor of Ukraine's Kharkiv region says Russian shelling has killed at least 3 people in the town of Ovchansk. An earlier strike hit a restaurant in the eastern city of Kramatorsk, leaving 10 people dead, including 3 children. 4 Armenian soldiers have been killed in the disputed region of Nagorno-Karabakh. Azerbaijan and Armenia have been holding talks mediated by the US to end a decades-long conflict. The Armenian Prime Minister has warned of a further risk of destabilization if the issue isn't resolved. African leaders have met in Angola to discuss the conflict in the eastern DRC. Political tensions, a weak economy and a severe food crisis have forced almost 1 million people to leave their homes. Violence by armed groups in the mineral-rich country is the worst it's been for years.
A.%
It's widely acknowledged that all the organizations present here have the same mission: clearing the Great Lakes region of a conflict that is delaying national development plans and jeopardizing the much sought-after agenda of regional and continental integration.
Profits at China's industrial firms fell by more than 18% in the first 5 months of the year compared to the same period last year. Many
has ended. That new African is ready to fight his own battle and show that after all, the black man is capable of managing the whole affair. Do we want to go forward or do we want to go back? Do we want to move forward with lies?
We're going to go into a 3-year program with the IMF. It will be the last time we'll have to go to the IMF again for any such program.
This is why we got into the IMF. You were spending too much relative to revenues, which is true. You were borrowing too much, which is true. Your external payments position has deteriorated, which is true.
I'm also pleased to report that the 3-year IMF-supported extended credit facility program, begun in 2015, comes to an end this year. We will not go to the IMF today, we will not go to IMF tomorrow, and we are not going as long as the NPP remains in power.
Don't let anybody tell you we are not people of short sight.
Suddenly, we were facing major challenges on our balance of payments. Our currency went into a steep decline. Interest rates went out of the window. Inflation, all the indices that had been worked on, and that is what basically forced us to go to seek the assistance of the fund.
Ghana, since independence, has struggled to manage its debt. And it has been one constant feature in almost all our engagement with the IMF and development partners. Our struggle to manage our debt has been a bane on this country and has fueled macroeconomic instability over the years. So you'll find that right from 1965, when Ghana first approached the IMF under the watch of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, one of the reasons we cited was debt unsustainability or ballooning public debt. Even though that program was rejected after it was approved by the fund, it wasn't long and Nkrumah's government was overthrown. And so one major economic decision that Ghana took right after the overthrow of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah in 1966 was to approach the IMF. And one of the reasons that we listed was debt unsustainability or ballooning public debt.
Godfred Alufa Bokwin is an economist and professor of finance at the University of Ghana. Professor Bokwin traces the problem of Ghana's indebtedness to the independence era.
Even after HIPID, which we completed in 2004, and then the Multilateral Debt Relief Initiative, which we finished in 2006, Ghana's debt to GDP ratio came down to less than 30%. That meant we had fiscal space, okay? And really, we did not, and this is evident, we did not make prudent use of that fiscal space that was conferred on the state as a result of the combined HIPIC MDR initiative. So we thought that we could borrow our way through debt, and here we are today, as though we needed another HIPIC like yesterday.
Ghana, we now have freedom.
Since independence, a year has never gone by without Ghana's public debt burden generating news headlines.
The public debt has reached a level over 112 billion cedis as of September this year.
The total debt of Ghana is nearing some 200 billion Ghana cedis.
Ghana has added 10.7 billion Ghana cedis to its public debt stock in just 4 months.
The IMF is projecting that Ghana's debt to GDP ratio could reach worrying levels by the end of the year.
The end of the slave trade corresponded with the Industrial Revolution. The demand by European powers for Africa's tangible commodities like gold, cash crops, fossil fuels, and metals were on the ascendancy. After more than 60 years of independence, Ghana remains heavily reliant on foreign exchange returns from 3 principal commodities: gold, cocoa, and now oil, which together account for more than 80% of the country's exports. Historically, Ghana has enjoyed a lot of debt cancellations and technical defaults, including the famous EduCare policy announced by Champon in 1972.
The problem is that historically, we always hit a roadblock where we just have to go and beg our creditors to forgive us. We've not been able to figure that out, where we borrow money, we attract more capital, we transform the nature of our economy by building the right factories, the right schools, the right hospitals. Our people become much more productive. They start to produce a lot locally. We have a lot more money. We stop having to borrow so much. And then we are suddenly in alignment with our commitments to our creditors, for instance. The historical evidence is that we always struggle with that goal. And we've been trying for many, many years. So after Osajifo borrowed quite a bit to try and build all these factories and to create an industrialization plan for the country and execute on that plan, you find that by the time he was overthrown, the country was so indebted that we literally could not pay our debts. And the first thing that happened was that the military rulers in 1967 then went for an IMF program, which you saw. But that IMF program was supposed to be extended. They were supposed to get a bit more money and do more reforms. So if you look there, you see that 1966, right after the overthrow, we get a standby arrangement, meaning that we just told them, oh, we're just having some sudden shocks. So can you just give us some money to figure it through? So all throughout that period, we could never agree with the fund, the IMF, a real program of reform, a structural reform program.
Bright Simmons, an avowed apostle of economic reforms, speaks profoundly on Ghana's debt cancellation.
Collecting small amount of money until we went into a proper program in 1983, and then that led us into a full-scale program, which was the Standard Fund Facility in 87. Before we got to that period, we were just doing standby arrangements, just collecting money to fix a few problems. And then by 1970, the government was of the view that it couldn't pay at all. Even with all the support that was coming in, it just could not. So the British government agreed to host a debt conference in London in a place called Marlborough House, where it invited all our other creditors. And then Ghana sent a delegation led by the finance minister then, the Honorable J.H. Mensah, and you can see the Honorable John Ajikum Kufuor on the left, who was then the deputy foreign minister. And the two of them were the leaders of our delegation. We went into this debt conference and we started to talk about debt relief. Eventually, this led to about half of our debt more or less being wiped away. The 1974 situation, which followed this one, because remember that in 1972, that government was then overthrown and military government came, and the famous EduCare was then announced by the government, which was a unilateral. So this government, the government before, had done a multilateral mechanism, or had embarked upon a multilateral mechanism to get relief on that. The new government initially didn't want to go through that process anymore, because obviously we were going to say, we just finished a multilateral renegotiation. What are you talking about? So they repudiated that arrangement. They said, we're not going to follow it. You know, all the agreements that were made in Marlborough House, they said we're not interested. This was something that had been done by neo-colonialists. They were a more progressive government. They didn't want to be bound by what had been agreed in Marlborough House in London. Eventually, that led to huge problems because we lost credibility in the international market. And so the government eventually then agreed to a discussion with its creditors and some kind of technical default.
Ghana's economy is fragile. The IMF has helped with loans, but ordinary workers still haven't seen much benefit. Political stability remains elusive, and Rawlings' own position is far from secure.
In 1982, also we went into another technical default because when the new government came to power, they do the usual thing they do. They blame the previous governments for all the debt, and they call them odious debt. And they just couldn't pay as well, because during that period we had huge problems with reserves. And then the drought had happened, or the drought was just about to happen. Then we had people kicked out from Nigeria. So we had a lot of financial difficulties in the period. And in 1982, we went into another default situation.
Were described as not credit worthy. No creditors will continue to give us credit lines to run the business of government for the nation. And since we had only 4 years to prove that we could govern, we might be worse off than what we inherited. So we decided to go the HIPIC way, and it worked.
Ghana was the second biggest beneficiary of debt relief, literally in the world, though this is a list of African countries. In terms of the proportion of your GDP, and as a proportion of how much debt that was, forgiven, Ghana was number 2 on the list of African countries at least. So you see that we had huge benefits from HIPIC. More than $6 billion of money was freed up for us.
Ghana's dependence on commodity exports never ended, and as prices surged, this generated more willingness for lenders to give loans off the back of a growing economy. As part of a worldwide boom in primary commodity prices, significantly impacted by Chinese growth and demand, on top of sustained increased consumption in rich North American, European, and Asian economies, gold and cocoa prices started to rise in the mid-2000s. Ghana discovered oil, and by 2011, the country had started producing and exporting its first barrels of crude oil.
I do not want Ghanaians to think that the oil discovery is the end of everything. That is the end of the journey. If anything, it's the beginning of the journey. We want to make sure that we derive the maximum benefit from the oil, but that should not take away attention from the other very important areas, agriculture. No nation can flourish without a strong agricultural base.
What kind of growth are you looking for 2011 for Ghana?
Well, anything in the teens should be okay for us, 14%, 15%.
In January 2011, Ghana was set to become the fastest growing economy in sub-Saharan Africa, as projected by the World Bank, with an end-period growth rate of 13.4%. Indeed, Ghana ended 2011 with a growth rate of 14%, 0.6 percentage points higher than what was projected, after slowing down from 14% to 9.3% in 2012. The unexpected happened. The prices of gold and oil both slumped significantly in early 2013. Ghana's growth rate followed with an unstoppable free fall, and before the dawn of 2015, the country's growth rate had been truncated from 14% in 2011 to 2.9% in 2014. By 2015, Ghana's economy was in trouble, hobbled by widening current account and budget deficits, rampant inflation, and a depreciating currency. Credit dried up as interest rates rose and banks' bad loans piled up.
Precisely because the structure of the economy explains a lot of the things that you see at the macro level and even at the micro level. So that is fine, because essentially we don't add margins to the primary commodities. And look, the world thrives on margins. To the extent that you are not adding margins, you are not getting value, and therefore you don't command price in the market. Okay, the resilience of our economy is very susceptible to shocks, particularly from commodity crisis. And if you look at it since the 60s, the shocks that we have experienced, either coming from the commodity side, financial or whatever, it impacts us heavily because the structure of the economy it's just not there. And we've been talking about this for years.
The borrowing became a vicious cycle, and Ghana couldn't escape the trap even after debt forgiveness. At the root of Ghana's woes was out-of-control government spending, largely to pay salaries of an overgrown civil service. After several considerations, Ghana was back to the IMF seeking a fresh bailout. This was our 16th. Sir Tekpe was finance minister in 2015. He led the team to secure a $918 million loan facility, which was approved on April 3, 2015, after going through all negotiations.
In our case, we were in a fund program. Remember, the Kufa administration was in a fund program hesitate. Professor Mears went into a fund program. But remember, we also said that we came to the conclusion that we wanted to do homegrown policy. We wanted to see whether we could stand on our own feet, based on partially on what I said, fiscal discipline, but also utilizing part of the oil revenue to start to resolve some of the things we were not doing well. So you saw the stabilization fund, heritage fund, which is savings. You saw allocation to GMPC, to do exploration and others, innovative things, contingency fund, sinking fund, so that we stop that habit of borrowing and not paying. So the PRMA set up those structures, and they helped. But then we suffered some crises. The global financial crisis was one, which was 2008, 2009, when Professor Mears, came in. And then we had the single spine challenges, and then the disruption in gas supply, from Nigeria, which gave us that word, Dumso. We think it's non-performance, but that was the cause. And then we waited 2-3 years, and it wasn't being resolved. So we decided to do the badges and the other things. But the most critical one was the heavy borrowing that was being done for single spine and the rest. So the fiscal became a bit shaky, right? But we were confident that we could do it homegrown. But by the time we went to Sinchi and looked at the policies and the rest, we realized, that it was going to be difficult. And then as, was the case, the development partners also decided that, they didn't think we could handle this problem ourselves, which is part of the markets also, where you borrow sovereign money and the rest. They look to the IMF, which is the lender of last resort. Not just that, but the IMF also, under the Article 4 of its protocol, which you signed to, whether you're in a fund program or not, they will come and inspect your books. Yeah. And they will tell it as it is. So once that was published, the markets began to wonder, whether, we could go it alone. And so we had to, despite having the homegrown policy, which we drew with the assistance of African Development Bank, we decided, to do the IMF program, the ECF. But we didn't, whilst we were doing that, we continued with our sinking fund and other policies, stabilization fund, some of which came in handy, during the COVID crisis. We never stopped, just because we had IMF money, no.
We're going to go into a 3-year program with the IMF. It will be the last time we'll have to go to the IMF again for any such program. This will be the IMF program to end all programs.
As expected, a few months after IMF came to Ghana's rescue, things started to shape up again. According to the Bank of Ghana's summary data, the cedi's cumulative depreciation against the dollar dropped from 19.9% by 2015 to 15.7% at the dying numbers of the year. By August 2015, month-on-month inflation had dropped from 1.8% in April to a negative figure of 0.8% by the end of August 2015. One target of Ghana's 16th IMF program was to help restore our debt burden to sustainable levels. the government limited hiring and wage increases and eliminated subsidies for utilities and petroleum products. To raise revenue, it cracked down on tax evasion and rationalized exemptions. New revenue sources, including a tax on luxury cars and increased taxes on high earners, to put Ghana's finances on sound footing. The new Public Financial Management Act called for improved accounting standards, procedures, and technology. Professor Bopin explains why the 16th IMF program failed. The 16th IMF program conferred on Ghana significant credit worthiness, and after almost a year without access, the country was back to the Eurobond market for more foreign liquidity.
The 16th IMF program actually failed on one of its objectives, which was to substantially bring down debt. So the 16th IMF program really did not do much in terms of bringing Ghana's debt to a sustainable level.
Former Finance Minister Seth Terkper speaks about the reliance on the Eurobond and T-bills.
We fell into the habit, if you ask, of borrowing first domestic treasury bills. What's the meaning of a treasury bill? Treasury bill is for liquidity. That's why it's only 90 days, 91 days. And usually at the beginning of the year, you cannot reduce certain expenditures, wages and the rest. So you borrow short term. You say 90 days, 3 months, and then for exigencies. Then when the revenue starts coming, you pay off because for only 90 days. Yeah. But we started rolling over. We started borrowing instead of making provision to pay it down, right? We will take the first treasury bill, yes, and then come 90 days. Every week we are taking it. Come 90 days, instead of putting money aside to repay that one, then we add that one to the current debt we want to finance, and then we take more loans. So the non-payment resulted in more borrowing and more borrowing. But we began to carry that fiscal indiscipline to the sovereign bond market. So we were issuing only interest-only loans and the rest. And then the 10 years caught up with us, which was what we realized in 2014, that we're just paying only interest. And you can't be in the capital markets if you don't have a mechanism for repayment, which is a simple explanation for the sinking fund, which coincidentally is in the Constitution, but it's optional, which means that the framers of the Constitution, including finance ministers and others, may have known that there was that weakness and we needed to set it up. Contingency fund in the Constitution, we never set it up. So with the advent of oil, the question you asked, we decided, let us begin to channel part of the oil revenue, which is new, to resolve, some of these things, if you like, bad practices.
In less than 6 months into the 16th IMF program, the government gathered enough credit worthiness and was back in the Eurobond market to borrow $1 billion. By September 2016, amount borrowed under the Mahama administration had reached $3.75 billion, with an average interest rate slightly above 9%. December 2016 came with a thunderbolt. It was time for the electorate to decide. The elections were fought on the turf of the economy.
This is why we got into the IMF. You were spending too much relative to revenues, which is true. You were borrowing too much, which is true. Your external payments position has deteriorated, which is true.
After 8 years of power, the National Democratic Congress, led by John Dramani Mahama, suffered a huge shock. The party lost the national election by a huge margin. A new Messiah, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, was ushered into office to perform the badly needed surgical operation on the Ghanaian economy.
By the power vested in me as the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the returning officer for the presidential election, it is my duty and my privilege to declare Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
I, Nana
There was a new breath of hope. A new team was to steer the economic affairs of the country. In fact, many believe that with Dr. Bawumia in the economic management seat, Ghana's economy would never slip back into coma.
Fellow Kukrudites, we were elected to fix the problems, and I'm glad to report that we are fixing the problems and we are putting in place the policies that will drive the economic transformation of this country.
Many people think I get whatever I want because I'm a popular actress. But no, that is not true. Me ankasano, adebia mi yebiano, me shishimpe papa no. And when I find it, I stick to it. My shishimenya Bell Pack tissues. Bell Pack ewe tea roll. Bell Pack tea roll. Soft, but not weak. Strong, but not hard. It is smooth. Me yusua, me hotome. It's just perfect. Same as the kitchen towel. What about what? What me the papaye? What me soki? Echimu esa pepa. One Bell Pack kitchen towel lasts longer and saves you money. It's time you switch to Bell Pack today. Say here pocket tissue, table napkin, tea roll, and a kitchen towel. Bell Pack is simply the best. It's just perfect.
Nothing feels so good like Bell Pack.
The magic is in the design.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Even the builders of his house and sellers of his cars give him a percentage for every contract he brings. My opponent sits here and turns against the motion for 170 for making money legally. Wrong! Hey.
The biggest debate competition in Ghana is back. Which side do you represent? For or against the motion? Stay glued to your superstation Love 99.5 FM, Joy Learning and Joy Prime as we bring to you the biggest stage where schools in Ashanti show their prowess through debate. Rally behind your alma mater to glory as gallant young men and women from the various senior high schools in Ashanti elucidate their stance on matters of national interest.
Venue is the Christian Service University College.
Catch us live on Love 99.5 FM, on Facebook at Love 99.5 99.5 FM, Joy Learning and Joy Prime 2 p.m. each day. The Love FM High Schools debate, trumpeting the voice of young ones on issues of national interest. This event is brought to you by your superstation Love 99.5 FM, the Ashanti Regional SRC, and the Regional Directorate of Ghana Education Service Ashanti and CHAS.
This program is in partnership with Pepsodent, Rasta Chocomold from Twillium Industries, Christian Service University College, Jackson Educational Complex, Cowbell, Madam Catherine, Fritol and Fortune Rice from Wilma, and sponsored by Zest Consult, Pidato Company Limited, CBS Industries, Top Choco, Ultimate Fashions, Flora Tissues. Supported by
Score HD, the new exciting football channel, is now available only on HD Plus and brings you football from around the world. Watch Sadio Mane and Daniel Kufitre in the top weekly match of the Bundesliga 1 and DFB Cup, Primera Liga, Copa de la Liga Profesional, see Ronaldo in the Saudi Pro League, as well as daily sports news every other hour. Also, get updated on Messi and Mbappe on PSG TV and many more. Feely on HD Plus channel 151. Agronaede, HD Plus, the Feely experience.
Fellow Kukrudites, we were elected to fix the problems, and I'm glad to report that we are fixing the problems.
The Ghana cedi has been classified as the worst of African currencies, with the worst spot returns tracked by Bloomberg.
This government is under intense pressure to return to the IMF for a bailout in the wake of harsh economic times.
We will not go to the IMF today, we will not go to IMF tomorrow, and we are not going as long as the NPP remains in power.
As my colleague, Deputy Minister said, we are not going to the IMF. Whatever we do, we are not.
If because of political pride and the rest of them we don't want to go, that is a different thing altogether.
Once the government, on our behalf, whether I like it or not, says we are not going to the IMF, then my position changed. Then show as alternative.
The good thing though is that it does show that being an IMF program imposes more discipline. Because this government itself argues that all the way until early 2019 they were doing brilliant. What that means is that they were doing brilliant during the IMF program.
December 2016 came with a thunderbolt. It was time for the electorate to decide. The elections were fought on the turf of the economy. After 8 years of power, the National Democratic Congress, led by John Dramani Mahama, suffered a huge shock. The party lost the national election by a huge margin. A new messiah, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, was ushered into office to perform the badly needed surgical operation on the Ghanaian economy.
By the power vested in me as the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the returning officer for the presidential election, it is my duty and my privilege to declare Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
There was a new breath of hope. A new team was to steer the economic affairs of the country. In fact, many believe that with Dr. Bawumia in the economic management seat, Ghana's economy would never slip back into coma.
Fellow Kukrudites, we were elected to fix the problems, and I'm glad to report that we are fixing the problems and we are putting in place the policies that will drive the economic transformation of this country.
In his first State of the Nation address on the 21st of February 2017, President Akufo-Addo described Ghana's economy as one which was in a bad way. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, The country closed 2016 with an inflation rate of 15.4%. The Bank of Ghana pegged the country's debt stock at 122.6 billion Ghana cedis, with a debt to GDP ratio of 73.3%. The cedi had lost 9.7% of its value against the dollar. Interest rate on loans had ballooned to 10.8 billion cedis, and international reserves could cover just 2.8 months of imports, resulting in 3.4% of GDP growth rate. By the end of 2019, Ghana's macroeconomic indicators had seen massive improvements, attracting awards for its stellar performance.
We wanted to recognize him with this prestigious award from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. It is an award that we don't give lightly, we take seriously, and we do it out of respect to what the President has done in Ghana. So please give him a round of applause.
In March 2020, the unexpected happened. The COVID-19 put spokes in the wheels of Ghana's economic trajectory. A lockdown, a term that was alien to the country, surfaced and placed a temporary halt on economic activities.
Pursuant to the powers granted the President of the Republic under the Imposition of Restrictions Act, 2020 Act 1012, restrictions on movement of persons in the Greater Accra Metropolitan Area, GAMA, and the Greater Kumasi Metropolitan Area and contiguous districts for a period of 2 weeks, subject to review.
President Akufo-Addo announcing the lockdown that halted many economic activities. To help keep the economy in motion, Ghana received both in kind and in cash from various sources, including a 5.9 billion cedi credit facility from the IMF. The devastation and impact of the COVID-19 pandemic was huge. Deputy Minister of Finance, Dr. John Kuma, recounts the impact of the pandemic.
COVID-19 was an exceptional pandemic that affected economies all over the world. So Ghana is not the only country that got affected. If you check in 2019, the economy was at its peak.
Yeah.
And we had done a lot of borrowing, and the investment, the returns of those investments was better going to show in 2020. But unfortunately, COVID struck and the economy retracted. In fact, it grew by only 0.5%. So what it means is that all the investment you have done and expecting its impact in the 2020 in terms of the growth or the economic performance of the country, you lost all that opportunity.
In the heat of the pandemic in 2020, Ghana went to the polls and President Akufo-Addo was re-elected. Unlike his first term, almost all key economic indicators had taken a nosedive in President Akufo-Addo's second term. The atmosphere in Ghana was charged and filled with complaints from every corner of the country, and by 2022, the cost of living had become unbearable.
Because the fuel is high, so I'm doing a double work now.
5 cedis, you get wache and gari, and we'll manage to give you macaroni small.
Businesses are really bleeding. Some of the businesses are intensive care.
By the first quarter of 2022, inflation had crept from a single digit to 19.4%. In March, the cedi was on a free fall against the US greenback, and international reserves began dwindling. International rating agencies, including Fitch and Moody's, all dropped ratings on Ghana's creditworthiness. The nation was thrown out of the international capital market as foreign liquidity began to dry up, exposing the weakness in Ghana's economic fundamentals. The only option was for Ghana to turn to the IMF for a bailout package. Professor Bokpin sounded the alarm bells. He said going to the IMF was inescapable.
I personally don't think that the IMF is a long-term solution to our problems. And the reason I say so is that we've been there 16, 17 times. Is that okay? And practically every 3 years and some few months, we've had to go to the IMF and all of that. But as we always say, what takes us to the IMF has to do with the fundamentals. And as we sit right now, everything points to that.
The calls to register for an IMF bailout became intense.
After seeing Article 4, after seeing the COVID report, Article 4 2019 and the COVID report, and seeing the fiscal gap which is there, that was when I expressed the view that maybe it's time for us to go, that's how far back, to go to the fund, because it's not just about COVID. But we got all the COVID money, as I said already, and we could have used it to make a correction. Because the COVID money we got for ECF was 913 or so, million US dollars. Here you're talking about 6 billion. Why was it not sufficient to do the correction? Something fundamentally wrong.
Government's position was very simple. No IMF program. It has so much hope in using domestic means to turn the nation's economic fortunes around.
We are not going to the IMF. Whatever we do, we are not. The consequences are dire. We are a proud nation. We have the resources. We have the capacity. Don't let anybody tell you.
In the raging storm, Finance Minister Ken Oforiatta was insistent that government wouldn't subscribe to an IMF program.
If because of political pride and the rest of them we don't want to go, that is a different thing altogether. It should not be our first resort. But we have not demonstrated that on our own we'll be able to impose a fiscal consolidation that would elicit the appropriate response from duty bearers, as perhaps we have seen in our relationship with the fund. If we could do that, why not? For 60-something years of independence, we can't keep going to the IMF. Anytime we go to the IMF, I feel that I feel we've lost something, right, as a sovereign country and the rest of them. But IMF doesn't impose itself on any country. Through countries' own actions and inactions, mismanagement of the economy and the rest of them takes them to the IMF. So if we arrive at that point where homegrown solution has probably failed to get at the same result, we'll do that. I believe that in 2014, when the government made a call to the IMF, it wasn't because it was their first resort, right? Yeah, the fundamentals dictate so.
My position has always been, once the government, on our behalf, whether I like it or not, says we are not going to the IMF, then my position changed. Then show as alternative.
IMF cannot save us, right? Because we've done IMF 16 times, getting to 17 times now. We were on an IMF program for the best part of this government until recently, right? Up to the end of 2018, this government was on an IMF program. The good thing, though, in that respect, is that it does show that being an IMF program imposes more discipline. Because this government itself argues that all the way until early 2019, they were doing brilliant. What that means is that they were doing brilliant